scored and wickets being taken. We'll see what Healy does a little bit later.
One ball to come in this over. Osborne just dabs it onto the leg side. So another dot ball to finish the over. Farrell's figures 2 for 1 after 4 overs. The Meteors 2 for 18. 2 wickets in that last over just gone. Lanning was out for a duck. Koski out for 6.
There's some replays here of those 2 wickets and 2 balls for Renee Farrell. The first being clipped straight to Lichfield, and then the LBW of Anna Lanning first ball. Really good stuff there by the 32-year-old veteran. And 7 overs gone, 2 for 18. They're going to continue with Stella Campbell, which they can probably afford to do with the fact that there aren't runs coming from the other end, and there's been a few wickets as well.
From the Rayleigh Mall end, Campbell continues.
It's a bit of a wild one.
Too high for Katie Mack. Wide declared by the umpire. So that's 8 sundries at least that have come off Stella Campbell today.
Well, that's the thing. Of her 18 runs that she's conceded, 7 of them have come via either wides or no balls. So when she hasn't been bowling sundries, she actually has bowled rather economically. 10 runs off 3 overs is very tidy for a one-day game.
Here she's again into Mack. He plays it along the ground to mid-off. No run there, so a better ball. Yeah,
that's where she wants to be. Nice and full on that middle and off-stump line. I think with the way that the ball has been moving, probably safe not to be pitching it outside the off-stump because the ball has been swinging prodigiously towards the slip cordon, although there is no slip cordon at the moment. Just bowling pitched up, forcing the batters onto the front foot, the best case at the moment.
Mack waits on Campbell, just watches it go through on the leg side, so another wide there. So, as you mentioned, Jack, the good balls from Stella Campbell are great. They're very economical, but it's just mixed in with a lot of mess around it, unfortunately, at this stage.
Yeah, and you can probably see when she does bowl those wides down the leg side, her body kind of drops to the right-hand side, which is what happens with a lot of bowlers sometimes trying to put a bit of extra effort in, or technique is just lax for that one ball. But if you can keep her body upright, that's when she's been able to get the balls on that middle and off-stump line.
Mack hits it out towards point. An early cut there. And another dot ball for Stella Campbell. So bits and bobs, good and bad, hit and miss at the moment with her bowling.
Well, sometimes as a batter, this can be a hard thing, Britt, because you've got a bowler that has been bowling no balls down the leg side. It can kind of be a bit of licorice all sorts, because then they can bowl an in-swinging Yorker that can take your middle stump out of the ground. So you've always got to be pretty watchful.
Mack just dabs it into the leg side, offside there. So no run. The other thing is, too, you can't build any momentum. So, as you say, because the ball is so varied each time and just start with the wide, yeah, you sort of can't build any momentum for yourself. Campbell running in. Mack playing it into the turf, trickling out to cover where Ash Gardner's placed. So good response from Stella Campbell. 2 dot balls now. Still none for 19. 2 balls to come this over.
And for Katie Mack, she's probably had to pull the reins back a little bit, because she was starting to open the shoulders a couple of overs ago when we saw her swat that free hit almost to the boundary. But now with a couple of wickets gone, she can't really afford to be doing anything too risky at the moment. 5 off 26 for her, so it has been slow going.
This time she pulls straight to Sarah Ailey in that square leg region. And so she can't take a run, even though that was a really good shot from Katie Mack. Maybe just needed a bit more power behind it, Jack.
Yeah, she struck it well. There's not too many fielders on the leg side, so she was unlucky to pick out Sarah Ailey, also one of the fittest and one of the best fielders New South Wales have. She's got a safe pair of hands. That's why she's called Mitzi, as the nickname within the Breakers squad.
Campbell running into Mack. Again, just dabbed onto that leg side. It's interesting, though, that Sarah Ailey insists that her hands are a normal size and in proportion with her body, but having spoken to some of her Bankstown teammates, she has definitely got a pair of mitts.
I'm going to jump out of here, and Sam Devlin's going to come in for the next little bit.
So the Meteors currently 2 for 20 8 overs gone so far. Better from Campbell that over with just 2 runs coming off it. And Renee Farrell going to continue from the Bill O'Reilly end. We've got Sam Devlin, Cricket New South Wales Female Participation Officer, joining us again. Sam, it's great to have you back.
Yeah, really good to be back. There's some good cricket going on as well.
Osborne facing Farrell. Hits it to mid-off. When you say good cricket, tell me what you're seeing so far.
Yeah, New South Wales have done a really good job at sort of strangling the batters. The field placements have been spot on. They haven't been able to get any balls away. And yeah, the experience that Renee Farrell brings is incredible to go for 1 run off the 4 overs. She's really been doing her job.
Osborne taps the bat. Plays a defensive shot. So what I've noticed is, having a look at the ACT Meteors lineup with their batting, is there's not one single left-hander there. You know, we spoke with the Queensland and New South Wales game about how unsettling, I guess, in the field it was for both sides every time they had to change per ball with the left-hand, right-hand combination going on, Sam.
Yeah, definitely. It just adds that other element. Bowlers need to work on their lines and their lengths every time there's a single. Fielders need to go in and out, and it just makes that other element in the game.
So we're not going to see that here today. The breakers are quite settled in the field. It's interesting because I wonder if that comes into the recruiting process at all.
I think it would. Like, the makeup of the team and where those batters do sit within your lineup would make a difference. And
Osborne plays it straight back to Farrell. It comes off her hands again and comes into the stumps. Mac was safe, but it didn't matter because the bails didn't come off anyway.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. But yeah, with the left-handers, fitting them into your lineup, and sometimes matchups against bowlers are really important as well. So it's always good and handy to have a left-hander in your lineup.
Farrell running in from the Bill O'Reilly end. Osborne just plays it into the offside, fielded by Rachel Haynes. They're still 2 for 20.
It seems like they are just happy to play Renee out. They don't want to. They're not going to do anything too silly, especially after the start that they've had.
Well, Osborne and Farrell would surely know each other
very
well. So she knows what she's capable of. Facing up to Farrell again now. Another dot ball there. And given the Meteors are 2 for 20, but 9 of those runs have come from sundries, it's probably smart they see out the bowler that's already taken 2 wickets so far.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we see now, there is a bowling change. They're bringing on the off-spin Ash Gardner. So it'll be interesting to see what they do here, whether they look to start to lift the run rate a little bit. They are only scoring it just over 2 and over.
I can't remember if Gardner was brought in this early for the Queensland game. Oh, she came in at the 11th over, so sort of whereabouts. Pretty similar. And do you think they've just done that to just mix up what they're offering?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously a little bit of pace off. Stella bowls quite quick, and because she's so tall, gets a lot of bounce. Obviously now with the spinner coming on, hoping to get a bit of turn and hopefully slide through and get a wicket.
Well, Gardner took a couple and a catch in the game against Queensland here last week. Would have played at Hurstville a lot over the years too, as a Bankstown player. You've had a bit to do with Ash, Sam?
Yeah, so I've known Ash probably since she was about 8 years old. She came into our under-12 rep team when she was 8, just a little girl. And yeah, even then you could tell that she had quite a lot of potential behind her, and she's definitely exceeding everything here.
So off spin from the Ray Linwell end, coming over the wicket to Mac, who sits on 5. Plays it out to the gully region where Farrell throws it back threateningly, saying don't you dare run. So Mac stays put on 5, the Meteors 2 for 20.
Yeah, you can see there that she looked to try to use her feet as well, so she is trying to score.
Gardner into Mac again, tries to sweep this time, but sweeps it straight into Elisa Healy, so has to stay put again. There is some room behind there, so the sweep's probably a good idea though, Sam. She's got the right idea, just execution not great. Gardner to Mac again, this time playing through the covers. It's enough for Mac to make a single. Rotating the strike, she moves to 6, and it brings Osborne on to face some off spin.
Yeah, I think that's what they'll look to try and do here. These two are quite experienced batters, so if they can continue to rotate the strike, just scoring 3 or 4 runs and over, and then they can look to build from there.
Osborne facing off spin. Pushing it out onto the leg side from her hip. Again, rotates the strike. She made that look really easy, that single.
She does seem quite comfortable out there, even though it has taken her 10 balls to score a run. She seems to be quite in control, which is exactly what her team need right now.
So Mac facing Gardner again. Defensive shot this time. Looks like it's turning a little bit out there.
Yeah, it does. And Ash is bowling some really good lines here, so building a lot of pressure.
Last ball of the over. Mac coming down the track, hits it back to Gardner. Not the desired outcome for the Meteors. Has to stay put on 6. Osborne on 1, and the Meteors are 2 for 22 after that over from Ash Gardner. Just 2 runs off that opening over. It's a good start.
Not a bad start from Ash there. Like I said, she was bowling some really good lines and getting a little bit of turn too, which always helps. So the Meteors will have to be very watchful of her, as we see another change here with Sarah Ailey coming into the attack.
So we know Sarah Ailey doesn't have a lot of pace, but it's more her accuracy and the consistency that she adds with the ball, isn't it, Sam, that makes her so special?
That's exactly right. She knows exactly where she's going to be putting it, and she can do that. She can execute 9 times out of 10, build a lot of pressure, and often gets LBWs because she's just bowling straight at the stump to stump line.
Finished 2 of the women's Big Bash seasons out of the 5 as leading wicket taker as well. So certainly knows what she has to do here. I believe she's only taken a wicket so far in the WNCL.
Coming back from injury too, so it'll be interesting to see how many overs she does bowl in this spell. Whether it is just a short, sharp attacking spell.
Just 1 wicket so far. Her best figure is 1 for 38. And you're right, first game here at Hurstville for this WNCL season as she runs into Osborne. Right arm over the wicket. Just dabs it back on the offside out to the gully region. Farrell fields, throws it at the stumps. And Osborne makes 1, Mac back safe. The Meteors move to 2 for 23. Good pressure from the breakers in the field, Sam.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the sort of field that they've got set, a real ring around that point to gully sort of area, just for that little dab, and they'll really look to attack and stop that single there.
Ailey into Mac this time. Plays it straight back to the bowler. There's a couple of times that Mac's done that so far. What do you put that down to?
Yeah, well, she is hitting the ball quite well, quite strong through the driving area. But yeah, just hitting it a little bit too straight. I'm sure that she will continue to work on that and just try and hit a little bit wider of the bowler.
So Mac currently on 6, waits on Ailey. This time plays it to mid-on. But does it run? Probably a smart option there. Stays put, still on 6. I think too with Mac is we've seen her hit the ball really well, some nice shots, but she's picked out the fielder so many times already. So is that something she needs to work on, Sam?
Yes and no. At this point in the game, she knows that she'll probably have to bat deep into the innings. So as long as she can stay out there and build her own innings, I think she will eventually find the gaps.
Well, that's something we haven't spoken about on the stream yet, in that because the wickets have fallen, that responsibility shifts between each player depending on who gets out, right? To be the one that's strong and steady at the crease and to make sure that the innings keeps going.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And although she can clear the boundary, Katie's not known for a big hitting, so she'll be the one to look to hit the 1s and 2s, and then depending how deep Erin can bat into the innings, I'm sure that she'll be the one to try and go over the boundary later on.
Well, she swung hard at that delivery, and it was enough to rotate the strike and bring Osborne back on to face. So Mac moves to 7, the Meteors 2 for 24. So it's just about picking the right ball to make runs on at the moment for them.
That's exactly right. I think New South Wales will be very happy with how they've executed so far in these 10 overs.
Ailey, last ball of the over, into Osborne. Defensive shot, safe from the captain, and the Meteors remain 2 for 24. Osborne on 2 and Mac on 7 after 11 overs.
Really good start from Ailey there. Both her and Gardner have come on and both only gone for the 2 runs in their first over, so they've continued to bowl that pressure that was put on through Renee Farrell and even Stella Campbell a little bit.
So we had almost 10 overs of Campbell and Farrell sharing the roles from each end. Do you think we'll just continue with Ailey and Gardner here for a while?
Potentially. Those two do play grade cricket together as well, so they do know how to bowl in partnerships, and they do it very well. So they'll probably look to see how deep they can take it. And like we said with Sarah, she is coming back from injury, so it'll depend how her body holds up.
Off spin to Mac. Comes down the track a little bit, connects, hits it to mid-off, and does some good running to make a single. Meteors 2 for 25.
In saying that, though, Katie Mack is an ex-Bankstown girl, so she would know these 2 games as well.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so grew up out in Panania.
Osborne gives herself some room but can't connect with the ball as she'd like, so it's a dot ball for Ash Gardner.
But yeah, her dad is still the head coach at Bankstown, actually.
Oh, there you
so
go.
Still involved.
Osborne hits it straight back to Gardner along the wicket. Really good work by Ash Gardner so far.
Yeah, that one looked like it hurt a little bit, though.
Shaking out the palm.
Hopefully not the spinning fingers.
It was her right hand, but she looks okay right now. It's Gardner. Again into Osborne, just tucks it away off the hip. Back behind square leg. And they settle for 1, the Meteors, so they're 2 for 26 now. Osborne on 3.
I think that's what they'll look to try and do here. Like you said, there's a fair gap between probably deep backward square and then no one behind the wicket keeper, so there's a lot of space out there to dab it in there. It looked like Osborne was quite upset that they only got 1 there.
This time Max back onto face, and she cuts it out towards point. But the Meteors remain 2 for 26, no run taken. So 1 ball to come for this second over from Ash Gardner. Mac again comes down the track. So we've seen her do that a number of times against several bowlers now, just coming down, trying to find it a bit fuller onto her bat.
That's exactly right, just getting in a position where she doesn't give the ball an opportunity to spin and or swing, depending on who she's facing. So if she can smother that, she can hit the ball where she wants to hit the ball.
So Ailey to continue from the Bill O'Reilly end. What else can you tell us about some of these Bankstown players? I can't believe I didn't know that Katie Mack played for them at one stage.
Yeah, so Katie, like I said, Katie grew up in Bankstown, played most of her junior cricket out there, and then Bankstown was quite strong during that era, so she had to look for opportunities elsewhere. So she moved over to Northern Districts, scored a couple of hundreds, and then got picked up by the ACT. So that's where her cricket career really started.
Since then, we've seen her play for a couple of Big Bash teams. She was with the Adelaide Strikers this season, but I believe has played for Melbourne before.
Yeah, that's exactly right. She was, I think, their second leading run scorer for the Melbourne Stars for a while there. She's definitely someone that you want to have in your team.
Into the air. Osborne takes the aerial route, and Stella Campbell prowling out on that deep square leg boundary, comes into field. It means Osborne just gets 1. Little shake of the head. I think she wanted more from that.
Yeah, she did hit it quite well, but Stella out there on the boundary just got it on the 1 bounce.
Good field placement.
That's exactly right. I think that's their plans, and they're bowling well to those plans.
So Alien again from the Bill O'Reilly ends. Mac works it to the covers. Rach Haynes is there though, so she can't take a run. Smaller crowd here today than we saw last week, but people are starting to trickle in as the day goes on, Sam.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Not as many kids playing a game of cricket as we saw last week, but it is still early in the day.
Yeah, there's not as much for you to watch, is there? I know you were keen on that. Ailey into Mac. Throws the bat at it. Unorthodox shot at races out towards the rope. Farrell fields it just inside, and I think Osborne was keen for 3, but Mac happy with 2 there. Meteors 2 for 29, I believe. There we go, 2 for 29. Mac on 10 now, reaching double digits, and Osborne on 4.
Yeah, I don't think that's exactly where Katie wanted the ball to go, but there is a gap out there. As you can see, the offside field is set quite strongly, so Sarah's just bowling to her lines there.
Ailey into Mac. Bit more of a confident shot pulling across the body, but she finds Lichfield at mid-wicket and so has to settle for 10 for now. I think you could tell she didn't intend it to go that way straight away because she was just a bit rattled. Where did it go? Am I out? Am I able to run? Am I still in?
Yeah, it's usually what happens when you do edge it. You've got no idea and you just hope that your partner does call you through for a run. Settle the nerves a little bit.
So last ball of this over for Sarah Ailey, running into Mac. Hits it hard out to point. I've just noticed that Breakers' side is stacked out there. They've got a point, a backwards point, a gully, and a slip as well.
Yeah, I think that is because they know that the experienced Ailey can just bowl the lines that they require her to bowl. So if they can do that, then they're going to strangle the runs, which they have done so far for the 13 overs.
There's a little discussion here happening between Haynes, Gardner, Campbell and Healy. Do you think it's about where the field placements will be for Ash Gardner's third over?
Yeah, I think so. I think they've sort of played her quite comfortably for the first two, but they're also not scoring that many runs, so it could be about looking to take a wicket. So they might make a couple of changes here. Yeah, as we see Ailey duck into just forward of square.
We've also got Lauren Smith out on that cow corner boundary too. She looks tiny way out there, doesn't she? She's a very reliable fielder though. Good position for her as Gardner comes into Osborne, tucks it off her hip, but a shout from Katie Mack. No. Keeps her on strike.
I think these two will run very well between the wickets. Both quite quick off the mark, but definitely know when to not take on a fielder.
Osborne waits on Gardner again. Comes forward, meets it, plays a defensive shot. I think to similar height, similar fitness, you can tell they're both very fit players.
Yeah, that's exactly right. These days, with the professionalism of the women's game, they have a lot of time that they can spend in the gym and working on their fitness and their strength.
Gardner into Osborne, who sweeps behind the square leg region. Out to fine leg. Fielded by Ailey on the boundary. Meteors get 1. Osborne moves to 5. Mac back on strike on 10, and they're 2 for 29. And I bring up that height difference, and people might not realise why that's important, as Gardner comes in again from the railing wall end. Matt trying to sweep, somehow gets it clear of Elisa Healy behind the stumps. It's racing out towards the rope, but pulls up trumps. And
Yeah.
Matt gets back for 2 there. She's now moved to 12.
Yeah, I think that one just came off her gloves there.
Oh, there we go. So 2 for 32. Mac on 12 and Osborne on 5. Gardner into Mac again, coming further down the track, and she's been caught. Great work by Rachel Haynes in the field. Mac has to go for 12, and the Meteors fall to 3 for 32. Only in the 14th over 2.
I think that wicket comes from a build-up of pressure. The New South Wales bowlers have stuck to their lines and lengths, and then they've got the desired outcome.
So another wicket for Ash Gardner at Hurstville Oval. Her off-spin proving crucial at this stage of the match. Trying to break the partnership between Osborne and Mac. And what does it mean for the Meteors, this wicket falling, Sam, at this stage of the game?
Yeah, it's definitely not the time that they wanted to lose a wicket. They were starting to just build a little bit of a partnership there, starting to look a little bit more confident. But a lot of pressure now sits on Erin Osborne to take the innings deep into, take her innings deep into the game. As we see Kylie Leeson come out to bat. Another New South Wales girl, so she will know these players and know how they execute their plans. So not the worst person to be coming to the crease.
She comes in a little bit higher today too, with Erica Kershaw out of the side. But Kylie Leeson has only batted once so far, made 13.
Yeah, we saw a couple of little cameos in the WBBL for the Renegades as well.
She, of course, used to play for the Sixers. I believe she took a wicket on her first ball when she was on debut, from memory. There's so much cricket in that season, and there's been 5 seasons now that it's hard to remember. They all mesh into one, but she's certainly had a couple of opportunities with the sixes and has had to go elsewhere because that side is so strong. And actually, many of the ACT Meteors players, maybe ex-New South Wales players, Sarah Coyte, ex-South Australia player, they're a bit of a mixed team because they're players that maybe haven't been able to break into their home state side.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they're doing quite well this year. Obviously 2 wins, 1 loss, which there's a number of teams that are sitting on that at the moment on the WNCL ladder. And they hope that they can sort of build another partnership here and really bring this game to a head.
So Leeson to face her first ball of the day, and it's spin from Ash Gardner. Good way to start for her. That was confident.
That's exactly right, especially after losing a wicket. She needs to get her eye in quite quickly and then look to start rotating the strike.
So dot ball to finish the 14th. The Meteors are 3 for 32, having lost the wicket of Mac for 12. Osborne's currently on 5, and Leeson will be eager to get off the mark here. And so a bowling change, I believe. Oh no, that's Sarah Ailey, isn't it? She looked different from the back. So Sarah Ailey to continue from the Bill O'Reilly end. Currently sitting at figures of none for 5 from 2. Very economical so far. And here she is running into Osborne, who plays it straight back through her hands. It's backed up by Hayley Silverholmes, and Osborne stays put for 5.
Yeah, although she's only on 5 runs, every shot she has looked quite confident. But she just needs to be careful here. Obviously, the loss of 3 wickets within 15 overs is dangerous for her team.
Ailey running into Osborne, just dabs it into the ground, can't score. I think too we mentioned how the ACT Meteors have had a mixed result, mixed results from their fixtures already, but their wins came at a time when the Australian players weren't involved in the WNCL, and I think for them, with no Australian representation, they've obviously got Erin Osborne, who used to play for Australia, but no current Australian representation. That was a pretty crucial time. As we see Osborne whip this one behind. Stella Campbell's after it, but it reaches the boundary for 4. Lovely work by the skipper. She moves to 9, and the Meteors are 3 for 36 after that 4.
That will just release a little bit of pressure. Ailey's been bowling a really good line and length, and Osborne hasn't been able to do much with it, but that one obviously is just a little bit too straight, and she could get that away for a boundary.
Ailey back into Osborne. How does she respond? A dot ball. So it's a good response for Sarah Ailey. Osborne still on 9. The Meteors 3 for 36. But I bring up that Australian representation, and it makes such a difference, doesn't it? I know there's only been one change from the Breakers team we saw play Queensland last week to now with Sarah Ailey coming in. But in terms of the team they have now compared to back in September, it's a vastly different team.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think the benefit that New South Wales have being a bigger state than someone like the ACT, we have a bigger pool to pull from. So when those Australian representatives are out, there are more girls ready to take their opportunity, and we've sort of seen that happen. Whereas the ACT, because their population base isn't as big and their competitions aren't as strong, it's harder for them to fill those gaps, so they probably are lucky in a sense that they don't have the representation that New South Wales would have.
Ailey into Osborne. Cuts, heads out to backwards point. Nice fielding by Naomi Stallenberg there. And so she restricts Erin Osborne. She can't take a run, as she remains on 9 at the end of the over. The Meteors are 3 for 36. Leeson now going to face strike and eager to get off the mark. I know that the Breakers have also got Erin Osborne still out. And really, I mean, I guess Healy and Gardner are the only 2 that have come back into the side since September. But I say that's a vastly different side because those 2 players add so much and they make such a difference to the Breakers.
That's exactly right, especially with Healy, the captain, with having her come back into the side makes a huge difference opening bat as well. And then the handiness of having Ash, an all-rounder who can take wickets and score runs quite quickly, it adds so much to the team. And like you said, Erin Burns out. Once she eventually comes in and debuts for New South Wales, that'll be a great in for them.
Block shot from Leeson, facing her second delivery of the day, and it's off spin again. Gardner to Leeson, pulls, hits it straight to Haynes, who threatens to throw the ball at the stumps.
Yeah,
So Leeson's still on strike.
She's definitely not one that you want to take on in the field, Rachel Haynes.
Especially that Superman catch that's made the new Come On, Aussie Come On ad.
Yeah.
We'll never forget that now. There's footage of it everywhere.
That's exactly right. She's a very, very good fielder, whether on the ground or in the air.
Gardner to Leeson, plays it along the ground, through the covers. Wilson fields it. Scratches her knees and hands up a little bit on the old wicket. But it means Leeson stays put, still waiting to get off the mark. Gardner to Leeson, this time playing across the line. Heads out to the square leg region, makes a run off the mark with one. And the Meteors move to 3 for 37, Osborne on strike.
She seems to be quite calm at the crease, Carly Leeson, which is exactly what they need now. They don't need anyone who's going to come out and be flustered by the situation of the game. So she's doing quite well.
Gardner with off spin into Osborne, hits it to mid-off. Hayley Silver-Holmes does a good job in the field. The Meteors scamper 3 for 1 and they move to 3 for 38. Can you believe that the Australian team have been giving Rachel Haynes stick and saying that she adds mayonnaise to her catches?
Yeah, there's a couple of fielders that definitely do. I don't know that Rach is one of them, but it's always good to have a bit of banter between teammates.
All right, who do you think does then?
Oh, just people floating around grade circles.
Can't give away any names just in case they're listening.
That's exactly right.
At the end of the 16th over, the Meteors are 3 for 38. And Sarah Ailey's going to bowl again from the Bill O'Reilly end. So a really good partnership here between the medium pacer and off spinner from both ends. So we see Osborne's just had a little drink as she puts the lid back on. You need that banter though, don't you? Because it can sort of break the ice a little bit.
That's exactly right. Cricket can be a boring sport, and if you don't have any banter, the 3 hours or whatever it is that you're out in the field,
Much longer for these one-day games.
Well,
yeah.
It could seem like a lifetime.
You spend a lot of time together, and I think that's why people that make friendships in their cricket team seem to last, you know, the distance over the years. As Ailey runs into Osborne, gets a little touch on it as it heads out to backwards point.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of cricket. You do spend a lot of time together, and you do build those lifelong friends, and often some of them aren't even from your home state, and that's what the WBBL brings as well, that plenty of different people come in for those competitions, and you get lifelong friends from all around the country and even the world.
Osborne waits on Ailey, running in from the Bill O'Reilly end, hits it hard, reaches mid-off though. Hayley Silver-Holmes good in the field. So Osborne's still on 10. The Meteors 3 for 38. I think too the hard part that then comes after that, once you've made that friendship from someone from another state or another country, is when you have to face them and all of a sudden you're frenemies again.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It'll be interesting to see some of the matchups in the World Cup this year, because yeah, a lot of those international players have been playing over the summer.
Ailey, hard to Osborne, who takes the aerial route, heading out on the leg side. She'll make it to the rope for 4. Classy bit of batting from Erin Osborne. She moves to 14.
It's exactly what the Meteors need at the moment. She's playing this innings quite well, just waiting for that bad ball and putting it away and not letting the pressure build too much.
So they're 3 for 42. It's been a hard slog so far for the Meteors, but they're just creeping towards that 50 mark. 9 extras has helped them get there, certainly. Ailey comes into Osborne. How does she respond? Little edge, trickles out behind the keeper. Could this make it to the rope for 4 again? Farrell's running hard after it, gets it just in front. In the meantime, though, Osborne's made 2 and moves to 60. Takes the Meteors to 3 for 44. Good running.
Yeah, they were running hard. They wanted to push the 3 as well, but because of the slow outfield, the fielder gets there a lot quicker than it seems to.
Even with a little misfield just in front of the boundary from Farrell too. 2 balls to come from Sarah Ailey in the 17th over. Osborne on strike again. Dabs it out towards the offside, running into Stellenberg. And so she keeps Osborne on strike. So 2 balls before, 4-2, a dot ball. And what do you think Sarah Ailey can do with this last delivery?
She'll be looking for another dot again. I think she'll just bang it in hard into the offside and hope that that's exactly what Erin Osborne does. Get Leeson back on strike, who's only on 1 run.
Last ball of the over. Osborne taps it back, waits on Ailey. Whips it up on the leg side, Stella Campbell. It goes through her hands. But the Meteors have made 1. Osborne will hold the strike for the next over, and after 17 they're 3 for 44. I'm going to do a little commentary change now, 3 for 45 in fact. Jack Clifton's coming back in with you, Sam.
Thanks for that, Brett. ACT trying to wrestle back the momentum. It hasn't been a good start for them so far here this morning. 3 for 45, although their captain, Erin Osborne's doing the best to steady the ship. 17 not out from 33 deliveries as she faces up here to Gardner and punches back down the ground. Good morning to you, Sam, and it's been tough going for the Meteors so far, and credit has to be given due to New South Wales. They bowled very well this morning.
That's exactly right. Even after the change of the opening bowlers, these two have come on and built a lot of pressure with dot balls.
This one's short, just paddled around the corner by Osborne, just using just a lack of pace there of Gardner, and she'll almost get a boundary for it. They pick up 2 and decide to not chance the 3rd run on the arm. So 2 more here to Osborne. This becomes a really important partnership, Sam, doesn't it? Particularly because Erin Osborne, the captain, has looked probably the most comfortable out of any batter in the ACT lineup.
Yeah, that's exactly right. She's waited for those bad balls and put them to the boundary, and she's just sort of rotating the strike here. But if they lose another wicket, particularly her wicket, cause a lot of trouble for the ACT Meteors.
She just tickles this one around the corner and moves along to 20. 3 for 48 now for the ACT, who lost the toss earlier this morning and was sent in by New South Wales captain Alyssa Healy. And some good new ball bowling by Renee Farrell, who collected 2 wickets. Ash Gardner has got the other. She loops this one up and it's punched out to Campbell at mid-on, no run.
She seems quite confident in the crease, Carly Leeson, which is exactly what the Meteors need. She needs to stay there with her captain and really take this game deep.
Former Sixers teammates Ash Gardner and Carly Leeson from a few summers ago as she pushes this one down to Silver Holmes at mid-off. And I guess the other positive thing for New South Wales is that run rate's been very low, or quite manageable for the major part of this innings.
That's exactly right. I think this is the highest that it has been, and it's still not even at 3 and over. So I think they're quite happy with where they're at in the game.
Leeson tickles this one down to deep fine leg for a single, so she will retain the strike. She moves to 2 from 9. Osborne is 20 from 36, and 18 overs gone. 3 for 49. The ACT Meteors, having lost the toss and be sent in. Drinks are coming onto the field and gives us a chance, I guess, to just debrief the first 18 overs. Obviously, the session being won by New South Wales, but what are the keys for the ACT to not just steady the ship, but maybe just try and take the attack and wrestle the momentum back for New South Wales?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think the next hour period will be very important for them. We might see a couple more changes in the bowlers, and that's when they may look to attack some of those less experienced bowlers. But we do just need to be wary of the wickets. If they lose any more, that pressure's right back on them. But if these two can bat for at least the next hour, we'll really make a game of it.
You kind of feel that's what they need to do, don't they? They probably need to be kind of 3 for 100 or close to 100 before they lose another wicket. And Leeson and Osborne have looked pretty settled. It's been a partnership that's been worth 17 runs, which might not seem like much, but there hasn't really been any great partnerships that have been built by the Meteors so far today. So they'll be hoping that partnership can increase tenfold and can go over the 100 mark. Obviously, a long way to go in this. We can see the New South Wales side in a huddle. What do you think Alyssa Healy and Rachel Haynes will be saying to their young side?
I think they'd be quite impressed with how they've held themselves so far. I mean, they've had a couple of experienced bowlers and then a young Stella Campbell also bowling. Ash Gardner's probably up there with experience these days. But they will have someone like a Hayley Silver Holmes to come into the attack, who was player of the match for their last game. But again, because she is quite young and inexperienced, that's when someone like Erin Osborne might look to attack. So they'll just need to execute their plans quite well. As you can see, Sarah Ailey pointing around and saying, you know, from her experience, this is what I know will happen. So she'd be giving a lot of advice to some of the younger ones.
And I guess that is the good mix that the Breakers have in this squad. As I think I was saying to Britt earlier in the first period of commentary, they do have some young players, and you look at like Stella Campbell and then Hayley Silver-Holmes, who's 16, Phoebe Lichfield is 16, but then even obviously Lauren Smith has played a lot of cricket, only 23, Ash Gardner 22, but then you've got those experienced heads, Healy the captain 29, Haynes 33, Sarah Ailey coming to the squad, a 35-year-old that's been a great servant for New South Wales cricket. It must help the makeup of the side when you've got players like that can just be a calm head in situations that can sometimes get out of control.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and I think that's what New South Wales do really well, is they sort of bowl in partnership. So like you just said, you know, Sarah Ailey's now bowling with Ash Gardner, who's, you know, there's more than 10 years between them in age, and they'll probably look to do something similar now with Hayley Silver-Holmes coming into the attack.
Yep, so another change for New South Wales. So she'll replace Sarah Ailey at the Bill O'Reilly end of the ground. She has figures of none for 16 from her 4 overs. Gardner at the other end, 5 overs, 1 for 13, has been very tidy and was able to pick up a wicket during her spell, which we don't know if that will be broken, whether she will continue. But regardless, 18 overs gone here at Hurstville Oval. And it's the Meteors at 3 for 49. Carly Leeson to face up here to Hayley Silver-Holmes. She's 2 from 9, so still in the infancy of her innings, looking to continue to build this partnership, get her eye in. Here is Hayley Silver-Holmes, right arm over the wicket. This one clipped off the pads beautifully. Full toss on middle and leg stump and clipped away by Leeson for a single. She moves to 3, and that also brings up the 50 for the ACT coming in the 19th over.
Quite a confident shot there from Carly. Obviously just a little bit too straight from Hayley Silver-Holmes, but they do have the field set for that sort of delivery.
The 50 coming off 109 balls here for ACT. Silver-Holmes in on the pads, and Osborne has to defend down to mid-on, so a much better delivery with that one, cramping Osborne for room. Taree native Erin Osborne knows all about Cricket New South Wales, having played for the state for some time before moving to the ACT. Silver-Holmes in, and Osborne dabs this straight to point. Starlenberg cleans up, and it's another dot ball.
The last thing the ACT need now is for Erin to start to get frustrated. She thought a bit of a shake of the head there, wasn't quite happy with her shot. But the good thing is she's still at the crease, and that's what they need.
Yeah, well, she kind of had a similar rescue mission, didn't she, against Queensland, where she made 37, but unfortunately couldn't go on to get that big score. So that'll probably be in the back of her mind as she whips this ball away through backward square leg for a single. Thinks about a second, but it was wishful thinking at best. And they settle for just the 1 run. Osborne to 21, 3 for 51.
Yeah, it's definitely what the ACT need in this instance. A big innings from her will get them to quite a competitive total. Obviously the slow outfield, the pitch is doing a little bit, so anything can happen.
Silver-Holmes in this one a little bit shorter on the leg side, and Leeson's able to get inside the line and whip it across through square leg, where Sarah Ailey does the fielding out on the boundary. And I guess the advantage here for the ACT is that, yeah, the run rate's only 2.73, Sam, but if they can just build a partnership, the last 15 overs, pretty much all of these women play in the WBBL, so they can be going at 6, 7 and over for that last 15 overs, which could really benefit them, as this one's paddled around the corner once more by Osborne. I think it might have come off the pad. They'll pick up a run anyway, and it does go down as leg byes, but she'll retain the strike. And 19 overs gone, 3 for 53. Leeson on 4, Osborne 21. So no need for the Meteors to really go into panic stations yet, despite the run rate being below 3.
Yeah, with someone like Maitland Brown coming in, or due to come in at 9, we've seen what she can do in the WBBL, so there's definitely no need to panic just yet. If they can get that run rate up to about 4 and over for the next 20 or so, then yeah, they can really look to explode in the last 10.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be a pitch that you describe as a batter's paradise either. There's been a little bit of uneven bounce, and it's a little bit tacky. It's a little bit slow in terms of the bounce getting to the batters. So it's not as if a score around 210, 215 wouldn't be competitive. If they could get anything over 200 from the position that they've been in, then yeah, could make a tricky little chase for New South Wales. Even if they were to get around that 180, 190 mark, the wickets would certainly benefit them. Here is Lauren Smith coming into the attack, right arm over the wicket, and this one hit on the pad. Strong appeal. The umpire says not out, but a pretty good start there by the leg spinner.
Yeah, I think it probably just pitched a little bit outside the line. No, turning too much. Going well over leg stump.
And she comes for ball number 2. Again, looped up short, and it's been missed by everyone. Missed by Osborne, missed by Healy, and it's going to go down towards the boundary. Been tucked back just inside. It's a brilliant piece of fielding. They'll come back for 3. And that is 3 very valuable runs there for the ACT Meteors.
And also given as runs, so she must have got a little edge on that. Yeah, very well done by Phoebe Lichfield there in the outfield to stop that extra run.
Yeah, very acrobatic. Done that a couple of times. New South Wales, a bit of a sluggish outfield, so certainly not lightning quick like we're used to seeing in some of the other WNCL grounds that have been played at and the grounds in the WBBL. But it is the same for both teams, so Lauren Smith loops this one up as a full toss and hit straight back to her. So that cloud cover hasn't lifted. We thought that the sun might come out after about an hour or so of play, but still a fairly thick cloud overhead as Leeson defends out to short cover. Maybe one of the reasons Alyssa Healy wanted to bowl first, seeing the cloud cover, a bit of humidity, a bit of breeze here this morning, Sam.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think with the start that they've got, they'll be happy with their choice to send the ACT Meteors in, especially the way that their quicks got the rhythm going early on.
Yeah, plenty of overs left for those quicks in the latter part of the innings. Renee Farrell was in fine form this morning, taking 2 wickets and 2 balls to really send the ACT Meteors top order spiralling out of control. And then a good first over there from Lauren Smith. Just the 3 runs coming from it. And 20 overs completed here, the ACT Meteors, 3 for 56, with Osborne 24 from 42. Leeson supporting well, 4 off 15. This partnership now worth 24 runs.
This is exactly what ACT need in this time of the game, just to start knocking them around, try and get as many singles as they can, continue what they've already started.
Yeah, it's always tough going when you lose a couple of early wickets, and more particularly in a limited overs game, because you know there's that pressure of wanting to keep the run rate going and rotating the strike, and that's something they've done a little bit better. Probably something they didn't do in the first 10 overs very well at all, the ACT, as the rain just starts to fall here at Hurstville Oval. Just a really light sprinkle coming across the ground as this ball's cut from Osborne straight to point. So hopefully it's just passing, not overly heavy, but something that the umpires will no doubt keep an eye on. Certainly wasn't on the radar or on any of the weather apps that we've been looking at this morning. It's supposed to be partly cloudy and 26 degrees. So this is just a little bit of a surprise as Silver Holmes continues. This ball swung across the line by Osborne. Risky. She got a bottom edge on it. Ran out to deep square leg for a single. And that's the half little openings that New South Wales were looking for. That bit of frustration creeping into the game of the ACT girls.
Yeah, that's exactly right. New South Wales have really executed their plans well and have sort of set traps for the ACT batters. All it takes is for that to be a leading edge, and there's 2 fielders there ready to catch it.
On the pads again, clipped away. She's struggled with the line just a little bit in these first couple of overs, Hayley Silver Holmes. Player of the match here last week, 3 for 18 off 8 overs against Queensland. But today hasn't been bowling wides, but has been on that middle and leg stump line, and there's been a lot of shots on the leg side. We'll be trying and push that ball across the batters to the offside. This one's a little bit better, takes an edge, genuine edge, goes through where that vacant slip cordon is, and Renee Farrell gives chase and they will collect 2. So the runs are coming now for the ACT. The last couple of overs they've really been able to cash in. No boundaries to speak of, but a couple of 2s and 3s and the occasional sundry gets them up to 60. That run rate was about 2.65 when I came into the commentary booth, and now up to 2.9. So this is some positive cricket by them, albeit with a little bit of luck. Silver Holmes into Osborne, who's driving on the up out to cover. But can't beat Ash Gardner, who does the fielding there.
Yeah, good little period for ACT here. Obviously 2 new bowlers into the attack, and they've got to look to up the run rate, so they've chosen that this is their time to just keep rotating the strike and try and put that bad ball away.
So last ball of Silverholm's second over. Osborne on strike. She's up to 27 now. And she's back and cutting well in front of point, down towards the boundary. It won't reach the rope as Stalenberg gives chase. And they will collect 2 more runs. So Osborne goes along to 29. The ACT just slowly shifting the momentum here at Hurstville Oval. After 21 overs, they are 3 for 62. Osborne is 31 from 48, and Cully Leeson is playing an important hand supporting. She is 5 from 16.
She's doing exactly what she needs to be doing at this point in the game. Just get Erin Osborne on strike, rotate as much as she can, and yeah, start to look to take apart some of these New South Wales bowlers.
So the rain's still falling, but it's very, very light. It's a light sprinkle, so no real risk of the umpires conferring or even contemplating going off. But there are some clouds that do look rather dark on that right-hand side, so we hope that isn't a sign of things to come. Lauren Smith continues and drives on the up, back down the ground, a little bit uppishly there by Leeson. And Lauren Smith hasn't been afraid, Sam, to throw the ball up, give it plenty of air, plenty of flight.
That's exactly right. She tries to get it just above the eye line of the batter. That way their head's moving before they hit the ball.
She's back now, Leeson, being a lot more defensive. She knocks that ball onto the leg side. Good to see a few people come through the gates here on a Tuesday morning here in Sydney. Smith in, shorter. This ball is slapped in the air and almost goes all the way out to Gardner at deep mid-wicket. Not sure if Carly Leeson knew that the New South Wales off-spinner was out on the boundary, but was lucky that she didn't hit it even better, because it would have gone straight down the throat of Ash Gardner. She picks up the single though. Smith into Osborne, and Osborne again trying to tickle down the leg side. Osborne's asking for a wide. Didn't appear like it hit a pad or a glove or anything like that.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there.
Yeah, perhaps a bit unfortunate there, the Meteors. Smith in, and Osborne's using her feet, runs down the track and pushes out to mid-off to Silverholm's, who does the fielding.
That is always the temptation when the spinners are tossing it up a little bit. You want to try and get out to it, try and stop the spin. But she plays that one really well.
Last ball of the over. Smith into Osborne, who hits this one just a little bit uppishly. A defensive shot after running down the track to her, and just bobbled up a little bit, but well away from Lauren Smith. So that's the end of the over. Another good one for Smith, just one from it. Osborne is 29, Leeson 6, 22 gone. And the Meteors are 3 for 63.
Yeah, really good start from Lauren there, going at 2 and over, so she's trying to really rein that run rate back down. It's just we need to get Silverholm's sort of fixing up her line a little bit. She's been flicked through the leg side a couple of times just for a single, but the more often that ACT can do that, the more pressure it releases on their run rate.
Run rate 2.86. It's going to be Silverholm's to continue, none for 9 from 2. They have a plethora of choices to throw the ball to, don't they, New South Wales? It's a real gift for Alyssa Healy, the captain, as this is defended out to cover. You think of even someone like a Naomi Stalenberg that could be called upon in the latter part of the game to bowl a medium pace. And then we have Farrell and Stella Campbell that bowled this morning.
We've even seen someone like a Rachel Haynes roll the arm over a couple of times. So yeah, definitely plenty of options.
Silverholm's in, pitches up. That's a better delivery. Forces Leeson to come forward and defend. So both these sides sitting with 2 wins and 1 defeat from their 3 games. ACT lost their last game to Queensland, where it must be said they put up a similar batting performance to the one they put up today, all out for 151, and Queensland stormed home to a 5-wicket bonus point win. This is short, but Leeson is still defending down to mid-off. And these two sides obviously haven't met so far this season, but the one meeting they had last year was on the 2nd of February in 2019, where New South Wales got a 5-wicket win, 5 for 196. Alyssa Healy made 60 from just 46 balls, and the ACT mustered 195. Angela Reeks made 61. As Leeson tries to guide this one just to the right of Farrell, she does that and then scampers home for a single. 2 balls left in this, the 23rd over.
You talk about someone like an Angela Reeks, she's definitely a big loss for the Meteors, out through injury, because obviously she brings a lot with the bat, as you just said, but can also bowl some handy leg spin.
Yeah, that day she made 61 from just 67. It was a fiery innings as Silver Holmes in, and this one dabbed just to the right of Starlenberg at point, who dives and misses it, and they'll collect at least 2. In fact, that's all they'll get, as Osborne moves to 31 from 51 deliveries. So again, the captain is dragging the ACT Meteors out of this hole they've dug themselves into.
Yeah, these two are really just sort of steadying the ship here. It's exactly what the ACT need.
Just playing each ball as it comes. It's been positive play by the Meteors and back and cutting, but she'd got that maybe a metre or 2 either side of Starlenberg. It would have been 4. She hit it well, but in the end, it goes down as a dot ball. End of the over. Silver Holmes completes her 3rd over. And Osborne is 31. Leeson 7. 3 for 66, the Meteors. Earlier this morning, they lost the toss. Alyssa Healy, the Breakers skipper, decided to send them in. They lost some early wickets, but consolidating here, they were 3 for 32. This partnership now with 34. Very valuable partnership in the scheme of the match. It is going to be the leg spin of Lauren Smith to continue, none for 4 from 2 overs. Loops this ball up as Leeson tries to use her feet, but just gets tangled up a little bit as it ricochets off the pads. So 1 for 28 for Lauren Smith last week, when the Breakers played here against the Queenslanders. And Leeson has somehow seen that ball go past her bat, go past the stumps, and go past Alyssa Healy down towards the boundary. And they were, well, it was almost a mix-up. They might have a chance at the non-striker's end. They take a shot at the stumps. Well, that was a little bit calamitous there from Carly Leeson. First, she almost got bowled, almost got stumped, and then almost got run out. So I don't know if there's too many other ways that you could almost get out in a passage of one place there.
That's exactly right. It's all happening here. I think that is all due to a build-up of pressure. She tried to move her feet, and unfortunately, I think Alyssa will be quite disappointed that she missed that opportunity.
This one whipped around the corner. Yeah, she'll be a bit filthy on herself, Alyssa. It's the 3rd time we've seen. I know one of them went down as runs, but it was one that she probably felt she could have got to, and that's been 2 other occasions where buys have happened. Ball hasn't been doing anything outrageous off the wicket either, so. Smith in. This is a full bunger outside the off stump and left alone. Does go down as a wide. So all of a sudden the runs are starting to flow here for the Meteors.
I think they're at a point now where it doesn't really matter how you get them. They just need them.
Smith in and back and defending stoutly onto the offside there is Osborne. She's been a superb servant for not only for New South Wales, which she played here, but for the ACT currently, but also down with the Melbourne Stars in the WBBL. She's back and whipping this one through backwards square leg to collect a single. So 30 years of age. There's still plenty of years left in her career in domestic cricket. 61 day internationals, 59 T20s for Australia, 2 test matches. Had a pretty consistent WBBL season for the Stars as well, as this ball has almost been able to sneak its way through, but it is the end of the over. And the score is now 3 for 71. Osborne 32, Leeson 7. So she finished with 205 runs at 20.5 and 11 wickets at 35. So a pretty all-round effort there from Erin Osborne. So she's been doing a really good job for the Stars the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, that's exactly right. T20 cricket can be a crazy game at times, but to average 20 any team would take that, and for her to be able to pick up a wicket here and there as well. Yeah, very valuable player to have in your team.
Yeah, she's been in good form as well. 37 last week against Queensland. She also took a wicket and affected a run out. So she did all she could to try and get the victory, but it wasn't to be. Leeson faces up to Silver Holmes as she drives on the up down to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, we've seen that happen quite a little bit this inning so far, just driving straight to the fielder. So they just need to work on hitting that gap a little bit better.
So the sun is coming out, and I think that's what Alyssa Healy and New South Wales were hoping, just to dry that pitch out a little bit. A little bit of moisture maybe seeped in over the last couple of days. It's a short around the corner and pulled down to fine leg, but Leeson's played a couple of those shots nicely, but has picked out the play on every occasion. But she'll be happy that she is able to rotate the strike. She's gone along to 9. So
really good field placement there by Alyssa Healy. She knows that Hayley can drag it down every now and again, so make sure that she's got the protection there, and instead of it going for a boundary, it just is the single, which I think at this stage of the game New South Wales are happy to give away.
So it's a stacked offside field. We've got a, guess you could say, a short third man or a deepish gully where Renee Farrell is, and there's a point extra cover and a mid-off. So 5 on the offside. Silver Holmes in, it's short and is punched by Osborne out to the generic cover fielding position.
Yeah, we did just see Lauren Smith run across from the leg side there to plug that gap in the offside. So just hope that Hayley can execute her plans here and start to dry up some of the runs.
Silver Holmes into Osborne. Osborne pokes this one. She beats all the players through there. Goes down towards the boundary. And again, nice piece of fielding out on the rope by New South Wales. Keeps it to just 2 runs. But she did well there. Managed to poke that one through extra cover and cover. She's been able to find the gaps quite easily, Erin Osborne. It's been a real feature of innings, something that her teammates unfortunately haven't quite mastered as of yet.
I think at this point in the game she'd be very happy with her own performances, but yeah, a little bit disappointed in some of her teammates around her.
She slaps this ball in the air. It's gone into no man's land out there. Plenty of green pastures. Won't reach the rope, but they'll collect 2 and decide against taking on the arm of the fielder out there, and just add another 2 to the total. Up to 36 now, Osborne, who is ticking along her own scoreboard and the scoreboard of her team quite quickly. The run rate now up to 3.1 here for the ACT. Partnership worth 45. And these second change bowlers just starting to leak a few runs for New South Wales. Osborne forward and defends this one. Doesn't try to go back to back. End of the over. We're halfway through the overs here at Hurstville Oval. 25 overs completed. And the ACT are 3 for 77. Osborne on 36. Leeson on 9. This 4th wicket stand now worth 45 runs for the ACT. Silver Holmes has done 4 overs from the Bill O'Reilly end of the ground, none for 17, and Lauren Smith has none for 7 from her 3 overs. And she looks as if she's going to continue.
Yeah, on a normal day, I don't think Silver Holmes would be too disappointed in going just over 4 and over, but on a day like today where other bowlers have been able to really strangle the batter, she might be a little bit frustrated, and is a bit young and inexperienced. Could be why she's dragging one down every now and again. But I'm sure her teammates will get around her and really build her confidence back up.
So Lauren Smith continues from the Ray Lindwell end. And Leeson is forward and driving down to mid-off. That's a confident stroke from her. She's been a little bit nervy in the last few overs. A few shots that potentially could have got her into a little bit of danger. Ball worked onto the leg side. It finds the gap. They're a little bit late to decide and take the single. And then Leeson is able to get home comfortably in the end to move to double figures. She is on 10.
Yeah, I think that's the danger of having mitts out there. We know that we were joking before about the size of her hands, but she's a really good fielder. So if it goes anywhere within a couple of metres of her, you're always a bit hesitant to run.
Advancing down the track is Osborne, but only hits it as far as Silver Holmes. He's been called into action more than a few times in today's game. So they put Stella Campbell back down to long on, so a bit of ingenious at work there by Alyssa Healy. And this ball is punched square the wicket. Well played by Osborne, again into the gap, and again she'll pick up another 2. She's going to sleep well tonight. He's probably the 4th or 5th 2 she's run already. And that temptation of having Campbell down at long on is going to continue as she does go back about 5 or so metres off the rope. Maybe just trying to tempt Osborne into playing a big booming drive down the ground. Oh, and she inside edges this one onto the toe as it almost squeezes its way back onto the stumps.
They really were well bowled by Lauren. They obviously, the last one a little bit wider, hit through the point area, but that one straight back on the stumps. Nothing you can do with that.
Smith in, this one short of a length, and Osborne runs back down the pitch and defends it to her. And that completes the over. So 26 overs completed, 3 for 80. The ACT with Osborne on 38, Leeson on 10. And Smith very economical as always here with the leg spin, 4 overs, none for 10.
Yeah, I think Lauren will be quite happy with how she's executed so far. Hasn't had a heap of overs in the WNCL. I think she might have bowled 8 last round, and that was as many as she has bowled. So she's doing a really good job here as we see Ash Gardner come back into the attack from the opposite end.
Yeah, well, she bowled well in her first spell, did Ash Gardner, and she's been swapped around to the Bill O'Reilly end of the ground.
It'll be interesting to see if they keep spin on from both ends here. I think Ash did well in her first spell, like you just said, and Lauren's doing a good job at the other end.
So Lauren Smith has gone out to deep mid-wicket there on the leg side. Almost like a deep backward square leg. We've got Stella Campbell at a regulation square leg. As Gardner comes in, this ball is pushed out onto the offside.
Yeah, I think this field says that they've done a little bit of research around Carly Leeson. Doesn't really like to sweep, but if it is a bit shorter, she will get on that back foot and look to pull.
She's here and she hits this one uppishly, but she's going to beat the diving attempt down there at mid-on. And they'll collect 2. So just chancing their arm a little bit here, looking to go after the spinners. That brings up the 50-run stand as well. So really good partnership this between Leeson and Osborne. 3 for 82 of the ACT side now. Thrown up back and just dabbing this one to short third man as Renee Farrell does the fielding.
Yeah, this partnership's exactly what the Meteors needed at this time of the game. Losing those early wickets didn't help, but they've done well to sort of bring it back and look to put that bad ball away when it comes.
Leeson's there and hits it straight back at Gardner. And think that one might have been a catch. She's a little bit disappointed with herself and wringing her fingers. Was hit pretty firmly by Carly Leeson. And few of those opportunities in the last couple of overs. Ball's just going in the air. And she's back and a lot more defensive this time as she drops it to Stella Campbell on the leg side.
Yeah, I think Ash will be quite disappointed there. She's usually quite good on those reflex catches, but they are those sort of ones that either stick or they don't. So just hope that she didn't get hurt.
Seems to be okay now. Last ball of the 27th over, and Leeson works this one into the gap. And will pick up the single. So she moves to 13. She's starting to find her groove a little bit. 36 balls for her. And Osborne 38 from 63. So 27 overs gone. ACT are 3 for 83. They were in some trouble early on. They were 2 for 18, then 3 for 32, but have been able to put on 51 unbroken for this 4th wicket. 14 extras has certainly aided in their score being what it is at the moment. So Lauren Smith will continue. Very tidy bowling indeed. You wonder whether they might be tempted to bowl her through if she can continue to put a break on the run rate as she's done. Leeson tucks this ball to short mid on, no run.
I think they're really trying to execute a plan here with sort of, silly mid-wicket and a short mid-on quite close to each other. So just sort of looking for that leading edge.
This one looped up a lot more expansively, but Leeson isn't going to offer a shot. There's certainly some gaps in that square leg, fine leg region, but it is a packed offside field as well. Smith in, Leeson driving uppishly, and it bounces only a few feet away from Sarah Ailey there. Situated, as Sam mentioned, in those kind of two mid-wicket positions. They could almost hold each other's hand. They're that close to one another, the two breakers fielders.
Yeah, as we see Erin Osborne just walk down to talk to Carly, it's probably just keep your head. Nothing silly yet.
She's back and she's cutting forcefully, but straight to short extra cover. Smith in, this one outside the off stump, left alone. So she's not willing to risk her wicket by having a go at those loopy balls outside the off stump that Smith is throwing up. And she pushes this one out to point. Stalenberg cleans up in field. So end of the over, a very good one. Maiden coming from it. 5 overs to Smith, none for 10. She has been very economical at the bowling crease. Osborne 38, Leeson 13, and the Meteors 3 for 83.
Yeah, Lauren's doing exactly what her captain needs of her now. Just building that dot ball pressure, and hopefully they can snag a wicket.
Yeah, well, that run rate was up over 3 and over. It's now dropped down back under 3, 2.96 at the moment. But they are certainly laying a platform, the Meteors, that perhaps the middle to lower order might potentially be able to extend with in the latter part of the overs. Ash Gardner to continue. It's short and it's cut beautifully out through extra cover, racing away down towards the boundary, and it's pulled back just inside. Another nice piece of fielding. Osborne must be saying, what does she have to do to get a boundary on that offside? She gets yet another 2, moves to 40, 3 for 85.
Yeah, the outfield's a lot slower than we usually see at Hurstville Oval. And with someone like Rachel Haynes chasing the ball, that was probably never going to make it to the boundary. She's very quick across the grass.
Gardner to Osborne, who paddles this one around through fine leg for a single, as Lauren Smith does the fielding. So Osborne inching closer to what will be a very important half century if she can get there for the Meteors. She's 41 from 65, but considering how slow they've been batting the Meteors, her strike rate is pretty good. Leeson pushes out to cover, no run.
Yeah, like we spoke about, they are building a good platform here for some of the middle to lower order batters to come in. As long as, like we said, they can't lose too many wickets.
And Leeson goes for that big booming drive. It takes the outside edge. Farrell's going to have a shy at the non-strikers, and I think she was gone if she was able to hit the stumps. It was, rather laid-back approach there by Kylie Leeson, that she's done that a few times when running between the wickets. But she does get the single to move to 14. Osborne back on strike. And Osborne forward and driving straight to Haynes at cover.
Looks like Erin Osborne's eager to run those quicker runs, but Carly's a little bit more hesitant. I think that just goes to show Erin's experience. She knows which fielder's arms she can run on to make an easy single and which ones that she should avoid.
End of the over. 29 overs completed, 3 for 87. Osborne 41. Leeson is on 14. She'll have the strike for what is to be Lauren Smith's 6th over. I wonder if the ACT maybe even are just content just to maybe not defend Lauren Smith out, but pick up runs where they can and attack from that other end, Sam.
Yeah, that's exactly right. She's bowling really, really well, getting the ball in the right spots, bit of turn, bit of drop as well. So she's hard to get away, and they're setting a really good field for that.
Yeah, they've got some good protection, particularly down the ground for that lofted drive if the batters try and use their feet to get to the pitch of it and lift it over the infield. Though Stella Campbell's now up at a regulation mid-on position. Smith into Osborne, who's back and dabbing that in the offside. There's a mix-up with the batters. There's going to be a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Smith whips the bails off, but Kylie Leeson was home, and then they're going to have a bit of a mid-pitch conference and maybe say, let's not do that again.
Yeah, well, after the incident in the last over as well, they just need to sort of settle back down and know what their plans are, because the last thing they want now is a run out, especially after this really good partnership of 56 runs.
Smith causing all sorts of problems for them as Osborne is driving down the ground. It's collected by Smith, or collected by Campbell. Smith got her hands to it to slow it down. Osborne still looking to use the feet wherever possible. Player at cover, which is Talia Wilson. Another one of that young brigade of the New South Wales Breakers. Campbell's now gone back down to long on, and Lauren Smith is going to come around the wicket, so looking to spear these balls in on leg stump line. She's forward and driving against. She bowls to Osborne, who drives down the ground, takes a deflection off the hand of Smith, and Osborne will retain the strike, which is what she and ACT would have wanted. She goes along to 42. Still just the 2 runs from it. 30 overs. Gone 3 for 89. They say that you can, in one day cricket, you can double your total from 30 overs. The ACT will probably want a bit more than 178 on their books by the time the 50 over mark comes. So be interesting to see how aggressive they tend to be over these last 20 overs, Sam.
That's exactly right. I think the bonus they do have is that Erin Osborne still is at the crease, and she'll know exactly when it's her time to start attacking. We do have the pace of Stella Campbell coming back into the attack, so if they can use her pace and bounce, we could see some fireworks from the ACT here. Yeah,
well, she was expensive. She came on, bowled a lot of wides, really struggled with her lines and her lengths. None for 19 for her 4 overs, so certainly is the most expensive of any of the Breakers bowlers. But I think 7 of those were sundries, so you take that out and it isn't quite as bad, but be interesting to see now that she's from the Bill O'Reilly end of Hurstville Oval, whether that will help her to be a bit more consistent with her lines and her lengths.
Yeah, by the way that she's got a field set with the deep cover, deep third man, deep fine leg and deep square, you'd think that she's sort of going to bang it in hard to the pitch. Nothing too full because mid-on and mid-off are both up.
So Osborne waits as Campbell charges in. It's a quick ball and it's just dabbed away past Healy, who can't get across there. Osborne goes to 43, 3 for 90. And it's been good batting by the ACT because they've set themselves up here for these final maybe 12 or 15 overs to really kind of go bananas and maybe try and score it 7 or 8 and over. At 3 for 32, if they found themselves 5 or 6 down for 100 with 15 overs to go, probably not quite as easy to take the attack to the bowling side. Campbell in, this one's knocked away by Leeson as well through that third man region. So just as Sam Devlin said, they are using the pace of Campbell, who really bends her back and hits the deck hard.
Yeah, I think these two have set a really good platform now. Although Leeson hasn't started to explode yet, 16 or 46. She's out there, she's got her eye in, so when she does decide, she should be able to see the ball, hit the ball.
And just a bit of a distraction there for Osborne, who walks away from the wicket, and Stella Campbell will just need to readjust and get back to the top of her mark.
That could even be a little bit of a ploy, throw the young bowler off.
Osborne clips this one away beautifully. Well timed. They think about a second, but it would have been suicidal if they tried to take on the arm of Lauren Smith out there. So just the single. Osborne now has moved her way to 44. Partnership worth 60. It's been really good work by this pair. Decent running between the wickets, trying to find the gaps. Rotating the strike pretty well over the last 20 to 30 minutes here. Campbell in, and this one takes a French cut and goes past leg stump and squeezes its way down to fine leg. when they say that's number 11's cover drive, maybe number 5 batter probably wouldn't appreciate that kind of sentiment, but she gets away with one there, Carly Leeson.
Yeah, it's always the danger with the ball coming in a lot quicker. I guess that's why they've got the fine leg down there, in case that sort of thing does happen as well as they've been the third man. Edges will come.
In comes Campbell, and Osborne was trying to do that shot that she has used so well, just pulling it around the corner using the pace of the bowler, but just a little bit early on that one. It's hard work out there for her. You can just see she's just got her cloth out and wiped down the face and getting rid of all the sweat. It was pretty humid out there this morning when we went out there for the toss, and she's been out there for some time now. 75 deliveries for her 44. Campbell in, Osborne works this one at Yorker length on middle leg stump, so Campbell certainly has found her groove in her return to the bowling crease. 4 runs coming from it, but no wides, no balls, which is positive. 5 overs for her, none for 23, and after 31 overs, it is the ACT Meteors 3 for 93, Osborne 44 from 76, Leeson 17 from 47, and this pair's put on 61.
Really good comeback from Campbell there after her first spell. I think maybe the change of ends worked in her favour. They said, like I said, they set a quite defensive field, so don't want to give away that boundary. Get her confidence back up.
So the batters take a brief break to get some fluids and let themselves breathe by taking the helmet off.
And we are going to have a change in the commentary again with Britt Carter coming back in.
So 3 for 93, the Meteors. Lauren Smith continue. Wouldn't be surprised if they decide to bowl her out today. She's been so economical with not a whole number of overs left, and with plenty of bowling options at their disposal. Might make the most sense for her to bowl all the way through, considering how tight she has been. This one driven back down the ground. She fields well off her own bowling. Britt Carter's back in the commentary box. Good morning to you, Britt. Still 9 minutes left in the morning.
Just having a little check-in at what the time is, yes.
And the Meteors showing some real fight at the moment. As Lauren Smith comes in, thrown up again. Plenty of air, but these good field placings by Alyssa Healy. There's not a whole lot they can do with that offside field of 4 players. Smith, plenty of air once more. Leeson trying to get out to the pitch of it, but all she can do is show the full blade of the bat and defend on the offside. Strike rate of just 33 for Leeson, so it hasn't been ease for it here as she gets this one on the full, but you could probably see by the way the bat turned in her hands, not out of the middle at all, mistimed down to Silver Holmes at mid-off. Stella Campbell now for the last ball of the over has gone down to long on. Will Leeson fall in the trap of trying to hit down the ground? She works across her stumps but hits straight to Elliott, short square leg. And that is the end of the over. Just 1 run from it. Smith none for 12 from 7. And 32 overs completed. Meteors 3 for 93. Osborne 44 and Leeson 17.
Well, certainly just sitting back and having a little watch of the game, Jack. I mean, the run rate is a bit slow, but this partnership of 61 has been pretty solid so far. There's been a few scares here and there. The runs haven't come easy for them, but, you know, they've dug in and just been able to stand their ground and build a solid partnership out there.
Yeah, you would think that if they could, I know it's a big ask, but if the final 15 overs you could score 100 runs, which is a bit over 6 and over, it's not unmanageable in the days of 2020, particularly if these two can continue to build this partnership. They could find themselves around that 200 mark at the end of the 50 overs, which I think would be a competitive total as Campbell comes in and cramps Osborne for room as she defends out to mid-wicket.
Certainly, you know, 200 is probably a standard score in WNCL at this point of where the women's game is. We've seen scores way up over that, and in fact the Breakers made 241 batting first here on a different wicket, but same grounds last week. So I think 200 would be a good total if they can aim for that.
So Campbell charging in from the O'Reilly end. Short and tucked away into the gap between deep fine leg and deep square leg. Osborne wants a second, and she really turns hard and sprints and gets back for 2 pretty comfortably in the end. Good piece of running there by the 30-year-old skipper. So she goes to 46, and they're inching towards 100 now, the Meteors, 3 for 95.
A little bit of hesitation on the run back from Leeson there. She just got caught spectating for a second, but lucky that Osborne was in gear. Sprinting hard down the wicket, made safe.
Campbell to Osborne, slower ball, and beats Osborne for lack of pace, I guess you could say there. She certainly was in position early enough, but just dudded her by the bounce and the length there.
Hasn't the weather been strange so far? I've just had to put my sunglasses back on because the glare's getting to me.
Yeah, it's bright, but it's also been raining and also very grey, which is something that you probably don't hear in the same sentence a lot.
At one point, yes.
It has been weird, and it's probably made batting conditions not ideal for the ACT. Good ball there by Campbell, pitched up, aimed at the base of that middle stump, and all Osborne can do is drop it on the offside.
Looked a little bit like a Mitchell Stark Yorker in that sense. And given we've seen so many sundries come off Stella Campbell's bowling, it's really pleasing to see some deliveries coming like that as well.
Yeah, well, he has some happy memories at this ground. He took 2 hat-tricks in the same game against Western Australia here in the 17-18 summer. Campbell in, and again defended by Osborne on the leg side. Obviously, Alyssa's not going to have a chance to replicate something like that, but she's had her own success on this ground with a wonderful century against the Strikers back here in the 18-19 summer.
Well, I don't know if you've heard this story already, Jack, but Elisa Healy actually took the gloves off Mitchell Stark in junior cricket.
I have heard about that.
I think he's far too tall to be a wicket keeper.
That's right, yeah. I don't know how that would work if you're 6'7", 6'8", crouching down that low. Campbell in, Osborne forward and defends out to cover. It's a really good over there by Stella Campbell. She struggled today, but that's probably the most complete over we've seen. Finishes her 6th over none for 25. Osborne 46, Leeson 17. And the Meteors 3 for 95, 17 overs left in this innings.
I think what's been pleasing for New South Wales today is that they haven't had to change their bowling lineup too much. You know, they've been able to build solid bowling partnerships because been so economical for much of the game. So we had that Campbell-Farrell partnership to open, then we moved to Ailey and Gardner for much of the innings. Now we had a little bit of Hayley Silver-Holmes with Smith, and now back to Campbell and Smith, Gardner in there as well too. So, you know, they've been able to have a consistent go at it for certain bowlers from in a partnership per se. And their fielding's been really good as well.
Yeah, they've saved countless boundaries by tiptoeing along the boundary line and flicking the ball back in. Lauren Smith continues, plenty of air, and Osborne, or Leeson, goes the aerial route, gets it into the gap, and they'll come back for 2. Leeson almost got lapped by Erin Osborne there. I guess you can see the differences in running styles of the 2 players, but Leeson does pick up 2, so she moves to 19. It's been tough going, 55 balls for her 19. You wonder if she maybe is just thinking of opening the shoulders now against the spin of Smith. She's forward and inside edges onto the pad.
I think it's hard for someone like Carly Leeson too, who is still really young and has had to grab the opportunities she's been given with both hands because, you know, she was in the Sixers lineup for a long time but never really got a chance.
She's forward and she hammers this one over the infield, but only as far as Gardner out on the fence, so she picks up a single.
A bit more of the open shoulders for you, Jack, but certainly because it's been so hard to come by an opportunity, you don't want to become one of those cricketers that gets a little opportunity here and there and then isn't able to take it on.
Osborne dances down the pitch and defends back to Smith.
And so when I think you get a chance to bat here like you do for the Meteors, you really have to own that and try and, you know, make your name known on the scorecard.
Smith in. This is short. Osborne slaps this one, but it's going to go straight to Gardner on the rope and rocks the head back to Osborne, knowing that if she'd got that 2 or 3 metres either side, would have been a boundary.
But in the same vein, I think you're actually grateful for each opportunity because you've sat on the sidelines for so long and watched so much cricket and just wanted to be involved.
Smith into Leeson, who's forward and tucking this one down the ground, and Smith acrobatically dives and fields off her own bowling to make sure that no runs are picked up. She completes her 8 overs now, none for 16, 3 for 99 with Osborne on 47 and Leeson on 20, and 16 overs remaining. So you'd think that in the not too distant future, the ACT are probably going to start to step up the run rate and try and push towards that 200 mark. Obviously a long way off. They're not even 100 yet.
Well, Lauren Smith's economy is incredible. It's sitting at 1.96 after those 8 overs.
Amazing in a one-day game to be bowling that tight. She's bowled in some really good areas and troubled the batters as well.
A spinner, you know, to be able to get an economy rate like that is incredible.
So in comes Stella Campbell over the wicket. This one is well wide, and the wides have come back, unfortunately. A express delivery, and that brings up the 100 for the Meteors.
Yeah, 14 or 15 runs now given to the Meteors from sundries.
So the 100 coming from 192 deliveries. Sorry, 204 deliveries that the 100's taken. In she comes, hoping to realign. This one's short, and it's pulled hard around the corner in the gap there as Smith gives chase, and they think about a second but decide against it. Hit that ball probably a little bit too well, did Osborne. She's a couple away from a 50 here. She's 48.
And she's had to work really hard today. Yes, it's taken her, 80 odd balls to get there, but the number of what she's made is actually what's important, and how she's been able to solidify the ACT innings.
Campbell to Leeson, and Leeson is hitting the body there as she tries to lift that ball up over on the leg side. There was no point going in and getting a quick fire 15 or 20 is there when you're 3 for 30 and the side gets bundled out for 120. It's been a really good innings by her and a really good partnership as well. 69 it's worth. There was thoughts that at 3 for 32 we might see the ACT lose a few more quick wickets and maybe bundled out before the 50 overs, which could still happen, but you would probably lean more towards that they will bat their allotted overs here. Campbell to Leeson, who hits this one high in the air. It's come off the top edge. Coming in from the boundary is Smith. She's underneath it, and it balloons out of her hands, and they'll come back and get 2.
Oh.
It hits the stumps. It's a direct hit, and they'll come back and get another run. So that ended up being not a great passage of play there for the Breakers. Lauren Smith did the hard work, sprinting in for the boundary, got underneath it, but those high catches are very hard and just hit the meaty part of her hands and bounced out, and then they're able to collect the 3rd run after a shot at the stumps, hit the stumps, and ricocheted away.
Would have liked to see someone backing up behind the stumps a little bit there so that the ACT didn't get a chance to make a single, but good backup from Lauren Smith after dropping the catch.
Pitched up and defended back down the ground. So frustration for Stella Campbell, who's had a tough day at the office. Would have really loved a wicket there. But was a difficult take, and in the end was put down. And Leeson managed to pick up 3. So she's 23, Osborne 48. 3 for 104.
That was a really unlucky piece of fielding, just coming off her chest.
In comes Campbell, and Osborne clips this one out through mid-wicket. And giving chase there is Silver Holmes, or Ailey it is, and just a single. So Osborne on the cusp of a 50 in the WNCL. She's 49.
And just on Stella Campbell, we talk so much in cliches in this game, but when it's your day, and sometimes when it's not your day, things just don't go to plan. Luck doesn't fall in your favour, and that's just an example of that.
In she comes, last ball of the 35th over. That's bunted down the ground there by Leeson, but can't pierce the gap. So 15 overs remaining. Osborne is 49 from 86. Leeson 23 from 61. And 15 overs left in this innings. It's 3 for 105, the ACT Meteors. This partnership worth 73 for the 4th wicket. And they would have loved to have seen the back of Leeson just bring a new batter in, slowing the run rate down even further, but it wasn't to be for the New South Wales Breakers. Smith maybe looking to make amends with the ball now.
And the thing too is once Osborne reaches that 50, obviously it's her responsibility to keep this innings going. But who says that she's not confident enough to then swing the arms a little bit more, start hitting more of the boundaries we've seen her already hit today. And so it really is important to not only, you know, try to take the wicket at Osborne, but break the partnership and just put that little bit of doubt in Osborne's mind. So Smith from the Linroll end with off spin.
Yeah, she's been immense today, Lauren Smith. Under 2 runs and over now, none for 16 into her 9th over. And has, really kind of halted an attempt by ACT to swing the momentum back.
Another dot ball there. So the economy continues. Great economy so far. Lower than 2. Osborne on 49. Looking to reach that half ton. It's eluding her at the moment. Number of dot balls from Lauren Smith not helping. Got a deep backward square. Long on the rope. As Smith comes in. Osborne hits hard into the covers, but Wilson's there and insists Osborne stay on strike. Getting a little bit frustrated there, shaking the head, shaking the shoulders. 49 from 90 balls. Here she is again, facing Smith. Oh, tries to tuck it off the hip. I'm not really sure what that came off then, but either way, she stays put. A bit of a frustrated shaking the head again. Yeah,
she needs to just regain a composure here in Osborne, and that's why you're seeing her walk over to square leg and take the gloves off and just try and, just get back to what she was doing before. Obviously wants to get runs and trying different things because of the great bowling of Lauren Smith, but doesn't want to lose her head and give away a wicket. And at the moment, it's looking more and more likely.
1 ball to come. Osborne hits it hard down the ground. She's safe, and that'll be her 50 here at Hurstville Oval. She makes it in 92 deliveries. Lovely work from the skipper, who came in when the Meteors were in a spot of trouble, having lost a number of wickets. And she's done such a good job here solidifying their innings.
She has. It's been a really good innings. It's been a patient innings. And apart from those few balls, she hasn't really been too frustrated by the opposition. Her placement's been good. Great running between the wickets as well. And she's put her side in a position that, they are going to get a total you would think that is going to give their bowlers something to bowl at. So, really important that she continues on here. If she can get to 75 or 80, then that's going to really help the ACT get over that kind of 180, 190 threshold and get a total where their bowlers can feel confident that they can beat this New South Wales side.
So that last delivery was the end of the 36 overs. The Meteors 3 for 106, Osborne on 50, as you know, and Leeson on 23. So Sarah Ailey's been brought back into the attack. What do you make of this move, Jack?
Yeah, well, obviously wanted to go with that experienced bowler that's economical. She's only gone for the 4 overs today, and is a very, I know we're not into the death overs yet, but a very good death bowler as well. They'll be looking for that stumping, hence why Healy is up at the stumps. And she just knows the lengths that she needs to bowl, and maybe thinking that she's the one that might be able to just get one through the defences of Erin Osborne.
Osborne taps a bat, waiting on Ailey coming in from the O'Reilly end, and she just stabs it into the offside. Ailey happy with a dot ball to start this little spell.
Thought there was going to be a bit of a mid-pitch conference there between Healy and Ailey, but decided to go their separate ways. But yeah, lovely change of pace Sarah Ailey has, and no doubt that's something she's going to use to her advantage during this spell. And that's the thing with New South Wales, 13 overs after this, and Ailey would still have 5, Smith still has 1, Campbell's still got a few, and then you've obviously got Renee Farrell, who we're probably going to see bowl at the death and potentially pick up some more wickets.
Osborne waits on Ailey again, whips it off the hip out in front of the square leg umpire. She's keen on 2, but Leeson says no, let me have a turn. So she's going to hold the strike.
Yeah, I think there's been some uneasy moments running between the wickets between this pair. And Osborne often trying to turn the 1s into 2s. Carly Leeson not so much. More a safety first player, doesn't want to see a runner happen. There's been a few little occasions where it looked like that might be the case.
So Leeson just has a look over her shoulder just to check out where the fielders on the boundary are. She waits on Ailey, bat in the air, pushing it to mid-on. Okay, Rachel Haynes fields. Leeson still on 23. The Meteors 3 for 107. So good over from Sarah Ailey so far. Just 3 balls in, but only 1 run coming off it so far. If they're not going to take wickets, the Breakers really want to limit what the Meteors are able to do in terms of running between as Leeson faces up to Ailey again. Ball trickles into the covers. Fielded by Talia Wilson. This is only Talia Wilson's 2nd New South Wales season, I believe. Maybe 3rd, but I believe it's 2nd. And she already looks like she's so much a part of this New South Wales side, just watching her interact with the other players. Leeson just in front of the umpire now, working out that way. Got 3 New South Wales Breakers fielders coming in together to have a meeting to pick it up. In the end, Smith fields it, and the Meteors, amongst all that, make 1. They move to 3 for 108.
Well, Wilson played that match-winning knock against South Australia earlier this season where she made 95, not out from 111, where there wasn't the Haynes, there wasn't the Healeys and the Gardners in the side due to international duty. So, yeah, she probably feels a real part of this side, and again, one of those really good up-and-coming players for New South Wales.
Osborne drives to mid-off, and that'll be the end of the over. No run for Osborne on that last ball. She sits at 51, Leeson on 24, and the Meteors are 3 for 108 after 37 overs. So everyone just coming together here. It looks like there's going to be drinks on the field. Do you think the momentum's with New South Wales or ACT at this point, Jack?
I think New South Wales at the moment. There was a little period, probably for 3 or 4 overs, maybe about half an hour ago, where the runs were starting to flow a little bit. There's a few sundries and there'd been a few 2s and 3s picked up by the Meteors, but since then the run rate has been pulled back. And yeah, New South Wales have bowled very well. But I want to say that I think Alyssa Healy's fielding changes have been the most enterprising that I've seen from her in some time. It's been, she's obviously set up a plan for her bowlers and then has put those fielders in place to support that, and has I think that has helped strangle the life out of the ACT in terms of them trying to get on top and get boundaries and get runs. So. Really smart work by her. She gets lauded for her wicket-keeping skills and her aggressive batting at the top of the order, but doesn't often get lauded for her leadership and captaincy skills, which I think have really improved over the last couple of summers, and obviously being the leader now of New South Wales, with Elise Perry departing down to Victoria and being a bit more of a senior member of the Southern Stars and this New South Wales side. So she's done really well today. But the thing for the ACT, they've got wickets in the shed. They've still got 7 wickets in hand, so they know that coming into these final 15 overs, if they can score around 5 or 6 and over, they're going to give their bowlers something. What they don't want is to go at the bowling so much that they lose 2 or 3 quick wickets and end up kind of faltering towards 140 to 150, because we know with Rachel Haynes at the top of the order, Alyssa Healy, Ash Gardner, Phoebe Lichfield, they bat very, very deep New South Wales. So the Meteors need to try and get as many runs as they can, and then hope they can get early wickets in those kind of first 6 to 8 to 10 overs when the Breakers have a bat.
Well, certainly for the Meteors, these are the 2 players that have got to score the bulk of the runs, because you look at the rest to come: Cook, Coit, Lugg, Brown, Hancock, Yates. You know, I don't see them making huge totals. That's going to help them really push that target out for the Breakers. It's probably going to be competitive, so it has to be these 2 that really put on the good total. And we're just seeing the bowling card on the screen at the moment. Farrell still 2 for 1 after her 5 overs. Incredible so far, but it's pretty economical day all round, except for, you know, obviously those sundries coming off Stella Campbell with all those wides, unfortunately, and then a couple here from some of the younger bowlers too. But overall, the bowling for New South Wales has been really solid.
It has, and I think it's certainly helped that the pitch is a little bit tacky and a little bit slow. The ball probably isn't getting true bounce like some of the batters were anticipating, so that's obviously an advantage for you as a bowler, but you've still got to put the ball in the right areas and not over-pitch the ball or not bowl too wide or too short, and that's what New South Wales have done for the large part of this inning. So they've done the hard work in getting to kind of 37 overs and keeping the score in check. What they don't want is to kind of lose their bundle in the final 13 overs and let the ACT score something like 80 or 90 runs. But as it's standing, you'd think that New South Wales will be able to keep the ACT under 200, which will be a huge win, having won the toss and batted first. So let's see what Leeson and Osborne can do here in these last 78 deliveries.
Well, Lauren Smith is going to continue from the Ray Linwell end with some off spin. She's just having a chat with Elisa Healy through hand signals. I don't know if you're a good interpreter of that, Jack, but looks like they're talking about fielding. Renee Farrell looks like she's the fielder in question, that sort of working out what to do there. And in the meantime, the Meteors are just going to have a little chat in the middle.
They're actually going to swap. So the batters were at the wrong end, apparently. So
is that what Smith's picked up on?
Yeah, maybe that's the case.
They've had a little look at the scoreboard and worked out what's going on. So I'm glad someone's keeping an eye on it, Lauren Smith, because everyone else here just went about their ways. Smith to Leeson, who hits hard to Talia Wilson at extra cover, no run taken.
Thankfully, it was a dot ball there, because you'd hate to say that you get the non-striker was supposed to be on strike and then you get hit for 6. So
yeah.
It would certainly be an embarrassing moment, but the way she's bowled, I don't think that's going to happen today.
Smith back into Leeson, this time into the air. It goes over the top of Stella Campbell, racing out towards the rope. It'll fall short just inside. That slow outfield really helping out the Breakers with their fielding efforts today.
Yeah, it certainly has. She hit that with some force, Kylie Leeson, but wasn't able to get it onto the rope. She did kind of hit it over the top, so it kind of lumped in the outfield, that spongy grass down near mid-off, but 2 valuable runs nonetheless. She's off to 26.
Smith to Leeson, who made 2 on that last one.
This will be
heading
4.
out towards the rope. Definitely a 4 this time round. Lovely work from the young batter in Carly Leeson, showing some experience out there. I was just going to say to you, the delivery before, she did really well to get it up out of Stella Campbell's reach, because she's such a tall player, and then, you know, stick her arms above again. She's got quite a high reach there. So
yeah, she's got like the go-go gadget arms, doesn't she? She's you've got a very tall frame, so you have to hit it pretty high.
Smith back into Leeson, dot ball, playing it safe this time round. So Leeson all of a sudden on 30. 2 really good shots, one over the top of Stella Campbell's head and then out to the boundary for 4, both on the offside. As she waits on Smith again. Cuts this time hard into the pitch, heads out to Stalenberg, and so she'll stay put on 30.
Well, she probably has the advantage of having been part of the Sixers squad for so long and had a lot of net sessions against a lot of these players like Gardner and Smith and co.
Last ball of the over, Leeson. I think she was trying to play a block shot there, but it beat her through to the keeper. And as a little warning, Healy just took off the stumps and the bails for good measure. So at the end of the over, the Meteors are 3 for 114. Osborne now on strike on 51. And Leeson on 30.
Really good spell there by Lauren Smith. 10 overs, none for 23. Anytime you can be under 4 runs and over in a limited overs game, you'll be cheering, but to only go for 2.3. She might not have taken any wickets, but she's certainly laid a platform for the other New South Wales bowlers. And yeah, if New South Wales are to win today, they can probably look back on her 10 over spell where she was able to really tighten the screws on this ACT batting side.
Just waiting for everyone to settle in the field here. Deep backward square leg. Deep mid-wicket, but in front of the rope. Ailey into Osborne. Very quick with the gloves is Elisa Healy. Certainly rattled Osborne on that instance. I don't know really if anyone can describe what happened then. Did it come off her body or did it just go straight through to the keeper?
Yeah, I don't think even Erin Osborne knew what happened there. It was a bit of a bizarre delivery. And dot ball, though, for New South Wales, which they'll be happy about.
So Ailey back into Osborne, who cuts, heads out to Renee Farrell in that gully region. And she keeps Osborne on strike with that good piece of fielding. They're 3 for 114, the Meteors. Also a long on. Ailey into Osborne, who just hits it straight over the head of Stella Campbell again. So that's where their runs are going to come, the ACT Meteors. They're targeting that area And Osborne gets a 4 on that occasion. Smart batting.
Well, you said a couple of overs ago, Britt, that Carly Leeson timed it perfectly to hit it over the top of Stella Campbell. I think Erin Osborne has got it perfectly there. I think it might have even just grazed the fingertips of the young quick, but yeah, Osborne opens the shoulders with a good lofted drive.
On 55, she waits on Ailey. Hits it straight to the fielder, though, on that onside. Believe it's Rachel Haynes that's taken the catch. So Osborne's innings of 55, so smart, comes to an end, and the Meteors lose their 4th wicket of the day. They're 4 for 118. Brilliant work by the breakers to break that partnership.
Yeah, just a slower ball there from Ailey. I think she might have just rolled the fingers across the seam, take some pace off it, and didn't adjust there. Unfortunately, did Erin Osborne. The first rash stroke she's played all innings, and it just kind of ballooned. But it was a good low diving catch by Rachel Haynes. She's got a safe pair of hands, but Osborne, a really good innings. The captain's knock of 55 has put them in a position to potentially launch towards that 200 mark, because if she'd gone cheaply when she came in, when it was 2 for 18 and then 3 for 32, then the Meteors might not have even made it to the total that they've got at the moment. So still lots of work for the batters to come to do. And they'll be hoping to get as many runs as they can, but great knock there by the captain.
So the fall of the wicket brings Zoe Cook out to the crease with Leeson. Do you know much about Cook?
Yeah, so 25-year-old. She was part of the Renegades squad in the 18-19 edition of the WBBL. So she was actually named the ACT Women's Player of the Year 4 years in a row, so they have big raps on her down in Canberra. Yeah, has been playing a little bit of the WNCL. Played that game against Queensland, but missed out, only making 2, which is no surprise considering the Meteors only made 151 in that innings against the Queenslanders. But yeah, a talented all-rounder. They got big raps on her, so let's see what she can do with the bat.
Well, facing her first delivery of the day from Ailey, she does well to defend. Ailey also picking up her first wicket with the fall of Erin Osborne, probably the key wicket of the day too.
Yeah, well, it puts some pressure back on the broad shoulders of Carly Leeson now, who is the more senior batter in this partnership, and is obviously the set batter, having been out there for 70 balls. So she's the needs to step up now. Cook
reaching out to cut the ball out to backwards point, but it's a dot ball to finish the over. And after 39, the Meteors are 4 for 118. Cook yet to get off the mark, having faced 2 balls, and Leeson on 30 from 70 deliveries. So you look at that number, 30 from 70, and think, wow, she's really taken her time out there. But honestly, the way that the wickets fell to start these innings, I don't think the Meteors would have minded at all.
No, not at all. And I think it's one of those pitches where batters aren't going to be scoring at a strike rate of 85 or 90. Well, Healy and Haynes might kind of prove us wrong when they come out to bat, but it's that old adage, Brit, of needing to see both sides to bat on the pitch to see how well it's going to play, because we're looking at 118 thinking, well, even if they get to 160 or 170, they might be kind of 50 runs short, but 170, 180 might be a really competitive total here with how it's played, and if the ACT bowlers might be able to extract a little bit of something from the wicket to trouble that New South Wales top order. So yeah, still anyone's game, obviously.
Gardner back into the attack. Leeson just cutting into the ground. Ball trickling out into the covers where Sarah Ailey fields it. So Gardner's already taken a wicket today. Coming back in from the railing wall end over the wicket with off spin. Mixes up the shot. Leeson gets caught. Don't think she was quite watching the ball on that occasion, more anticipating where she'd like to hit it.
Yeah, she looks like she wants to have that swipe across the line, which is dangerous because this fielder's at deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket waiting for that miscued shot.
Gardner again into Leeson, hits it into the air. Falls safe in the field. Little misfield from Silver Holmes. The ACT get 1 from it. Leeson moving to 31 and they're 4 for 119. Brings Zoe Cook on strike, facing spin for the first time today.
I think Ash Gardner was a little bit disappointed with Silver Holmes there. I think she was hoping that she would sprint in and maybe even put in a dive for that. It certainly looked like it was a catch she could have got a little bit closer to.
So Gardner into Cook. Plays it into the pitch. Heads down to Stella Campbell at mid-off. Yeah, I think diving either comes naturally to you or it doesn't, doesn't it?
And it's happened a couple of times with some of the younger players as well. Stella Campbell won.
Into the air, Cook. This time Hayley Silver-Holmes doesn't make the mistake, takes a catch, and Cook has to be out for a duck. The Meteors lose their 5th wicket. They're 5 for 119. It's another big wicket for the Breakers.
Yeah, really good stuff. I don't think I've seen a better bit of catching technique from a young player as I saw from Hayley Silver-Holmes there. She did not look overawed at all while she got into that. Really good positioning under the ball and really good technique. Hands pointing towards the sky and takes it comfortably. You can't really blame Zoe Cook too much for that. They need runs and they need to get them quickly as we head into the final 10 overs, and obviously thought that route of going down the pitch and trying to hit over the infield, but yeah, couldn't quite get it over the head there of Hayley Silver-Holmes. So a wicket there to Gardner again, and I think this is the thing I spoke about a couple of overs ago, Britt, that this is the risk anytime you're kind of going for runs, particularly when the runs haven't been coming with not a whole lot of batting coming to come. Sarah Coit, obviously a very quality player, playing her first game for the ACT. She's a good player to come into this position, but after her there's not an awful lot that I think will really trouble New South Wales. So this partnership is very imperative to what kind of total the Meteors will get.
Well, it's Sarah Coit that's out at the non-strikers end now, helping out Kylie Leeson as this one just sprays wide of the leg stump. I'm not sure if Leeson was able to get bat on ball there. It might be bias. Yes, it is. Leg bias signalled by... What is it? Yep, leg bias signalled by the umpire. So Leeson still on 31, but some runs added to the total for the Meteors. 5 for 122 at the end of that over. What do you think Sarah Coit will be able to do today? Obviously, she's on debut for the ACT. It's nice to see her involved.
Yeah, well, she's a former international, 30 ODIs and 47 T20s for Australia, so you don't get into the international side, particularly the women's side, which has so many quality players without being a quality player yourself. But yeah, an all-rounder, probably more of a bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder, but still very capable in the lower order. Likes to use her feet and likes to take the attack to the bowlers, particularly if they overpitch. So yeah, I think she's a valuable player to have in this kind of position. Very strong as well, like very strong upper body and strong forearms. So when she times the ball, it really does race away. So I'll probably need that in the Meteors today, considering how sluggish the outfield has been. But I guess the unfortunate thing for the ACT is with the sun coming out and the pitch drying out, the outfield's probably getting a little bit dry and a little bit warmer as well. So batting might be a little bit easier in that second innings, which I think is what Alyssa Healy and Dom Thornley were kind of hoping for by bowling first.
Silver-Holmes in from the O'Reilly end. Leeson swings the bat, playing across the line. It heads out to the deep on the onside, and she makes a single. Well, that was a really weird moment from Sarah Coit then. She was almost doing limbo. That's the only way I can describe it, really, rocking back on her heels just to get out of the way of the line of the balls. It was thrown back into the keeper. So we saw a wicket in the over from Ailey from this end, then Gardner, a wicket coming from the Ray Limwell end, and now Silver-Holmes into the attack. Whipped off the pads by Sarah Coit, looking to make 2, runs it comfortably. In fact, she was well home on running to the striker's end. So off the mark with 2.
Yeah, well, Sarah Coit looked like she'd been batting for 3 hours, the way she tucked that ball off her pads. First delivery, really well timed, really well placed as well. That's what they need. Pick up at least a single every ball, I think, from now on in here for ACT.
Silver-Holmes into Coit. There's a big shout. Coit just looking at the umpire, waiting to see what happens, but no response given. And so she's safe at the moment. The Meteors 5 for 125. I think Sarah Coit too, she's had this scenario happen a couple of times. She got called up to the Sixers 2 summers ago just to help fill in for some overseas players that were leaving, and she was able to do a lot of damage with the ball. So she's quite used to the role of coming in to help out some teams when they need someone, as she dabs this into the offside. Makes a quick single, some good running between the wickets from Leeson and Coit.
Yeah, well, she spent some time away from the game, a few personal issues that she was battling with, but at 28 she's still got a lot of really good cricket in front of her, and is a huge in for the ACT Meteors, regardless of the result today. There's still 2 other games to be played, so you'd think that she would have an impact in some of those games as well.
Silver Holmes. Leeson goes up over the bowler's head. It's fielded in front of the rope, and for a good shot like that, they just get 1. So great fielding by the breakers.
Yeah, it's kind of been the story of the day, hasn't it? We've seen both Leeson and also Erin Osborne play those expansive shots, that taking the aerial route. But yeah, unfortunately, the field, well, not unfortunately, but the field placings that New South Wales have done have limited that to normally just 1 or 2.
Silver Holmes into Coit. Plays it just fine of the stumps. Very close there. And an easy single to rotate the strike. End of the over, the Meteors 5 for 128, Coit on 4 and Leeson on 33. So she's made light work of getting off the mark already, Coit.
Well, 6 and over from here would be 54, which would get them to 182. So I think that's what they need to be aiming at. I think 180 probably the minimum that the ACT need to get if they want to challenge New South Wales. And then if they were to have a big couple of overs and get anything above that 190, 195, maybe even 200, that would be huge. But yeah, 72 from 9 overs, 8 and over from here. The way the breakers have been bowling, and with obviously not a whole lot of wickets left in the shed for the ACT, would be hard-pressed seeing that happen.
Gardner, already 2 wickets today. Big shout here. Umpire wants none of it. Coit on strike with 4. Gardner rocks her head back with a smile. You've got to put it out there, don't you? You've got to put the call up and just see what happens.
You never know, do you, with umpires?
Off spin. Another shout on this occasion, but Coit will run through. It's going to be more leg buys for the ACT Meteors. They're 5 for 129. So it looks like the tactic from Gardner to Coit is just wrap her on the pads as much as she can.
You would be surprised to see Leeson try and hit this one down the ground, maybe use her feet a bit.
Swinging across the line.
Important thing for the ACT, sorry, Britt, is just to just pick up runs any way they can now. They can't afford to really be having too many dot balls. Kind of like when you get into the last 5 or 6 overs of a BBL or a WBBL clash, need to be scoring at every opportunity.
Gardner into Coit again, coming down. It's a wide. Healy's whipped off the bails. But Meteor's given another run there, so there'll be 20 extras. 20 sundries, however you like to say it. Meteor's 5 for 131. Coit facing on 4. Playing it safe into the offside. Can't take a run though. Just been mulling over your talk about Elisa Healy as New South Wales captain, Jack. As we see Gardner over the wicket. Coit cuts backwards down to gully, but unhappy with what she was able to do with the ball there. Happy to stay put instead on 4. And I wonder whether that conversation about Gardner too quick here, coming back in with another delivery. Coit facing up, plays it out towards backwards point. Again staying put at the end of the over. The Meteors 5 for 131. I wonder if, given that Perry's moved down to Melbourne, there was a conversation had it all about who was next to take over the captaincy after Alex Blackwell. We know she retired from the Breakers 2 summers ago now, and I wonder whether it was always going to Healy, or whether there was ever discussion about, you know, is she the person that's most likely to stay at New South Wales, or is Perry going to move on elsewhere? Or, you know, I just wonder what went into that thought process, and whether Perry had said, you know, ahead of time, look, I'm probably not going to be here in years to come. Yeah,
it's an interesting discussion, but obviously it's popular to have a wicket keeper to take on the duty as captain. I'm going to jump out of here. Sam Devlin's going to keep you company for the last 8 overs with the Meteors 5 for 131.
Well, Hayley Silver-Holmes just setting herself at the top of her mark from the O'Reilly end. She heads into Leeson. Playing up into the air. There's a fielder coming in. Catch taken. Leeson out for 34, and the Meteors lose their 6th wicket. It's a huge coup for the New South Wales Breakers. Sam, you've just come in time for the action.
Yeah, it's definitely not what the ACT Meteors wanted at this stage. They've now got 2 new batters at the crease with only 8 overs to go, so no one's set, no one's got their eye in, but it's definitely what New South Wales would have wanted.
Hayley Silverholmes getting her first wicket here today at Hurstville. We know she was player of the match last week, and able to have an impact with the ball again in this over. I don't think you can really blame Carly Leeson on that occasion, because it's getting to the stage where they really need to start going, isn't it? They need to start opening up the shoulders. Even if they just start running between the wickets a bit harder and finding that space somewhere in the field to be able to do that.
Yeah, with only 8 overs to go and we're 6 for 131, they really want to be scoring at about 6 and over, if not more than that. So they've got to find the boundary where they can, and like you said, run hard between the wickets if boundaries aren't on offer. I think on this pitch anything is possible, but if they can get that score up to between 180 and 200, that might be quite competitive. But with the depth that New South Wales have, who knows?
So Coit takes on Silverholmes this time, hits it into the area that Leeson was trying to target, but more successfully this time, making the rope for 4.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Coit. We know that she can bat, and this ACT lineup can bat quite deep. So I don't think that they're going to panic too much yet, but they do need that Sarah Coit to sort of steady the ship for at least 2 or 3 overs, and then really look to explode.
Are you surprised to see Sarah Coit brought into the batting lineup this late in the innings, given her experience?
Yes and no. I think it's probably a good spot for her at this time. I mean, she would have loved to have batted more balls and had more opportunity. I do know that she scored 99 in a trial match over the weekend, so she is in some form. But I think her experience batting this deep into the innings will bring a lot to the ACT team.
And we've got Matilda Lugg on strike, facing her first delivery of the day. Take the gloves when it's their turn to field for the Meteors, with Erica Kershaw out. She's facing up to Hayley Silverholmes from the O'Reilly end. Plays it into the turf, ball trickles out into the covers. Dot ball to start.
Quite a confident shot from Matilda Lugg there. But at this stage of the game, dots aren't what they want. They want to try and push as much as they can. So even in that instance, if she just played it with a bit softer hands and sort of just dug it straight in at her toes, they could have set off for a single.
Silverholmes back into Lugg, this time whipped off the hip to the leg side. Off the mark with 1. That's more of what you were looking for, Sam.
That's exactly right, and they did run hard. So it looked like they were going to try and push for 2, but took the safe option, which is what they need now. They don't want to run out.
You can probably hear in our effects mic the wind has picked up a little bit here at Hurstville Oval. It's Coit again on strike, whips it into the same region that Lugg was targeting for a single before. So rotating the strike and bringing Coit back on to face the next over. The Meteors are 6 for 138, Coit on 10 and Lugg on 1. It's quite a pleasant day here, isn't it? Obviously, we're not really sure what's happening with the cloud coverage. There's been sun, there's been a little bit of light rain. It's been overcast for much of the match, and the sun's just peeking through the clouds again now. But in terms of temperature, the humidity's been offset a little bit by the breeze coming through the grounds.
Yeah, I think it's probably perfect cricket conditions, to be honest. Obviously, yeah, the cloud coverage earlier on, which may have been one of the reasons why Alyssa Healy decided to bowl first, with the overcast ahead. But yeah, like you said, now it's sort of opening up. The pitch and the outfield will dry up just in time for the New South Wales innings.
Well, Coit works the ball back behind the square leg umpire to make another single. The Meteors 139, having lost 6 wickets. Bringing Lug on to face some off spin. Do you know much about Matilda Lug?
Not a heap. I do know that over the weekend she played in Premier Cricket against Alyssa Healy and Rachel Haynes, and she did manage to get, I think, a 60-odd not out, which was a rain-affected game too, so they did only play 35 overs. But they'll need every single one of those runs now.
Big shout. Nothing from the umpire. Lug runs two, forcing Coit to run again. I don't think Coit was eager to run at all. She was happy to hold on to the strike, but Lug said, no, I'm going, and just went off the back of her own decision making, I guess.
Yeah, that ended up being quite a comfortable two there, so probably the right decision. We did see Coit put her hand up and say no, but yeah, she persisted and off they went.
It's interesting though in that scenario, obviously with the more experienced player saying no, don't run, and then the younger one going, no, I'm going for it.
I suppose that's sort of the confidence of some of these young players these days. Doesn't matter who's bowling at them, who's throwing the ball in or anything like that. They back their own ability, so it's good to see.
Sarah Ailey's been asked to head out to the long off boundary. We've got a long on as well in Hayley Silver-Holmes. As Lug hits it down the ground to that long off fielder in Hayley Silver-Holmes. Comes up a little bit to get the ball. Healy just asking Ailey to come a little bit finer. More of a straight angle for the batter in Coit, who tucks this off her hip, heading out behind backward square leg. Another single to finish the over. The Meteors 6 for 143. Coit on 12 and Lug on 2. This partnership's already built 12 runs together, Sam. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, they've done it quite quickly as well, just rotating the strike. With only 6 overs to go now, they will look to try and find the boundary, I'm sure. But someone like Ash Gardner was bowling at the other end, finishes her spell 2 for 26 off 10, so she was really able to strangle the batters. No one was really able to get her away, which is exactly what New South Wales would have wanted.
So she's done now, can't bowl anymore. But New South Wales have plenty of other great bowlers they can give a go to replace her from that end. Silver-Holmes on this occasion running in from the O'Reilly to Coit, whips it off her hip. Healy running after it, aims at the stumps at the non-strikers and can't run Sarah Coit out. She was home. I think if that hadn't dipped into the turf, it might have been a direct hit.
Yeah, it was a bit of a risky run, but it's probably what ACT need to be doing for these last few overs, just turn over the strike as often as they can. And I have a feeling that they'll probably bring on someone like Renee Farrell from the other end, which, as we know, her first spell was incredible, so they'll look to try and score as many as they can off Hayley.
Well, Lug was eager to run 2 again then, but safer to stick with the 1. Coit on strike. So they're 6 for 145 now. Coit sitting on 12 from 15 balls that she's faced. Quite an impressive strike rate coming in this late. Silver-Holmes into Coit. Nice fielding by Sarah Ailey. Was that leg gully region. Just sweeping across that area and then being sent out to the boundary.
It's interesting that they do just have the 4 out on the leg side, so they're always going to be pushing that 1, and I think that is to sort of try and keep Matilda Lug on strike, even though she gets off there.
Lug working out to the cow corner region, just hitting it off her toes at delivery. Meteors 6 for 147. Coit again on strike on 13. So rotating the strike nicely so far on Silver-Holmes' bowling. Coit into the air this time, running in. There's a New South Wales fielder out there. I believe it might be Rach Haynes. Couldn't run fast enough to get under it though. So it falls safe and the Meteors make another single.
It's always dangerous hitting in the air towards Rach, as we've spoken about.
Well, that's not an area you usually see her fielding in, so that's why I was confused. Silver Holmes to lug again, hitting off the toes. But this has been good work from Silver Holmes to really limit them and make sure they play along the ground for most of that over anyway. At the end of it, they're 6 for 149, Coit on 14 and Lug on 5. The partnership at 18 with 5 overs to come, 149. So you're right, Renee Farrell has got the ball. I know you predicted much of what happened in the Queensland-New South Wales game last week, Sam. So what are you thinking the Meteors' total will be like here?
I think they do want to get it up around that 180 mark, which I don't think is completely out of the question. That is just 6 and over from here on. But given they have only been scoring at just over 3, it may be a challenge, particularly with the way that Renee Farrell started with only 1 run coming off her 5 overs.
It's funny too because I feel a bit sad the way she went out for the Thunder, in that she didn't really tell anyone at the club that she was retiring, and then just Alex Blackwell forced her to join in on the walk through the Guard of Honour with her retirement from the Thunder. So she's sort of a no-fuss sort of player that's always cheeky and adds a lot to the group in terms of personality and keeping everyone, you know, bubbly and happy. So that makes me sad that she sort of didn't give herself the proper opportunity for fans to say goodbye.
Yeah, that's exactly right. She's a fantastic player and brings a lot to the team, but is obviously also quite modest. You know, doesn't rate herself as highly as what she probably should. She's had such a long career in cricket and done some wonderful things for the Thunder.
Oh, she runs into Lug now, who sits on 5. It's a wide though. We've just talked her up. We've given her the commentator's curse. Sorry, Fezzy. Yeah, one of my highlights of her Australian career certainly has to be that hat-trick she took in England. Probably 3 Ashes series ago now. 3 or 4. Running into Lug. Hitting out through the covers. Nice fielding by Stalenberg. Limits the ACT to 1. They're 6 for 150.
Yeah, that hat-trick hype reel sort of came out a bit when she did announce her retirement from the Thunder, so seen it a few times now.
6 for 151 they are, sorry. Scoreboard a little bit slow to update here as Farrell's into Coit this time, hits it hard to Ailey at long off. Another single for the Meteors there, 6 for 152.
Seems like with the current field placement, with the long off, long on, cow corner and deep square, that they are just happy to give the 1. New South Wales don't want to give away any boundaries at the moment, because if they can restrict them to only 6 and over, they will only be chasing about 180, which I'm sure that the New South Wales batters feel comfortable in chasing.
Another single off that ball, 6 for 153. Farrell into Coit, who comes down the track, tries to hit it over the top of the bowler's head instead. It comes off a little inside edge. She hits her glove into the bat, knowing she didn't sort of connect with it the way she'd like to. It was enough for her to make another single, though. I think that's important at this stage of the game, Sam. Just rotate the strike, do as much as you can.
Yeah, just getting any sort of bat on ball is important. Obviously, she would like to have seen that one clear the fence.
Lovely shot from Matilda Lug out in that cow corner region, splitting the fielders in Gardner and Smith. But I think what speaks of how great this New South Wales Breakers fielding effort has been so far is that a shot like that just goes for 1. Farrell to Coit. Healy puts her hands up and screams. How's that? Nobody else does, and the umpire certainly doesn't think there was a touch there. So the Meteors at the end of the over are 6 for 155, Coit on 16 and Lug on 8, with just 4 overs to come.
Yeah, just back on the fielding, I think Alyssa Healy's done a really good job at putting the right fielders in the right positions. So she's got all the quick fielders running around the boundary to reduce those, what could be boundaries, to just a single. And they've all got rocket arms these days, so they just get it straight in over the bails.
So all of our fielders on the leg side are really deep for Matilda Lugg. Got 4 out, all sort of just in front of the rope. All of the off-fielders in close. Oh, ramp shot attempted by Matilda Lugg. Instead, she's bowled by Silver Holmes for 8. And the Meteors, into the end of their innings, now lose their 7th wicket. Nice work by the youngster Silver Holmes, who gets her 2nd of the day.
Yeah, well bowled there by Hayley. Obviously wasn't put off with Matilda moving around the crease a little bit. Just bowled full and straight, and more often than not, you'll get a wicket out of that this late in the innings.
Well, that's right, and we talk about Sarah Ailey taking wickets. I mean, if the batter tries to do something fancy, as long as your delivery is accurate, straight at the stumps and full, you're going to take that stump out, aren't you?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And more often than not, you do want to see the batter trying to do something inventive, because that means that, you know, the traditional cricket shots aren't working for them. So they have to step out of their comfort zone, and often it does result in a wicket.
So Maitland Brown strides out to join Sarah Coit. Very talented on and off the field. Can sing with their mouth shut. I'm not sure if you saw that little video on Twitter during the Women's Big Bash season, Sam.
Yes, no, I did. It's a strange talent, but definitely a party trick, nonetheless.
A strange talent that I still can't believe you would even find out you can do.
Yeah.
Like, she's obviously had a fair bit of time driving to cricket over the years. Here she is facing up to Hayley Silver Holmes, driving out hard into the covers, fielded by Wilson, who sort of went to throw it and hesitated, and the Meteors made a single as a result, 7 for 156. Probably wasn't going to be quick enough regardless. Coit on 16. Facing Silver Holmes, gives herself some room, hits it up into the air, racing along the edge of the boundary is one of the Breakers fielders, I believe it's Haynes. Just couldn't get under it. Great work though, in ensuring it didn't go for any more than 4.
Yeah, that's a super effort from Rach Haynes. If anyone was going to catch it, it would have been her, but she probably realised she wasn't going to quite get there and made sure that she stopped the boundary. Fantastic fielding.
Coit on 18 now with 2 off that last. Hits up into the air again. This time, Hayley Silver Holmes is under it and drops a sitter. I think the sun might have got in her eyes. So this late in the innings, does that mean a lot, Sam?
Yes and no. The important thing for ACT is that they would manage to get the run. But in saying that, it is only 1 run. So New South Wales will be happy with that result.
Meteors 7 for 159. Brown back on strike. Still targeting that mid-off region, the Meteors. I think everyone was already starting to celebrate too before she'd actually caught it, and that can be quite off-putting. I've found in the field, if everyone's certain you're going to get it and already starting to get up and about, and you're like, hang on a second, I haven't taken it yet, it can sort of be off-putting in that sense.
Yeah, definitely. Those ones are always the ones that are tough, because you've got a lot of time to think about it. It sort of hangs in the air for a little bit.
Coit with another single for the Meteors. I would argue too much time to think about it in that sense.
Yeah, exactly right. And like you said, people expect you to catch it, so there's a lot of pressure on you. And then, yeah, sometimes they do just sort of fall out.
So at the end of the 47th, the Meteors are 7 for 161. I was just watching the umpire there, who had a little look up into the sky just to check out what Silver Holmes might have been seeing as she tried to take the ball. Sort of put himself in her shoes, I guess, about what the conditions were like.
Yeah, she did wipe her eyes after the drop catch. I hope it's not tears. I hope it is just that the sun was in them.
Bit of sunscreen or zinc, maybe? Probably sun. So Coit given another live on 20, facing up to Renee Farrell. Cuts it early into the covers. Nice fielding from Wilson. Brown has to head back. She was keen on 2 from the overthrow at the stumps, but it's a single for the Meteors. They're 7 for 162.
You can see the experience that Coit has there, trying to hit through the offside. There's no one back, so she's moving her feet a lot and trying to hit hard through the covers, but they've set a good ring field to that to try and avoid anything getting through.
Well, Brown even got down on one knee and threw everything she had at that delivery, but couldn't connect with the ball. Still in big bash mode, maybe. That's what it looked like, one of those shots.
Well, it's definitely what they need now with just 3 overs to go.
Sarah Coit just having a little chat with the umpire. I think he fixed her gloves for her. Farrell back into Brown. Again, swinging at it, trying to sweep. Instead gets bowled for 2. A nice bit of work from Renee Farrell, who takes her 3rd wicket of the day, and the Meteors fall to 8 for 162.
Yeah, really well bowled there by Renee Farrell. Obviously stuck to her plans. I think it was stumped. Yeah, it was actually stumped.
Ah, there you go. Sorry, Elisa Healy.
So yeah, really well done, and that's the sort of pressure that Renee can build. And given that there is only 3 overs left, they do want to look to attack, and sometimes the ball just isn't there to hit.
I think too, Brown playing that sort of sweep shot twice in a row. I think, you know, Healy could anticipate what was coming, given that she had that big swipe at a ball before.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, when you look to score, you want to go to your strongest areas, and Maitland's quite strong through that cow corner. Unfortunately, just couldn't get bat on ball.
So a change of gloves for Sarah Coit. The ones she was wearing were obviously troubling her. The umpire had to help her out before. So Renee Farrell was on a hat-trick ball earlier today. Didn't come off. She's taken 3 here at Hurstville Oval. And Hancock on strike for the first time today. Very full, but whipped out on the leg side. ACT looking for 2. Sharp piece of fielding from the breakers, but Stella Campbell couldn't connect. Just wasn't able to hold on to the ball. Good throw at the stumps though.
Yeah, that's what ACT need to look to do with all these fielders out on the leg side, is just use their soft hands to push it into that gap and then try and push the 2. Because yeah, singles just won't cut it at this late point in the game.
Farrell again into Hancock, off the mark with 2. Hitting along the ground on that leg side. Coit keen for 2, sent back. Will she be out here? Oh, safe it seems. We haven't got a great view of the crease from here. But yeah, she's certainly safe on 21. That was lucky because Hancock wanted to stay put.
Yeah, interesting that she said no there, given that it was Coit running to the danger end. It was a good throw by Ash Gardner into the keeper, so probably lucky that they didn't go for the 2.
So Coit on 21 facing Farrell. Hits it long out to mid-off. Ailey fields the ball. Meteors make a single and Coit moves to 22. At the end of that over from Farrell, they're 8 for 166. It'll be Coit that retains the strike with Silver Holmes coming on to bowl. So just 2 overs left, Sam. What do you make of this innings from the Meteors, and do you think they'll be happy with where they sit now?
I still think that they might be a bit disappointed in where they're at. Obviously, Erin Osborne came in and had a really good innings and good partnership with Kylie Leeson. But outside of that, there hasn't been a whole lot to cheer about. You know, in saying that, though, the New South Wales team have bowled really well, stuck to their plans and executed what they wanted to do. But again, you never know what a pitch is like until both teams have batted on it. So it has been doing a little bit, and it is a slow outfield. So if they can take to the next 2 overs, they could try and make a game of it.
Well, Coit goes big on this occasion, up over the rope. It's the first 6 we've seen here today, and it comes in the 49th over. Nice piece of batting from Sarah Coit.
That's exactly what they need. Just more of that. She can hit a couple of boundaries in these last 2. Like I said, it'll make for an interesting chase.
She moves to 28 with that 6. Always impressed by players when they can just turn it on like that. You know, a lot of dot balls, little singles and 2s, and then, yep, whack, massive 6. Coit trying to follow up. Instead, Gets stumped by Elisa Healy. So Coyd's out for 28 after that huge 6 just a ball before. And the Meteors with 1 wicket left in their bank. But it's a big ask, isn't it, Sam, to try and push up beyond this target?
Yeah, that's exactly right. They'll be frustrated to lose Coit then. Obviously, after the 6, she was obviously starting to hit them quite well. Probably the only batter to score at over 100 strike rate. But the pressure that Healy puts on by standing up to the stumps to the quicks, there's not much you can do.
She's so quick with the gloves too that if you have just that second of error, you know, she's straight on to you. So sad to see Sarah Coit go. I was hoping she might pull out some of those big 6s and continue on for the rest of the innings. But we have got Yates out with Hancock now. So we know Yates is a pretty handy bowler from some of her earlier games in the WNCL this season. Haven't seen her bat that much.
It was a nice little cameo from Coit there. It's exactly what the ACT needed, someone to come out and find the boundary. But now with 1 wicket left and only 2 overs, yeah, ACT need to work really hard here.
Just 10 balls to come. Silver Holmes into Yates. Straight off the mark with a single. Fielded by Phoebe Lichfield. Lichfield's been really good in the field these last 2 games at Hurstville Oval, hasn't she, Sam?
Yeah, she's really shown experience beyond her years. Really dynamic in the field. And obviously her last innings here last week was fantastic with the bat.
Silver Holmes into Hancock this time, just whips it off her hip. Healy runs after it. Meteors at a single to their total. They won 74 for 9. Yates back on strike, currently on 1. Whacks it hard through the leg side. Fielded at cow corner by Ash Gardner. Rotating the strike, these two really well already. The partnership's at 3. Just having a look at some of those figures on the scoring card. 3 for 49 Silver Holmes, 3 for 12 Farrell. Taking a lot of wickets today. Silver Holmes in again. Hancock into the air, it'll fall safe. Heading back for 2. Sharp piece of running between the wickets. And that's the end of the over. The Meteors 9 for 177. Yates on 2 and Hancock on 5. Good running from these tail-enders already, Sam.
Yeah, it's what they need. They just need to push hard and try and get as many runs as they can. Can't afford a run out. You want to try and bat out the 50 always, because it's very important when it comes down to net run rate. And as you can see on the ladder, ACT have 2 wins, New South Wales have 2 wins, but one sitting in 3 and one sitting in 6. So every wicket counts.
So there's 1 over to come in this ACT innings, and Farrell's going to be bowling at the death, which is what we really expected given her figures so far. Experience, it's full. Yates plays it out into the covers. Stalenberg ensures she stays put.
As long as there's not a boundary in this over, New South Wales will be very happy with how they've gone.
Farrell back in from the railing wall end. Yates mixes up the shot. And Healy, so quick with the gloves there. Sees them out before they can see the full innings ACT. Yates out for 2. And they're all out for 177 with a target of 178 for the Breakers.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that goes down as a stumping or a run-in. But, you know, really well done by Healy there. As we said, the pressure that she can bring by keeping up to the stumps, to the quicks, is a great asset to her team and any team that she plays in.
Well, high fives all around for the New South Wales Breakers. We can see the groundsman coming onto the field ready to put the covers on as we have lunch. And those figures, incredible for Anae Farrell. The best of the bowlers so far. 3 for 12 from her 7.1 overs. So just 2 balls or a ball coming off that last over. She was supposed to bowl to finish out the innings for the ACT Meteors. But when we come back after the break, the New South Wales Breakers will be chasing a target of 178. And of course, Aaron Osborne deserves a big rap as well. Out for 55, but the top scorer for the ACT Meteors in their batting innings.
And welcome back to Hurstville Oval. Jack Clifton is here with you in the commentary box, and it's the time for the New South Wales Breakers to try and chase down this required total of 178. They dismissed the ACT Meteors for 177 in the 50th over prior to the lunch break. The stars with the ball were Renee Farrell, 3 for 12 from 7.2, and Hayley Silverholmes, who took 3 wickets at this ground last week. She's taken another 3 wickets, finishing with 3 for 51 off her 9 overs. Sam Devlin's in commentary alongside me, Sam, and probably 30 or 40 runs shy of what the ACT would have been looking for after they built a decent partnership after a nervy start, but at least they've given their bowlers something to aim at with 177 on the board.
Yeah, you always want to look at trying to get around that 4 and over mark at least. So to score roughly around 200 is always competitive. But yeah, probably a few short here. But you know, you never know what the pitch plays until both teams have batted on it. So early wickets can build a lot of pressure on the New South Wales team.
Yeah, they'd certainly feel a lot more comfortable if they could see the back of both Rachel Haynes and Alyssa Healy, two of the most accomplished bats in Australian women's cricket. It will be Rachel Haynes to face the first delivery. She made 53 against Queensland in the game last week. Her and Healy putting on a good opening partnership. Both finished on 53. And she'll be hoping that she can get amongst the runs again this time. Claire Koski's got the ball in hand, and she'll be bowling from the Ray Lindwell end of the ground. In regards to the bonus point, if New South Wales do want to get that extra bonus point, they'll need to chase down the 178 in under 40 overs. Here's Koski coming over the wicket to Haynes. It's down the leg side. There's an appeal, but that's the oldest trick in the book in one-day cricket, trying to fool the umpire, and it's a wide to start.
Yeah, that's exactly right. First ball wide, and then you go up and appeal. I'm sure Koski's a bit like that.
Yeah.
Is a bit of a clown out there, so...
Yeah, certainly not the start that the ACT would have wanted. No doubt they... And Claire Koski was at the wicket when Stella Campbell struggled with the new ball. Hopefully picking up some hints and tips from what happened there. This one's down the leg side as well. It's another wide, so back-to-back wides to start the innings. So no legitimate balls have been bowled, and already the Breakers none for 2. Just that gentle in-swing from Koski that's drifting down the leg side. We'll want to try and get it outside the off stump and get it swinging into the left-handed Haynes.
There is a little bit of a breeze here too, so I wonder if that's playing a part in the ball moving around a bit.
This one's better, but it's slapped out to point there by Haynes. But straight to the field right there, so unable to pierce the gap. She's played largely an anchor role in recent games, the New South Wales Breakers. Rachel Haynes happy to be the one that kind of sets herself in and is happy to occupy balls and knock the singles around and give the strike to the dashing Alyssa Healy. This ball's short of a length as she knocks it onto the leg side, but they won't be able to get a run off this ball. And I guess, Sam, when you've got a player like Healy kind of going at 5 or 6 and over, there's no need for the batter at the other end to do the same thing. Sometimes the best tonic is just to stick around and have the best seat in the house.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the way that Alyssa does hit the ball, it's always a good show, and I'm sure that Rach is happy to play second fiddle to that.
So in comes Koski once more over the wicket, wide of the off stump. That ball gently swinging in after it pitched. So a little bit of movement out there for the ACT Meteors. Any of those clouds that brought a little bit of drizzle early this morning have been pushed away. It's actually quite warm out in the middle, around 26, 27 degrees. There is cloud cover, not blue sky at the moment, but very, very high and warm conditions. Koski into Haynes, who drives excellently out through extra cover. Drove it hard into the pitch. It's slowing up as it reaches towards the boundary, and they'll collect 2, but it was a good, confident cover drive by the 33-year-old New South Wales opener. She picks up a couple. So the first run's off the bat for New South Wales, none for 4.
The outfield hasn't quickened up at all, even though it has dried up a little bit out there. So yeah, they know that they have to run hard between the wickets.
2 very good runners between the wickets as well, with Haynes and Healy. Koski into Haynes. That's short down the leg side. That'll be another wide. Already we're seeing the contrast. New South Wales being able to put the pressure back onto the bowling side with any ball that's a little bit full, a little bit wide, Sam, and obviously those 3 wides are helping things with the score at none for 5.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It is good to see Koski bowling, though. She did have a shoulder injury late in the WBBL season, so obviously that's all good. She just needs to work on her line a little bit, get nice and full towards Rachel's toes.
So Stella Campbell, not the only one to have struggled with wides. This ball swinging into off stump, well defended by Haynes, but a great delivery there by Koski, probably her best of the innings so far.
They're the areas that Koski needs to look at bowling. They're hard to get away when it's pitched up like that, and especially if she's getting that little bit of movement. Rachel will have to be very watchful coming in towards her off stump.
So last ball of the first over, none for 5 as Haynes faces Koski. Slower ball pitched up and drives that out onto the offside for no runs. So end of the first over, a good one for the Breakers. They are none for 5 in pursuit of 178. And Koski completing her first over bowling figures of none for 5. The ACT, though, they've got to get early wickets, you feel, don't you, Sam? Because 177 is not a total that you're really going to be able to defend within the 50 overs. You would think that they would have to get maybe 2 or 3 in these first 10 overs and then hope that when the first and second change bowlers come on, they can have a bit of input and continue to get some breakthroughs.
Yeah, I'm sure that they would really like to structure their innings much like New South Wales did, bowling in really good partnerships, taking those early wickets, and then having the second and third string bowlers to build some dot ball pressure as well. But yeah, you're right, they definitely need to take wickets early on here. New South Wales back quite deep, and yeah, if it goes the distance, New South Wales will definitely get across the line.
Yeah, with the likes of Starlenberg, Wilson and Gardner, the next 3 to come, it's a pretty daunting top/middle order of the Breakers. So even the off chance that you get a Healy and a Haynes cheaply, there's plenty of other batters queuing up to fill their boots and get plenty of runs.
Yeah, well, we saw even in the New South Wales game late last week, obviously Healy and Haynes batted really well. But then a couple of quick wickets which brought Ash Gardner and Phoebe Lichfield to the crease, and then they built a really good partnership throughout the middle period. So yeah, they definitely bat very deep.
So Healy just shouldering arms to that first delivery. This ball pitched up, driving in the air, and it's been caught. So Healy goes second ball. Koski diving to her left, takes a marvellous catch, and they get the wicket early. Only the second ball of Zoe Cook's spell, and she gets the prize wicket of Alyssa Healy for a duck. And that makes things just a little bit more interesting now. New South Wales 1 for 5, chasing 178.
That's exactly what ACT needed, as we discussed, early wickets, especially the one of Healy, because that'll then change how Haynes has to structure her innings as well.
Just pushing with hard hands at a wideish delivery outside the off stump. It's a really good catch by Claire Koski, who perhaps didn't have everything her own way in her first over at the bowling crease, but she made up for it with a really smart catch low to the ground. And Zoe Cook, after not really being able to have too much of a say with the bat, has certainly had a say with the ball, getting arguably the prize scalp of this New South Wales top order. And Talia Wilson now strides out to the wicket, the 20-year-old from the Sutherland St George Club in women's Premier Grade cricket. Had a marvellous season with them last season, was named the Premier Cricket Player of the Year with 471 runs at 235.5. Remarkable. Talk about Brad Manasket, the home of Dobro, and played his grade cricket. There are no stats to be sneezed at for Talia Wilson, but she's been thrown right into the mix here as Cook's ball outside the off stump is left alone by Wilson.
And as you mentioned, she's a Sutherland St George player, which means she's played a lot of cricket here, so she should know the conditions, know how the pitches play, knows what the outfield's like, so if she can get into her innings here, she'll look quite comfortable at the crease.
Cook comes in, and Wilson slaps this one through points. A good shot, used the ground to try and hurry it up and hit the ball hard. It was well timed, and she picks up a couple and is off the mark, and the Breakers out to 1 for 7. So runs are flowing for the Breakers, but they have lost that early wicket, and Cook with another nice delivery Just coming in closer to that off-stump line.
Yeah, you can see the field that the ACT Meteors have set is quite an attacking field, obviously with a slipper gully and then even sort of a silly extra cover. Really looking to get those wickets early.
It's wide and it's cut and forcefully again, but a nice diving stop at point. Some good fielding already here by the Meteors. And that will complete over number 2. 1 for 7. It's a good one for the ACT. They said the back of Alyssa Healy caught for a second ball duck by Claire Koski in the slips cordon off the bowling of Zoe Cook, and she gets some congratulations, and rightfully so, for a good first over for the 25-year-old all-rounder. Haynes is 2 from 6. Wilson is 2 from 4. And they are 1 for 7 in pursuit of 178 as we see Claire Koski to continue here from the Ray Linville end. So here comes Koski coming over the wicket here to Rachel Haynes. It's well wide. It's going to be yet another wide. So that is the 4th extra of the innings, and they've all come out of the arms of Claire Koski. So she's just struggling with the line and lengths early on, particularly with the swing that the ball has been getting in these first few overs. As Sam mentioned, a bit of a breeze around Hurstville at the moment. Koski short of a length, and Haynes drops this on the offside, thinks about a single, but it's wisely sent back by much younger Talia Wilson.
That's a much better line by Koski. It should be where she's trying to bowl, whether she's trying to bowl too quick, and which is why she's sort of spraying it a little bit, but just get it straight at the stumps, stump to stump line. It's always a lot harder to get away.
And only the one slip in place as well, so it's not as if bowling outside the off stump they have a whole lot of catches behind the wicket. She pitches up here and moves in slightly, and Haynes readjusts and defends. So they've got a regulation first slip in place, and then we've got Zoe Cook, who's in between a third slip and a gully position, but is here quite wide when you compare her to where first slip and the wicketkeeper are. We've got a point, extra cover mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, a short square leg and a deep fine leg. Koski in once more, pitched up and driven beautifully again by Haynes out through the offside. Plenty of grass in front of them. They take on the arm, and there's going to be a chance here for a run out. There's an appeal, and she's gone. Wilson run out. It was a risky run, and it didn't need to be taken by the breakers. And they find themselves in a bit of a calamity early on. They're 2 for 8, chasing 178, and Wilson departs for 2 run out on a, you wouldn't call it a suicidal run, but it was very, very risky, Sam.
Yeah, I think that's what the slow outfield does. The ball pulls up a lot quicker than what the batters have expected, and a really good throw straight over the stump sees the end of Talia Wilson.
Was a good throw, well taken by Koski. Whipped the bails off, quick, smart. And New South Wales, I'm sure they would have spoken about putting value on their wicket and not gifting wickets, and certainly not losing early wickets. They find themselves in a fair bit of strife now at 2 for 9. Haynes is 3 unbeaten from 9. She'll retain the strike, but maybe with a bit of a heavy heart, having known that she could have potentially run out her batting partner in Talia Wilson. It was run out for 2. Naomi Stalenberg comes out to the middle. 25 years of age, but it kind of feels like she's been playing for New South Wales for so long. Really good player to come in this kind of situation, Sam.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I know that Rachel will look to really anchor the innings, and Naomi will play her natural game, which is sort of hit the ball hard and look to score as quickly as possible. But yeah, both will run well between wickets and look to rotate the strike and just sort of rebuild this innings here.
42 for Stalenberg against South Australia in round 1, 53 against Victoria in a losing effort, and then 10 last week against Queensland. So has 105 runs from her 3 digs so far. Would love to add to that, but she is at the non-strikers end. It will be Haynes to face up to Claire Koski, short of length on the pads, clipped around the corner, and they take off and they get a single and move the score along to 2 for 10. Certainly not the ideal start here for New South Wales, Sam.
No, definitely not, but with the experience that they've got, they can't panic just yet. They know that there's still plenty to come in the sheds, and yeah, with these 2 out there, I think they'd still be quite comfortable. They just need to rebuild and not panic.
On the flip side, ACT are going to be delighted with the start they've made, haven't they?
Yeah, well, you would suggest that it's probably even a better start than what New South Wales had. So they'll be up and about, I'm sure. A lot of chat out there, so pressure's right on New South Wales.
So Koski comes in once more, short of a length, punched backward a point, but Stalenberg again isn't able to get off the mark straight away. And despite maybe not bowling at her full potential, Claire Koski has been in the mix of both those wickets, taking a catch at slip and then affecting the run out, or at least being the bowler that dislodged the bails.
Yeah, she played a lot of indoor cricket in her day, Claire Koski, so those quick hands come from that. And yeah, she did really good work to finish off that run out there.
Represented Australia at the 2014 Indoor World Cup, and she's bowled her middle stump. Stalenberg goes 2, and the break is in all sorts now, 3 for 10. A beautiful ball, maybe just moved in a touch. Stalenberg poked at it from the crease. Koski, best ball she's bowled so far in her spell, and she picks up the prize wicket of Stalenberg. The break is in all sorts of trouble. 3 for 10 in the third over, chasing 178.
Yeah, they'd be quite nervous now. I think they really need a partnership, as we would know. And Ash Gardner comes to the crease, who can definitely do that. She's played a lot of cricket with Rach in the New South Wales setup as well as for Australia. So these two will know each other's game, and they'll be able to sort of consolidate the innings here.
Beautiful piece of bowling there by Claire Koski. She struggled with her lines and her lengths today, but that was a beautiful ball pitched on off and just jagged off the seam a little bit. And when you're playing with your bat away from your pad and you leave a gap like Naomi Stalenberg did, there's a good chance that the bowler's going to cause some trouble if they bowl it full. She did just that, and she finishes her over now. 1 for 8 from 2 overs. 3 for 10 after 3 overs. With Haynes 4 unbeaten from 10, Ash Gardner makes her way out to the middle. And there's certainly a lot of pressure on New South Wales now. Still plenty of batting to come. Lichfield, Smith, Farrell, all talented batters. Sarah Ailey as well, but they're certainly not noted for their batting before their bowling, and that would be something that would excite this ACT side. They could remove either of these two in the next, say, 15 to 20 minutes. They're going to be odds on to create a boil over here. In comes Cook, pitches up and swings in, but Haynes is able to adjust. Well, they are, of the 3 internationals in the side, 2 of them are at the middle at the moment, so that will be a solace for this New South Wales side.
You can hear a lot of chat out there from the ACT team, so they are trying to build a lot of pressure on these two.
Up and about with 3 early wickets. Cook into Haynes, and Haynes adjusts and nudges this one off her hip to backward square leg, and they collect a single.
We did speak earlier about potentially taking 3 wickets inside the first 10, and they've done so in 3 overs. So hopefully that pattern doesn't continue for New South Wales.
Yep, I know there was a few ACT fans commenting while watching the stream in the first innings, and probably would have been a bit aghast at their batting performance and getting to where they would have liked, but they'll be very pleased with this bowling and fielding performance. Cook in, pitched up, driven in the air by Gardner. That wasn't too far away from the fielder out there at extra cover. And the ACT Meteors are on top at the moment. Really putting a lot of pressure on this New South Wales top order. It's a funny thing, nerves, and what pressure can do. And Ash Gardner normally so in control of her strokes. Just a bit of a wayward, wafty drive outside the off stump. Lucky not to have spooned the catch. She's forward now and defending a lot more strongly out to cover. So 2 slips in place. Points cover, extra cover mid-off. Cook into Gardner, who pushes this one down to mid-on.
Just as the wind starts to pick up again. I think the ACT will be happy that breezes around, gets the ball moving a little bit. New South Wales will have to watch the ball right onto the bat, make sure they're really still at point of impact.
Last ball, the 4th over, 3 for 11. Gardner faces up and defends this one back down the pitch. So good over there by Cook. Just the 1 run coming from it. 2 overs for her. She's got 1 for 3. And it is the The visitors are on top here at Hurstville Oval in round 4 of this WNCL clash. They made 177 all out earlier today, with Erin Osborne top scoring with 55. Carly Leeson made 34 in a big 4th wicket partnership. And apply the breakers 3 for 11. They've lost Healy, caught Koski, bowled Cook for a 2nd ball duck. Wilson run out for 2. And then Stalenberg bowled by Koski for just 1. So wickets have been tumbling, and the ACT full of confidence at the moment, looking to continue in this rich vein of form that we've seen in these first 24 deliveries. Koski coming over the wicket here to Haynes, and Haynes is compact in defence, out to cover.
Yeah, these two really need to build a partnership like what we saw happen with Osborne and Leeson in the first innings. Wickets falling, you just need to start to consolidate, really think hard about what you're trying to play, what your plans are, and then just rotate the strike where you can.
And she comes once more. There's more hit on the pad, and there's a large appeal from behind the stumps, but Koski was about to go up and pulled out of the appeal as she noticed it was sliding down the leg side, but trouble certainly brewing here for the breakers. There's a huge partnership in the scheme of the game, and I think the ACT would know that. Phoebe Lichfield, obviously, with immense talent, the 16-year-old, but pressure situations can be difficult for batters of any age. Haynes is forward and driving out through cover. It's parried away by a Meteors fielder to make sure it's just the single.
It's interesting to note that for Rach, they do have cover quite open. I think that's because, yeah, Koski's getting that in swing, so they're hoping that she can't hit through that line. But if it is too full, Rach is getting in a good position and being able to nudge it into that gap.
Short and wide and cut through the cordon, and it was actually dropped by the fielder at 2nd slip. Got her hands to it, but was travelling quickly, and she's got away with one there, Ash Gardner. So she's played a couple of risky shots. Koski almost had a 2nd, and if that had been the case, the breakers would have been 4 for 12 and staring down the barrel at a potential defeat. So Gardner lives to fight another day, but they're chancing their arm, the New South Wales breakers, at the moment, Sam.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough chance, but a chance nonetheless. Ash will be quite disappointed that she didn't get that one away, as will ACT that they weren't able to hold on to it.
Koski into Gardner. Gardner drives beautifully out through cover. That is a fantastic cover drive for 4. First boundary of the afternoon for New South Wales, and they move along to 3 for 18. That's the shots we're used to seeing from Ash Gardner. It was sublimely struck right out of the middle.
Yeah, that's much better from Ash. I think that shorter, wider one, she just sort of slashed her bat at, but that one she was still, and really just put it away.
So 3 for 18 for New South Wales. That run rate's still healthy, 3.72. The required rate at 3.54, so still in front of where they need to be. Koski to Gardner. Gardner defends square the wicket out to point. Dot ball, and that will end the over. So 5 overs gone here at Hurstville Oval in pursuit of 178 for victory. It is the New South Wales breakers 3 for 18. Haynes 6 from 15. And Ash Gardner 6 from 7. Zoe Cook will continue from the Bill O'Reilly end of Hurstville Oval. Looking to keep the pressure on, keep it economical. She's been tidy so far, 1 for 3 from just her 2 overs. Koski 1 for 15 from 3 has been expensive, but is always in the fight of getting a wicket, you feel. Cook in wide, and this ball slashed over the top of the fielder at cover, going down towards the boundary. Won't reach the rope, and they'll be content with just collecting a couple as Haynes moves to 8, 3 for 20.
I'm not sure that's quite exactly what Rach was trying to execute there. Just sort of slashed away, not too far from the forward of point fielder, but 2 runs for it nonetheless.
Yeah, you're doing this, you're just keeping the fielding side in the contest, aren't you? Because they always feel that there's an opportunity coming towards them. A misfield there at cover means that Haynes is able to scurry through for a single. Cook in, this ball edged, but on the ground. She pushed harder to Gardner, but thankfully it landed about a metre or so in front of Claire Koski at second slip. She's one person you don't want to be edging the ball towards too much.
It is interesting to note that for Ashley they do have the slip in place. They don't have that in for Rach, so Cook must be getting a little bit of outswing, which does create those chances.
3 balls left in the 6th over into Gardner. He punches this one down the ground straight to mid-off. Loves to get on top of the bowling side, Ash Gardner. We've seen her play some wonderful innings for the Sydney Sixers in the WBBL, but also for New South Wales and Australia. Just wanting to be weathering this storm and hoping to go on and get a big score as she slaps at this one, but it hits it straight to point. Good piece of fielding again from the ACT. Cook charging in for the rally end of the ground. And again, throwing the bat at it. A length ball outside the off stump and looking to cart that away through the offside. Misses out. End of the over. 6 overs gone. 3 for 21. Haynes 9 from 17. Gardner 6 from 11. They're trying to weather the storm, the Breakers, but it's the ACT side that's on top at the moment, having taken 3 early wickets.
Yeah, partnership of about 11 here. It's exactly what New South Wales need. They just need to keep to consolidate, slowly rotate the strike, try and get that pressure back on the ACT team, because I'm sure that they're aware that their total's not quite enough, but if they continue to take wickets at the rate they are, they're well in the game.
So Koski to continue into her 4th over, 1 for 15. Pitches up and it's angled on the pads and just tucked away. Pretty fine. It's a long chase for the fielder out at fine leg, but Haynes, having already been burnt by the ACT Meteors in the field, decides not to take a second. And she moves to double figures, 3 for 22. Koski in. This one's very wide, and that will be called a wide by the umpire. Pretty easy decision there. So 5 sundries already. He's slightly easing the pressure on New South Wales. 3 for 23. Partnership worth 13, so a valuable partnership considering the first 3 only were able to add 10. Looking to consolidate wherever they can. 2 slips in the gully in place. Koski into Gardner. Gardner hit on the toe, but it's outside the leg stump easily, and they'll scurry through for a leg bye.
ACT do still have a very attacking field set. Obviously, they know that they need the wickets, so they've only got the one fielder out on the boundary, which is at deep fine leg. Everyone else sort of inside the ring, really charging in at the ball.
Koski in, pitched up, driven firmly down the ground by Haynes. Good technique, but straight down the ground to a ACT fielder. Koski in, this one's a lot fuller, driven forcefully out to cover, but unable to pierce the gap. So some good field placings here by the ACT. They know that Haynes likes to play those drives on the offside, whether it's down the ground or square the wicket or out through cover. Pitched up, and again she drives, but they've got 5 fielders out on that offside. It's going to be very, very hard to get the ball through the gap, so They'll be looking to frustrate her. She's striking the ball well though, Sam, which is a positive if you're a New South Wales fan.
Yeah, so they have actually plugged that gap. There used to be no fielder out there in that cover area, so they've put someone there just to stop those twos that Rachel was getting through that area. They do not have a slip anymore though, so that attacking opportunity is gone.
Pitches up and she drives this one down to mid-on, but good tight bowling, stump to stump line there from Claire Koski, and only a couple of runs from it. She's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 17, 7 overs completed here at Hurstville Oval. And the breakers are 3 for 24. Haynes is 10 off 22. Gardner is 6 from 12. And that run rate currently 3.43. The required rate 3.58. They would sense that they will need to get another wicket soon, the ACT. Won't want this partnership to build any more than it has. This ball's down the leg side. Maybe just tickled the hip on its way down, which caused it not to be a wide. No complaints from Gardner, so you'd assume that is the course of action. Cook into her 4th over, 1 for 6. She's been good so far this afternoon.
Yeah, we talked about Renee Farrell in that first innings. I mean, she did bowl 5 overs for 1 run, but to be only 6 runs after 3, ACT will be very happy with how Zoe Cook's bowling.
Driven down the ground by Gardner, but straight to mid-off. Cook over the wicket to Gardner. Gardner on the back foot this time and punches out to cover. But they're just tightening the screws here, the ACT, bowling nice and tight, forcing New South Wales to, they want to get runs, chance their arm and try and go over the top. Driven nicely down the ground. That's a really nice shot by Ash Gardner. That'll be a second boundary. Just a little bit over pitch by Cook, and Gardner showed great skill to punch that down the ground, and really exquisitely timed as she moves to double figures and just eases the pressure a little bit. 3 for 28 New South Wales.
Yeah, Ash has played 2 really great shots straight along the carpet, and it's interesting that they've gone to the fence. A lot of others have been pulling up, so it just goes to show how crisply she's hitting the ball.
Cook will a comeback be into Gardner, who's now cutting beautifully out through backward point. That'll be 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries. That one a little bit too short. The previous one a little bit too full. Just searching for the right length. And there is Cook. And Gardner doesn't need too many invitations to dispatch balls like that as she cuts that one to the point fence. She's now 14 from just 17 deliveries. And after building up the pressure, it's been released within 2 deliveries. Run rate back up to over 4. 3 for 32. Now she drives down the ground, but won't be able to pierce the gap, but they do pick up a single. And ominous signs for the ACT. Ash Gardner looking good, Nick. She goes to 15, retains the strike. 8 overs gone. And they are 3 for 33, the Breakers, chasing 178 to win.
A couple of really nice shots there from Ash Gardner, just to release that pressure that we said that ACT were managing to build. They'll be happy with the end of that over and look to sort of continue on now as a change of bowler comes into the attack.
So Nicola Hancock to bowl for the first time today. Partnership worth 23 now, so much like the ACT were able to rebuild their innings via a 4th wicket partnership, New South Wales attempting to do the same. So Hancock to come over the wicket here to Gardner, who is 15 from just 18 balls. She's back and pushing this one out onto the offside. Well fielded. Time for the ACT to try and build up some pressure. Got released that last over with a couple of really nice boundaries to Ashley Gardner.
Not a bad start there by Hancock. Nice and full. Not much you can do about that, except hit it to the attacking offside field.
Short and just short arm jab, and she's going to get that one through the gap. And that'll be another boundary for Ashley Gardner. It was, as I mentioned, just a short arm jab, really. She just kind of checked her shot and just raced away off the willow and picks up 4 more. So Gardner looks like, after a bit of a nervy start and a few half chances here and there, looks to be getting in the groove. 19 from 20, 3 for 37.
Yeah, she's hitting the ball nicely, timing it really well and being able to find that gap, which is really important at this point in the innings. As we saw, some of the ACT openers sort of struggle. They were just hitting straight to the fielders, hitting them nice and hard, but straight to the fielder, which built a lot of pressure.
Hancock into Gardner, wide of the off stump as she shoulders arms. Hancock in, over the wicket, short, and jumping in her crease is Gardner as she defends or defensively pushes out to point. A couple of dot balls in succession now from Hancock as she tries to find some consistencies with her lines and lengths. Nice little smattering of crowd here at Hurstville Oval as well. The Tuesday fixture, obviously it's not going to be thousands of people coming through the gates with work and different things on at the moment. And this ball inside edge onto the pad by Gardner, just got her feet glued to the crease a little bit there. Cramped her for room, Hancock.
It's been a really good comeback from Hancock after going for that 4. Really worked on her lines and lengths. It can always be hard coming onto bowl after an over where Gardner was able to find the boundary a couple of times, so pressure was on her to be able to find her rhythm pretty early on.
She comes once more short of a length on middle and off stump. All Gardner can do is defend, and that's what she has to do. So 4 coming from it. Another good over there for the New South Wales Breakers. 3 for 37 after 9, with Haynes 10 from 22. Gardner is 19 from 24. So a double change, and Sarah Coit, after hitting a quick fire 28 from 27 with the bat, valuable runs in the lower order, is going to get a chance with the ball. She's been a great servant for Australian cricket with the ball, so let's see what she can do here. Right arm over the wicket as Haynes drives on the up, straight to point. She finished with 19 WBBL wickets just scored at an average of 21. So certainly knows how to get wickets in the shorter form of the game. And the ACT, very, very lucky to have her within their ranks. Well, pulled straight to Koski, I think. It's not Koski, but regardless, the catch has been taken in front of square leg, and Haynes, second ball off Coit, just tries to slap it across the line, hits it straight to the fielder right there. And the pressure just getting to the New South Wales Breakers. And the experienced Haynes has to depart for 10 off 24 balls. And New South Wales in all sorts of trouble now. 4 for 37, chasing 178. And the ACT well on top with some really disciplined bowling and fielding at the moment, Sam.
It's definitely not what New South Wales would have wanted. Obviously now Phoebe Lichfield comes to the crease, who, although is a fantastic player, is quite young and inexperienced in this situation. So pressure is right on New South Wales, and ACT definitely on top.
Yeah, we've seen her play some really good innings, particularly in WBBL. She made 26 against the Sixers on debut, and then a really polished 52 against the Heat. Kind of missed out the rest of the season in terms of really big scores. but did hit 44 against Queensland down at number 6, but that was a far different position that she came into. There was plenty of runs and overs had been occupied. Now she comes in at 4 for 37 inside the first 10 overs. Certainly when you're batting at number 6, you don't necessarily think that you'll be coming in with only 56 balls being elapsed. But we keep saying it, Sam, but partnerships need to develop here for New South Wales. Otherwise they could find themselves on the wrong end of a defeat here to the visitors from the ACT.
These two did have a really good partnership in the last round against Queensland, so I'm sure that they'll look to do a similar thing. Just be really composed at the crease, nice and confident shots. They're definitely capable of doing so, but like you said, there's a lot of pressure on them at the moment, and cricket's a funny sport, so anything could happen.
You've got Renee Farrell and Lauren Smith and the like to go. It's a long tail, but it's certainly not the players that you want coming in with over 100 runs required, as Lichfield shoulders arms. One of the things that has had the cricket world talking in regards to Phoebe Lichfield is her technique and just how crisply she strikes the ball. There was a video clip that Cricket New South Wales put up a few months ago, which she's forward and defending once more in the batting nets, and some of the sounds off the bat were making people pretty excited about her, particularly at such a young age as well. Had 143,000 views, and there was plenty of people talking about it on Twitter and the world of social media. Quite into Lichfield, who shoulders arms as that ball angles in, and that is the end of the over. So a very good one for Coit, a wicket maiden, so she's really putting her handprint on the game. 10 overs gone, 4 for 37, Lichfield yet to score, and Gardner's 19. So Erin Osborne will be delighted with the start that her bowling side has made. The bowlers have worked really, really hard, and even bring on the first change bowlers in both Coit and Hancock. They've bowled well with their first overs at the crease.
I don't think the captain could ask for much more from what she's got out of them. Really good start for the ACT. Just need to keep building that pressure for the next half an hour or so before drinks.
In comes Hancock. This ball pushed out to cover by Gardner. She's the prize wicket at the moment, 19 off 25. They know how damaging she can be.
She will just have to look to change how she was going about her game now. Obviously she hit a few boundaries in those last couple of overs, but the loss of the wicket, that changes everything. So she needs to just control her innings and bat deep into it.
So Hancock, after going for that original boundary, has really tightened things up. Into Gardner she comes, and Gardner punches, but use her feet well, but again straight to point. So she's the field that she's picked out a few times today. In, and this one defended out to extra cover. So really good piece of bowling here. Not bowling too full that Gardner is able to really come forward and drive on the up, but not bowling short enough that she can kind of cross bat it through the off or leg side. But just in that, I guess, that corridor of uncertainty, a little bit short of a length.
Yeah, since she went for that boundary on what I think was her second ball of her spell, she's bowled 7 dots in a row, so she's really reined it back in.
Hancock to Gardner, who's cutting, using her feet well, and there's a bit of a mix-up here. There's a throw. This is going to be run out. Gardner's gone, and the breakers are absolutely crumbling. 5 for 37. That's what panic and nervousness and frustration can do. There'd been 8 dot balls in a row. She cut it straight to the fielder at point. A little bit of a misfield, and they say never to run on a misfield. And unfortunately, the communication wasn't really there. Lichfield had sent her back, and Gardner was halfway down the wicket. She's run out for 19. The Breakers 5 for 37, chasing 178 to win here at Hurstville.
Yeah, you could just see with the field placements there that point was a little bit forward, and then forward of point was just sort of on the circle. So that misfield just led to a run out. Went misfield straight into the hands of another fielder, straight in.
Certainly not what New South Wales wanted. Wickets just keep tumbling at regular intervals. Lauren Smith now makes her way out to the middle at number 7. Might have been hoping that she didn't have to pad up today, Sam, but things are very, very different.
Yeah, I'm sure she probably would have thought that, but like we said early on, you never know what a pitch plays until both teams have played on it. Been saying that. Lauren had a few good cameos in the WBBL. She's been in some form for her Sydney Premier Cricket team as well. So not the worst person to have coming to the crease, but definitely a lot of pressure on her.
Yeah, very accomplished bat. Very lucky to have her coming in at number 7. And in the last couple of seasons, when broadcast on WBBL was going to play some really handy knocks in the lower order, but this is going to be a real test of her nerves and still here as she plays and misses outside the off stump. 2 run-outs in the 5 wickets that have fallen. That's got to really sting in the New South Wales dressing room.
Yeah, I'm sure that the coaches aren't too impressed with that either, especially because Talia Wilson's run-out was very early on, and then they were sort of needed to build a partnership there, and that was just a complete miscommunication, and it led to another one.
So last ball of her second over, Hancock into Smith, who's forward, bat and pad together, defending out onto the offside. So a wicket maiden coming there. Very good over by Hancock. Second run out of the innings. And you've got to say, ACT well and truly on top here. The breakers are 5 for 37 after 11 overs. And that required run rate just climbing ever so slightly up to 3.62. With Lichfield yet to score off 4 balls, Smith yet to score off 2 balls.
That would have been 2 maidens in a row as well. So there's a lot of pressure on New South Wales, but they don't need to do anything silly here. There's still plenty of time to bat. And yeah, with a run rate of just over 3, they're still in control if they can stop losing wickets.
So Lichfield tucks this one off her hip down to fine leg and is able to collect a single. And she gets herself off the mark. So she moves to 1, 5 for 38. As Sam mentioned, yeah, plenty of balls and plenty of overs left in this one. So although they probably would be panicking at 5 for 38, they'll know that there is plenty of cricket left in this one. As she faces up here to Sarah Coyte, who has 1 for 1. That ball just stays a little bit low. Smith does well just to clamp down on that. And so the pitch maybe just showing a few little demons here and there.
You can even see that they've brought cover right in. So right up under her nose, probably given her a bit of stick. Get right into her, get under her skin, build a lot of pressure.
In comes Coyte to Smith, who tickles this one around the corner, and again Lichfield is this time the one that's almost halfway down the pitch before she is sent back. Running certainly has been an issue today. We saw a couple of run-outs in the ACT innings. We've seen a couple in this New South Wales innings. It hasn't been easy for the batters. Coyte to Smith, well wide of the off stump, and she offers no shot.
That's all they really need to do here. If the ball's not there to play, they don't need to play a shot. And then just wait for that bad one that's in their zone and try and get it away.
Coyte to Smith, who's forward, defending out to the captain Osborne, who's in that short cover position. Guess it even shows the importance of Erin Osborne's knock. We can see how hard runs are to come by. 55 is probably worth closer to 100 on any other ground. Coyte into Smith, who's forward and just defends this one. Straight back to Osborne, end of the over. Just a single from it. Clamps are being well and truly applied here by the visitors. Lichfield has 1 from 5. Smith yet to score from her 7 deliveries. And after 12 overs, the New South Wales Breakers 5 for 38 in reply to ACT's 177.
There's a lot of work to go here. Like we spoke, there's a lot of balls to go. but with 5 wickets down, you'd think that it was in favour of the ACT at the moment.
Guess that's the disadvantage of no Lisa Griffiths today. Probably one of the purest all-rounders they have in terms of value with bat and ball. She made way for Sarah Ailey today. And Sarah Ailey, obviously a talented lower-order batter in her own right. But yeah, Lisa Griffiths would have been a handy player maybe to come into this number 7 role. But those are the decisions you need to make as a captain and coach of a sporting team. Hancock continues around the wicket. And this one beats the outside edge there of Lichfield. That was a beautiful delivery. Probably too good to get a wicket there from Hancock. And her streak of dot balls continues. Searching for wicket number 6 here are the Meteors. As this short of length ball is left alone by Lichfield, but that's certainly exciting. Some of the ACT fielders, plenty of applause all round.
Yeah, Hancock really seems to be bending her back here. Her pace seems to be a little bit up, and anything could happen.
She's got none for 4 off 2.2. Coit 1 for 1 off her 2 overs, so they've taken 1 for 5 in the last 4.2 overs. No ball though, that's going to help them. There's going to be a shot, the stumps, there could be another run out. And, well, I think what's happened is the ball has been dropped by Lug, the keeper, and I think she's dislodged the barrels with the gloves, but hasn't had the ball in her contact. There was some concern initially there for Lichfield, and that would have been absolutely diabolical for the Breakers if they'd lost another wicket there. Umpires just conferring about it.
Yeah, she was well out of her ground there, but as the replay showed, unfortunately Lug had dislodged the bails with her arm. Didn't have the control of the ball.
It was very, very close. It was a no ball in all that though, so it means it will be a free hit for Lichfield. So maybe she can just take this free hit, maybe just try and slug one deep, and might make her feel a little bit more comfortable in her surroundings at the moment. She's 1 off 8. And she comes short ball, bouncer. That's a great ball to bowl and a free hit. Lichfield was pretty happy just to get out of the way with it.
I feel it's a change-up that we don't see often enough in women's cricket. A lot of bowlers do get a bit of pace these days because they're getting bigger and stronger, going to the gym and things like that. But not a lot of them have perfected the bouncer, but it's definitely a great change-up to have.
She's hitting the pitch hard. Hancock continues around the wicket, sliding into middle and leg. It's clipped away by Lichfield, straight to the captain in Osborne. Yeah, seen some really good pace from this end from Nicola Hancock. She's, as I mentioned, hitting the pitch hard, got really good rhythm and follow through the crease. And is making it very difficult for the 16-year-old Phoebe Lichfield, still on school holidays.
It makes it easy for a cricket.
Getting paid for it. How good's that? She's forward and angles this one through third man for a single. And she takes her score along to 2, 5 for 40. So just a slight field change here by the Meteors. Player being taken from the offside onto the leg side into that mid-wicket position, regulation mid-wicket. 2 slips in a gully in place, stacked offside fielders. Hancock goes back over the wicket here to Smith, and Smith defends this on the onside and won't be able to get a single. So she's gone 8 balls without scoring. And at the end of 13 overs, 5 for 40 are the Breakers. Lichfield is 2. Smith yet to score. Coit has 1 for 1 from 2 overs. Hancock none for 6 from 3. There was also a run out off Hancock's bowling, almost a second run out. So they've bowled 5 overs collectively, this bowling partnership, and taken 2 for 7. So the breaks have been well and truly put on this New South Wales Breakers run chase. Looking to consolidate a partnership and build some confidence that has been well and truly shattered in the first 13 overs by some great bowling and great fielding by the ACT, who themselves looking for their 3rd win of the season. Coit continues as she swings this ball into Lichfield, who defends.
It's definitely something that the bowlers don't get a lot of credit for, is bowling in partnerships. We often talk about batting partnerships and how important they are, but being able to come out and bowl in partnerships as well is really important. Obviously, we spoke about like the run-outs that have been coming off the bowling, and that's because of all the pressure that they've been building.
Yeah, they've been very, very miserly with their economy rate, both these bowlers. And that was after Cook and Koski did the damage in the first few overs, both able to collect a wicket, and Koski affecting a run out as well. Coit charges in to Lichfield, who's driving on the up down to mid-off, no run. Coit channeling her in Renee Farrell, who had miserly figures like this earlier this morning, and he bowls to Lichfield once more, who tucks shot of a hit back straight to square leg. Five for 40, run rate under 3 for the first time this innings, 2.93, required rate up to 3.8. In comes Coit, and again cramping Lichfield for room. All she can do is tuck it to mid-wicket, much like Alyssa Healy in New South Wales, set very good fields and had good plans for their bowlers. Erin Osborne's done the same here for the ACT, bowling in good areas and fielders placed almost perfectly. Coit into Lichfield, who drives but mistimes this one down to mid-off.
We're going to have a change in the commentary again with Britt Carter coming back in.
So while Brittany comes in, gives the chance to run through the score. 5 for 40, Lichfield 2 from 17. Smith yet to score off her 8 overs. Coit's got 1 for 1 from 3. And probably not what we're expecting, Britt, in the early stages of this innings. A lot of us thought that Alyssa Healy and Rachel Haynes might take the attack to the ACT, but give credit where it's due. ACT have bowled and fielded magnificently, 2 really good run-outs, and at the moment they're well on top. And if you're a betting man, you'd be betting against the New South Wales Breakers at the moment in the position they're in.
I think the Meteors have really shown their strength in this game. Obviously, they don't bat super deep, but their strength is obviously bowling and fielding, and that's what we've seen so far.
In comes Hancock, continues, dabs this one, tries to get it through the cordon, but great piece of fielding there by Claire Koski, who missed out with the bat, but has taken a wicket, made a run out, and also taken a catch. So she's been involved in absolutely everything and has made a couple of really nice stops like that.
I think it's just those little efforts that add up over time.
And obviously, when you've taken a few wickets, everyone is kind of on their toes and up and about, wanting to have an impact in the game. The score was none for 100. Often you'd see those balls maybe misfielded or go through the slips cordon. 3 slips in place for Hancock as she comes into Smith, who's looking to dab at that. She needs to be careful because that's how you can feather one behind the stumps. Just trying to, I think, use the pace and bounce of Hancock and just run her down to third man, knowing that there is no protection behind those 3 aforementioned fielders.
Well, I just love that they've got the nerve to put 3 slips in. I mean, Lauren Smith is a pretty good batter. Lichfield even more so. So the fact that they've got 3 slips there, you know, it's bold, but I like it.
Hancock into Smith, who defensively pushes this one out to cover.
I have to say too, I've just put my jacket on, even though the sun's sort of poking behind the clouds every now and then, and the weather radar says it's 26 degrees at the moment. It certainly doesn't feel like that. There's a big breeze that's come along the ground, and it is a little bit chilly out here now.
Always
you can hear in the mic the wind as well.
Always seems to get pretty breezy in the afternoon here at Hurstville. It doesn't matter what kind of day it is. done a few Sheffield Shield games here, and it's pretty cold once you kind of get past 4 o'clock, but it's still 20 minutes to 3 here, local time, so it's not that late in the afternoon as Smith digs out a really good Yorker from Hancock. Good bowling, good batting. And after being hit for 4 off her second ball, since then she's bowled 20 balls for just 2 runs, so really economical bowling. Both these New South Wales batters doing their best to get their eye in and get comfortable, but collectively they've occupied 29 deliveries for just the 2 runs, which will please the ACT side as they try and keep this run rate at a manageable rate. As this is much better from Smith. She drives out to extra cover, managed to pierce the gap out there, which isn't an easy thing to do, and she will get off the mark on her 13th delivery. She goes to 2-5 for 42.
Tiny little misfield from Mac there that was okay, because I think it caught on her fingers in the end, but actually the run out from Osborne to dismiss Gardner came from Mac, you know, dropping the ball, having a misfield, and then Osborne just picking it up and ramming it straight into the stumps with the direct hit.
Hancock short ball, and this one looks like it may have hit the helmet there of Lauren Smith. She went back, tried to hook it across the line, and looks as if they might actually bring, I think Dr. John Orchard is here, and he's the man that's going to run out, as well as maybe some support staff from Cricket New South Wales. She seems to be okay, but it's better to be safe than sorry in this kind of situation. Britt, just making sure the player is okay, and sometimes it can be a change of helmet if the helmet has been damaged in any way by the ball. Well,
I think the rule is that helmet has to be changed each time now. Although I can't see a helmet in any of the fielders or the doctors that have run out. I can't see them holding one. I thought the rule was if it had been hit, that it must be, but it might have just hit the front of the grill. Oh, she's pointing just to the top of the helmet there. So we'll see what happens with this, but I think it might have actually popped off Lauren Smith's shoulder into
thought that
the grill.
It looked like it contacted the upper body before. It didn't look like it was blunt trauma straight to the helmet first.
I wouldn't mind a replay on that one, but I think it's come off the bat onto her shoulder or chest and then into the grill. So soften the blow slightly, and just wondering. No, it looks like they're not going to change the helmet at this stage. So
yeah, having a look at the New South Wales sideline, and there isn't any great urgency or anyone collecting a helmet or anything. So yeah, not what you want to see. Thankfully, we don't see it in women's cricket too much, because it's horrible when you see some of the collisions that players have in regards to balls hitting the helmet.
I think too, though, as much as it's horrible, nobody really wants to see it. It's just a part of the game, isn't it? I mean, as we've heard Ben Sawyer over the summer talk about how the bowlers are slowly starting to get up to where the batters are in terms of the level of skill that the female cricketers have, and that the batting has actually progressed so much further than the bowling at the moment, so the bowling's trying to catch up. But once you get Stella Campbell, who's really tall, coming in at a pace, probably able to bowl a really solid bouncer, that sort of issue might come into play a little bit more, but it'll be something that maybe we see in years to come. And Ash Gardner, certainly, who's not on the field at the moment, but has copped, you know, at least 3 or 4 balls to the head throughout her Australian and Big Bash career too. Certainly knows about concussion and how serious it can be. And I spoke to her in the lead up to last summer, and she said, I've just got to be better at hitting that full ball, the full toss. Otherwise, that's where people will pepper me. So it is a part of the game, as much as we don't like to see it. But yeah, any prevention that can be done with helmets and whatnot is hugely appreciated.
So we take this break. It was earlier today that New South Wales won the toss and elected to field, and they would able to dismiss the ACT Meteors for 177. It was Erin Osborne, the captain, who top scored with 55 from 99. And then Kylie Leeson hit a determined middle order knock of 34. And New South Wales would have been happy with that, but they won't be happy with how things have been going at the moment. 15 overs gone, 5 for 42, with Lichfield 2 from 17, Smith 2 from 14. And 2 runners being affected by the visitors as well. No one's been able to get on top of the bowling. But partnerships are imperative now for New South Wales if they want to get close to this total. Of Coit into Lichfield, who's forward and defending.
I think the pick-up of Sarah Coit has been amazing for ACT so far. We saw how experienced she was in the back end of their innings. Couldn't see the full innings out, unfortunately, but yeah, even her bowling as well.
Coit in, pitches up, and this ball poked through the cord, and that'll go down to the boundary for 4. That just releases the pressure valve a little bit for the Breakers. 5 for 46. And Lichfield gets her first boundary of the afternoon, goes along to 6 from 19 balls.
Just waiting for a little replay of that one, but yeah, really nice work by Phoebe Lichfield.
She's forward and defending. Good defensive shot there. She just used the pace of Coit there, who just gave her a little bit of width and was just able to kind of steer it through the slips cordon or through that third man region. Forward and defending once more out to mid-on.
I think the thing I love about Phoebe Lichfield as well is the composure she brings to the crease. So if you just watched her and didn't know how old she was at 16 years old, you probably guess she's, you know, in her mid-20s at least. She looks like she has much more experience than she does.
She's forward and looking to drive at this one. Maybe a little bit disappointed that she wasn't able to get any timing with that one, but Coit has been mixing up her pace. So, does make things difficult for the batting side. Coit in, and this ball whipped away backward a square leg. They're going to take on the arm there of Koski, who takes a decent shot at the stumps, but comfortably home as Lichfield moves to 7 by picking up a single, already 5 coming off this over. And that will complete the over. So Coit has 1 for 6 from 4. And after 16 overs, the Breakers 5 for 47. Lichfield is 7, Smith is 2. And this partnership's put on 10 in relatively quick time. So that's positive for New South Wales.
Nobody would have predicted they'd be 5 for 47 heading into the 17th over, I don't think, at the start of the day, Jack.
Well, it's a long tail, but as I was saying to Sam earlier, Britt, the players that you don't really want coming in with in excess of 100 needed, it can be difficult for lower order players to do that as Lichfield drives, square the wicket, wonderfully timed, but straight to Erin Osborne at point. So we've still got Renee Farrell, Sarah Ailey, Hayley Silver-Holmes and Stella Campbell to come. And Renee Farrell played a good innings against Queensland, obviously in a much different circumstance. A quick fire 22 for her to get New South Wales up to 241. We've seen Sarah Ailey play some important innings for the Sixers in the lower order in the WBBL. And Silver-Holmes and Campbell to come. In comes Hancock, this wide of the off stump, and angles into Lichfield, who doesn't play a shot.
Well, we saw Smith and Farrell both hit a 6 in that innings against Queensland. I have to say, I hate to say it, but I was surprised with both of that, just because of the stage of the innings that they came in, and they hadn't really had a lot of time to predict what the wicket was doing, like the other players had that, you know, you might probably expect to hit a 6 in your Haynes and your Healy's and whatnot.
Hancock into Lichfield, who's back this time and defends. So Hancock probing in on that off-stump line, coming around the wicket, trying to cramp Lichfield for room.
So I guess it just depends what the message has been to these two batters and whose role is what, but I'd expect Smith to probably take on the ball a little bit more. If she can hit 6s, that'd be fantastic for the Breakers right now, even 4s. And then just let Lichfield get set.
Yeah, she's looking like she's getting her iron now, Lichfield. 7 from 26. She's back and slaps this one over the top of mid-wicket, down to the rope for 4. Good shot there, just dropped a little bit short for the first time today, did Hancock, and got inside the line beautifully, Lichfield, and lifted it up over the infield. She moves to double figures, goes along to 11, and also that brings up the 50 for New South Wales. 5 for 51 in the 17th over. Yeah,
Lichfield did a really good job of just finding some space on that leg side there, and just giving it enough power with the timing to hit up over the fielders. But she's such a technically sound batter too, so that composure and then the technical aspect she has about her game is amazing.
Hancock to Lichfield. She's back defending this one out to Osborne at point. So that certainly has just broken the shackles a little bit, that boundary. Acquired run rate 3.83, current run rate 3.03 for the Breakers.
And although the ACT have the upper hand at this stage with all the momentum and the wickets that they've taken, I would say that, you know, a partnership like this that continues on for a long period of time could probably mess with their heads a little bit.
Last ball of the over, Hancock into Lichfield, who's driving lovely down the ground. She's going to take on the arm of the fielder right there, but doesn't need to because there's a misfield.
Yeah,
and she picks up a single to move to 12, 5 for 52 after 17.
Because that's the thing, you know, this ACT team is a mixed bag, really, of players from all different states and all levels of experience, but there are a lot of young players here, and they've really had the dream start to this bowling innings, getting so many wickets so quickly, taking the Breakers by surprise, and I think the fans here watching today by surprise too, so they just need to continue with that and make sure that they hold on to momentum.
Yeah, I think the fans are a little bit shell-shocked with what's been going on. Lichfield will retain the strike, the left-hander. She's on 12. Coit continues, and she clips this one onto the leg side, but unable to pierce the gap as Hancock does the fielding. But as Brittany mentioned, that partnership now worth 15. There was a similar partnership that was put together by Ash Gardner and Rachel Haynes. Then unfortunately that didn't really come to fruition as much as New South Wales would have liked. Coit in, this ball punched a little bit uppishly, but beautifully down the ground. And that's going to be 4 more. So Lichfield finding a groove now. 2 boundaries in her last 5 deliveries. She goes to 16. And the Breakers 5 for 56.
That was really smart work from Phoebe Lichfield there, just getting the upper hand over Sarah Coit, pushing it just wide of her hand.
Getting on the front foot. Her timing seems to be in good touch at the moment as she defends a much better ball by Coit, not quite as pitched up as the previous delivery.
She's a little bit fidgety too around the crease, a bit like Steve Smith. I just wonder if Phoebe Lichfield also goes home at night and just shadow bats in front of the mirror, because she certainly gives us that impression.
She faces up to Coit now and she drives. That's a glorious cover drive for 4. Probably one of the shots of the day. Really classy stuff from Lichfield, who is just starting to shift the momentum for the Breakers. 3 boundaries in her last 7 balls now. She moves along to 20. That's a classical cricket shot right there, Britt.
Absolutely, and I think I spoke about Smith really having to take on some boundaries for the Breakers, but she hasn't had to at this stage because Lichfield's done such a good job hitting some key 4s for the Breakers at this stage of their innings.
She faces up to Coit. She's back in defensive mode and drops that out onto the offside. So already 8 coming from this over. Much better batting now that Lichfield has got her eye in. 44 against Queensland in the last game. And 20 not out here. It's really been a whirlwind summer for the 16-year-old, having played in the WBBL with the Sydney Thunder. And she's forward and defending a length ball on off stump out onto the offside end of the over. She is on 20. Smith is on 2. 18 gone. 5 for 60.
I heard a couple of interviews that Lichfield did over the summer with, you know, Triple M, ABC. She was getting picked up everywhere because she was, you know, creating such a splash across the headlines. And she really didn't know what to say. Obviously, she's very young and media experience comes as you progress through your career. But I just found it so funny that, you know, she's probably as shocked as anyone by how much attention she's been getting.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to happen as a 16-year-old.
And then to come in and make such an impact, right? I mean, 16-year-olds come in and out of cricket, but to be able to have such an impact and then, you know, be the player of the match or the standout player for so many games so far, I think that's really a testament to what's to come for her.
I think that's one of the most exciting things about the women's game is that we do get to see these girls that are 15, 16, 17. That doesn't happen in the men's competition, whether it's the BBL, the Sheffield Shield, or the One Day Cup. So it's exciting that these girls get such a great opportunity at such a young age to show their talents, and you just need to look at Phoebe Lichfield. She doesn't look out of place in this cricket game, and certainly didn't look out of place in the WBBL either. So it shows that the age doesn't really mean anything. They're ready for the task.
Osborne in for her first over today. It's a drop and run from Lauren Smith backwards on the leg side. So I spoke about this with Sam before, Jack, but one of the things New South Wales batting lineup has going for them is that they have like a left-hand, right-hand combination a lot of the time. So the way they've staggered their batters, it quite often means that it'll play with the ACT bowling and fielding tactics, I guess, in that they have to change every ball.
It can be hard as a bowler as well, trying to get your line, your length when it's different every ball.
Well, they're going to come round the wicket with off-spin to Lichfield, who defends, just plays it into the wicket. They're 5 for 61, the Breakers. Something I want to bring up about what you said with the young'uns coming through in women's cricket, Jack, as Erin Osborne continues round the wicket to Lichfield, defends, ball trickles out towards square leg, no run taken, is that in women's cricket we talk about the boom and how much it's exploding in Australia particularly. Osborne really quick here, back into Lichfield, who just watches it go through to the keeper. But when it comes to that older generation of female cricket, we're sort of lacking a bit there. So there's a lot of young girls coming up through the pathways, and they're starting to pop up in this 16-year-old group, 17, 18, 19 group. You know, your Hayley Silverholmes, your Stella Campbells, that sort of player. But towards the 20 to 30 year age group, there's not as many. And I think that's because Osborne in again. For a long time, you know, there's been a lot of young girls that have played cricket and then not been able to progress, or maybe they didn't get an opportunity, so they went to another sport. Yeah. So the pathways coming through are really the future of women's cricket, and it's only going to be stronger given that they haven't had to step away from the game or go somewhere else. You know, they've been encouraged to stick with it, so that's really promising too.
I think the Breakers were the first women's professional team in Australia to be professional in Australia. So that's obviously a carrot that kind of gets dangled in front of you if you're thinking about future career prospects and having a full-time professional contract and being paid to train and paid to play and all of those kinds of things. It's thanks to the trailblazers, the people like Belinda Clark and Joe Broadbent, those kind of players that have laid a platform for these younger girls.
So Yates into bowl now. I'm really excited about watching what she can do, because in one of the games last year, at the start of this WNCL summer, she took 6 for 33, which is still the best figures in the competition at the moment. Here she is bowling to Smith.
Yeah, operating spin from both ends as well. So let's see how this plan works out for the Meteors.
So in my research on Yates, they had her down as a right arm medium, which I certainly can see she's not. She's offering a fair bit of spin from that end.
Yeah, pretty much just putting it on a dollar coin at the moment in front of Lauren Smith, making it hard for her to do anything but just come forward and dead bat it back into the pitch.
Smith thinks about the run, instead stays put. It's been a good start for Yates. No runs yet and 2 balls to come. So we've got off spin from one end and then leg spin from the Bill O'Reilly end in Yates. Smith hits out towards the covers but has to stay put. So at the end of the over, it's a maiden one for Yates. The Breakers are still 5 for 61, Lichfield on 20 and Smith on 3. It's a good start for Yates, isn't it?
It's a really good start, yeah. She's to pretty much get that ball where she bowled for those 6 deliveries is not an easy thing to do. It looks like it's an easy thing to do, but to be so consistent with your line and lengths like that is you can see that she's put a lot of practice in, and yeah, just tightening the screws a little bit, trying to frustrate that New South Wales side again after a few overs where there was a few runs coming.
So Osborne into Lichfield coming around the wicket. She plays it into the covers. Sarah Coit fields the ball, and Lichfield again on strike for 20 as Osborne comes around the wicket again. Coming down a bit further, hits it straight to mid-on where Leeson is waiting. So again, Lichfield staying put. Into the air this time, Lichfield hits over the top of Carly Leeson's head, makes it all the way to cow corner on the rope for 4.
Yeah, great use of the feet there from Phoebe Lichfield. She's done this a couple of times, and knowing that it's probably easier to go over the top of the ACT fielders and going through them, just used her feet, got to the pitch and just lifted it almost effortlessly over the top. That's a really good boundary.
Osborne into Lichfield again. And Leeson's remained up in that mid-on position, so there's no one really on that cow corner boundary. Got a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg for Phoebe Lichfield as Osborne comes in again, and Lichfield uses her feet, defends. It'll be no run. Just one ball to come from this over. Lichfield steps back, cuts into the covers, but can't make a run. It's a dot ball to finish the over for Erin Osborne, and the breakers are 5 for 65. 4 runs coming from that one for Osborne.
Well, Dr. John Orchard's come back out again, so maybe just double checking on Lauren Smith to make sure she's okay. Has been about 10 or 15 minutes since she did get that knock to the head, but it was just a quick chat before he makes his way off the field.
You can see Lisa Griffith with him, winks, running off. She played here at Hurstville last week, but of course with Sarah Ailey coming back into the side, he squeezed out of that 11. It's hard work running the drinks too, Jack. It's not a fun job.
No, I remember reading Michael Slater's autobiography, and he thought it was just as simple as carrying the drinks when he first had to do it. But it's much more difficult than that. You need to know where everyone's gear is. You need to know all the gear. You need to know how to mix drinks, which is an easy thing.
Everyone likes their drinks different, apparently, too. Smith facing more leg spin cuts. Out to Koski at point and takes a run.
They're very particular cricket players. They're a little bit left of centre. You just need to see Steve Smith and David Warner and some of the nuances they have when they're batting. But yeah, they are, to be a successful cricketer, I think you need to be not on an even keel. So not surprised to hear that they are quite particular about their drinks.
Well, they're quite superstitious too. So I mean, imagine if you mixed up the drink wrong and then they got out the next ball or something. Yates coming around the wicket to Lichfield, who just plays it off her toes out towards the leg side.
Partnership worth 30 now, so it's been a good partnership, but Lauren Smith just needs to make sure she doesn't get too bogged down and put unnecessary pressure on Phoebe Lichfield to be getting the bulk of the runs. Obviously, ACT have been bowling really well, Brittany, and we need to commend them on that. And it's not easy to get runs in this situation, but at least try and tick the scoreboard over, pick up some singles.
Yates coming back over the wicket to Smith. 2 dot balls, yes, completely agree with you. And it's funny, when we had lunch before, some of the players were still in here as we were tucking in. Yates to Smith, just pushing it out towards the leg side. It's enough for New South Wales to take a single, and they move to 5 for 66. But she was saying, if I don't have to bat, I don't want to today. So
well, that didn't happen, did it?
Well, hopefully Ailey doesn't have to at this stage, but we'll see what happens from here.
I'm going to jump out of here, Brett, and Sam's going to join you for the next little bit.
Sounds good. What have you made of this off-spin, leg-spin bowling partnership, Sam?
Yeah, I think it's been quite good for both teams, actually. When spinners are on, there's always chances, which makes the game a little bit exciting. But on the other hand, yeah, the Phoebe Lichfield and Lauren Smith are doing quite well in this little bit.
Spoken like a true spinner yourself.
Yes, I know what it feels like to go back over your head. He's got to keep in the game.
Osborne again coming over the wicket into Smith with Osborne. They're chirpy, the Meteors out in field. And you've got to be at this stage of the game. I mean, the partnership's now reached 31 runs. Obviously, most of that has been Lichfield as Osborne continues. Smith just tucks it away off her hip, but no run taken.
Yeah, I feel that ACT would know how important this partnership is, and how key Phoebe Litchfield's wicket will be. Obviously, Lauren Smith can bat, Renee Farrell can bat, Sarah Ailey can bat, but they really need someone to sort of anchor it and bring it all together, and that person, I feel, is Phoebe, which puts a lot of pressure on the young 16-year-old shoulders, but I'm sure she can cope.
Osborne back into Smith again, just playing it off the hip into the leg side. Stuck on strike for now on 5. Smith defending, and that marks the end of the 23rd over. Osborne's figures none for 5, and the breakers 5 for 68. So that was a maiden over from Osborne. She's been really good with her off spin today.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show her experience again. We saw it throughout her batting innings and with her captaincy early on, and now again with her bowling. She's got a lot to give.
Yates coming around the wicket from the O'Reilly end to Lichfield. Driving it straight to extra cover. Lucky it was along the ground. Lichfield waits on Yates again, defends this time. Do you know much about Amy Yates?
Nothing at all, to be honest. Obviously, she got 6 for early on in the WNCL.
Yep.
So she can take wickets, which is what ACT will want from her here.
A few yells. Lichfield just mixing up the line and length with that shot, but it was enough for the breakers to move to 69. The run rate's at just under 3 and over at the moment, but the required rate is just over 4. So they're a little bit behind. Obviously the wickets don't help, Sam.
Yeah, I don't think they need to panic just yet. There's still plenty of cricket to be played. And like I said, if these two can bat deep into the innings, can really control it, I'm sure that New South Wales will be able to get across the line. But with the fields that ACT have set, they're quite attacking. They're going to keep looking to take wickets.
Smith defends, pushes it into the leg side. There's no one really out as they send Hancock out. Just out at deep square leg. There's a deep mid wicket as well. That's it. Outside the inner rim. As Smith just dabs one back past Gully. Takes a single, moves to 6. In the end of the over, the breakers are 5 for 70.
I don't think the ACT will mind that, keeping Lauren on strike. Obviously, she's 6 from 35 and isn't as playing as attacking as what Phoebe is. So they'll try and get her to soak up as many balls as possible and keep Phoebe away from the strike.
Just 4 runs in total from Yates's 3 overs so far, and Osborne none for 5 as well. So it's surprising. I don't want to say that with you around here, Sam, but obviously spinners usually are where you can score your runs. So the fact that they've both been so economical is a little bit surprising, but also great for the ACT.
That's exactly right. I think they're just bowling in good areas, making it difficult for the batters to get under the ball, trying to hit over the top. Really good field placement set, so just really challenging every ball.
Osborne into Smith over the wicket. Chance. I think it just snuck past her.
And that's what happens when spinners do come on. They do create chances because, yeah, the batters always feel they are in the game.
Smith hits it down to Carly Leeson at mid-off. Are you a leg spinner or an off spinner, Sam?
I'm an off spinner.
Okay.
Yes.
Osborne in with some off spin here.
So
defending.
When I was a little bit younger, yeah, Erin Osborne actually came and coached on one of our tours.
Wow.
So yeah, she would have only been 20 or 21. so quite young, and yeah, it was really good to have her around and learn a lot off her.
Over the wicket she is into Smith, who cuts hard into the ground. It splits the fielders at point and backwards point. And Smith's looking to make 2 here. She'll do it comfortably so. The breakers are 5 for 72. So what did she teach you?
Well, I was quite young at the time too, so it was only relatively new to off-spin. She was sort of teaching how to position the ball, was the sort of areas that you want to bowl in, and how to sort of set your fields to certain batters and things like that. So it was really good to soak up as much information as possible.
Osborne into Smith again, plays it straight back down to the bowler along the wicket. And at the end of the over, the breakers remain 5 for 72. Just 2 runs coming from that one for Osborne. She's 9 for 7 with her bowling figures. It's funny because that stuff is really hard to teach, especially the fielding placement. Jack was speaking before on commentary how he thinks Elisa Healy has come leaps and bounds with her captaincy, and in particular her fielding placement over the last 2 summers for the breakers. So that is a really hard of the aspect of the game as a bowler and as a captain to try and set those.
That's exactly right, particularly as a spinner as well. You can sort of pick the way that the batters are going to hit you. So obviously bowling off spin, they're always going to try and hit you towards the leg side because that's the way the ball's spinning, and then leg spin vice versa. But all it takes is for a batter to move their feet and get into a good position. They can hit the opposite way. So it's always a challenge, but like I said, as a spinner you're probably always in the game.
Just watching Lisa Griffith have a little chat to Phoebe Lichfield as Smith gets some attention from the physio and has a little drink. I wonder what message she's brought out from the New South Wales camp. What do you think Dom Thornley would be saying at this stage of the game?
Just sort of keep doing what you're doing. They're rotating the strike well, building a really important partnership when New South Wales needed it. They don't need to do anything silly. They don't need to be looking to hit over the top or anything like that just yet. So if they can get through this little bit, probably for the next 10 overs, New South Wales will bring the game right back into their court.
Yates to continue from the O'Reilly end into Lichfield. She's come round the wicket to her. She hits it past Lauren Smith. Fielded it mid-off. And a single for Phoebe Lichfield. She moves to 26. The break is 5 for 73.
And as you do note, for Phoebe they had the 3 fielders out. For Lauren the only 1.
Smith spanks it straight back over the head of the leg spinner. She just made 4. Smith moves to 12 and the breakers are 5 for 77. It's a big one from Lauren Smith, isn't it?
Yeah, and it just goes to show what she is capable of. So I was just trying to say that, yeah, they only have the 1 fielder back for her, given that they want to try and keep her on strike, but she's capable of doing things like that and getting the boundaries anyway.
Yates back into Smith. How does she respond? She pushes it out towards point, but stays put, waits for another Yates delivery. Tapping her bat now, waiting on Yates. More leg spin to come. Smith dabbing it backwards of point. Anna Lanning's running after it. And Smith makes a single. She's now on 13 and the break is 5 for 78. So Lichfield back on strike, which means we've got a change in the field again. Osborne just telling all of her fielders to come in really tight on the offside. We've got a backwards point. Point as she just hits over the top of extra cover in Osborne, the captain. She says, I'll show you where to put the field. Lichfield makes 2, the breakers reach 80 and she's now on 28.
She didn't seem too happy with herself with that shot, but it was well clear of the fielders and probably the right intent. There's no one back there, so it's definitely what they need to look to do.
Back in round the wicket is Yates. Lichfield plays it past, extra cover, it beats the fielder. Believe that's Zoe Cook, it's beaten at mid-off and it races all the way to the boundary. That has got to kill the ACT camp.
Yeah, that hurts. A little bit of a misfield as well. You would much rather that be a dot than a 4. And all it does is give some confidence back to New South Wales. And now this little bowling partnership has sort of been broken a little bit.
I wonder too how much impact the wind is having out there, because we've spoken how there's a real slow outfield. And I know you and I were chatting with Sarah Ailey, who said there's a lot of water under the outfield of the ground, which is sort of making it so slow and a bit pluggy. So the fact that just raced away then after Cook even got a hand to it still maybe shows that maybe the wind or the conditions are having a little bit of an impact.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, even you saw some of the shots that Ash Gardner played in her little cameo, that she hit them all the way along the grass and they still raced away, so I think it must be drying up a little bit out there.
It's a dot ball for Erin Osborne, continuing from the Ray Lindwall end. Smith on strike on 13. Plays it through the covers. Fielded at mid-off by Leeson. So we've seen Smith get stuck at one end a lot, especially if she's on strike. And as I say that, she rotates the strike with a quick single, not wasting any time.
Yeah, she's definitely capable of just sort of dropping and running. Even then, she hit it quite hard, but was off the mark quite quickly and knows that Phoebe can make her ground as well. So that's just what she needs to do, especially the way that Phoebe's timing it at the moment.
Osborne's going to come round the wicket into Lichfield, defending. Still on 32, break is 5 for 85. Osborne into Lichfield, early cut into the covers. Just having a look at that run rate, Sam, so the required rate is at 4 and the run rate's at 3.17 per over. Lichfield hits into the wicket. She's unhappy with that shot, and it's a dot ball to finish the over for Erin Burns. They're 5 for 85.
Yeah, I don't think they need to panic just yet. These two are doing a really good job at building a partnership, obviously up to 48 now, the biggest of the innings. Yeah, if they can take it to sort of the 36th over or so, I'm sure that they'll be well in control, because obviously we've still got Renee Farrell to come into bat, who can hit to all parts of the field. Sarah Ailey can definitely clear the boundary, so there's no need to panic just yet.
I think what was interesting was a ball before I was looking at it, and it was in the 3s for the required rate. So every ball at the moment, it's sort of ebbing and flowing into ACT or New South Wales' favour. It's a tight game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, the early wickets to ACT definitely put a lot of pressure on New South Wales, but yeah, they've done well here to build a partnership in what were a bit tiring conditions.
So Maitland Brown has been brought into the attack. Was the leading wicket taker at one stage during this Women's Big Bash season, so certainly knows how to take some scalps. Got a brilliant pace about what she offers to a bowling attack. Smith's going to face her first over of the day. Defends, probably a smart move. Just see what the pace is doing. Different bowler, different variation, Sam.
That's exactly right. These two may have played a bit of cricket together. Obviously, Maitland's from New South Wales originally. So probably about similar age too, so they've probably grown up playing against each other, so Lauren will be quite watchful here.
Maitland back in over the wicket. Smith cuts. It beats the fielders. It's racing out behind point. Nice fielding by the ACT just inside the rope, but Smith is back for 2, so the breakers are 5 for 87.
I think that's what Lauren will look to do here, is just use the pace of Maitland, get it into a gap and run hard. Don't need to ask much more of her from here.
Brown in again over the wicket to Smith, who gets jammed. But that's the 50-run partnership for the breakers, with that 2 from Lauren Smith on the ball before. So this has been a pretty solid innings from Lichfield and Smith together.
Yes, for someone like Lauren, who doesn't often get an opportunity to bat, we know that she can do it, so being put into this situation, she's taking it with both hands and playing a really good innings.
Similar shot played by Smith there. Little dab into the offside. It's enough for a single to bring Lichfield on strike. And heading into this game, I don't think you would have thought that, you know, the breakers would have to rely on a 6-wicket partnership, would you?
Yeah, with only 177 on the board, you would have thought that, yeah, you'd be looking to chase that down, only 3 or 4 down. But it just goes to show how long the New South Wales tail really is.
So Brown's coming round the wicket to Lichfield, the left-hander. Just plays it backwards of point. Probably more the gully region, deep, where Hancock fields, and it brings Smith back on strike, that single. They're 5 for 89, Lichfield on 33. So Lichfield made 44 in the game we were commentating last week, Sam. It looks like she could get there again today. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on her, but she looks pretty solid out there.
Yeah, she's playing quite a similar style of cricket as she did last week. Just, hitting the balls that are in her area, leaving ones that she doesn't need to play. Very smart cricket from the young player.
Lisa Griffith, LG, Winks, however you want to refer to her, is running out to give the batters some drinks. So after the 28th over, the Breakers sit 5 for 89. A little bit off the required run rate, but pretty close to it at the same time. Partnership of 52 between Lichfield and Smith. I think too, the longer this partnership builds, the closer they get to the target, the more they can free up the arms and then start to hit the boundaries, and then they have the opportunity to lose some wickets if they need to, Sam. But right now it's all about the ones, the twos, the fours, if they can pick them up, and just dispatching and waiting for the bad balls when they come. As Lichfield comes down the track and meets an off-spin delivery around the wicket from Osborne.
Yeah, that's exactly right. These two are doing exactly what they need to do. They don't need to do anything silly. They don't want to lose another wicket right now at this important time of the innings. They just need to work hard and rotate the strike.
Two dot balls to start this over from Erin Osborne. Around the wicket to Lichfield again, who cuts late. Heading back out to the rope. And Lichfield will comfortably make 2. She makes running between the wickets look really easy.
Yeah, she's very quick across the grass. You can see that with her fielding as well. And, yeah, running to the danger end there, she was never going to be short of her ground.
Osborne bowling to Lichfield again. Targeting the same region, except there's a fielder out at backwards point there. So she'll have to stay put on 35. Osborne round the wicket into Lichfield again. Just plays it. Defensive shot off the pads. And it's a dot ball for Osborne. Sam, in the last 2 days you've done commentary, we haven't even had a chance to talk about your role and how important it is to Cricket New South Wales. As Osborne comes back into Lichfield. She cuts out to backwards point again, can't find a run. There's an overthrow, but Lichfield doesn't run on it. And that'll be the end of the over there, 5 for 91. So tell us, what is it that you do for our listeners at home? That might be a good place to start.
Yeah, so I'm the female participation specialist at Cricket New South Wales. So basically I work with the cricket managers, so they all look after a region. So there's 38 of them, and yeah, we work together to put in strategies to grow the women's game. So we're up to 204 teams across New South Wales, from sort of under 11s to under 17s. And New South Wales were probably the first state to really take that on board and grow the game from the base. I suppose it sort of goes to show the amount of people that are coming through and the talent that is coming through as well.
And that push in New South Wales for girls teams, was it on the back of the Breakers' professionalisation, or was it done way before that?
Sort of around the same time. So before my time in the role, there was a competition called the Little Breakers League, and that's sort of what it started as, and there was only a handful of teams that played in that competition, and then with the introduction of the WBBL, those competitions.
Oh, there's a wicket that falls. Brown's got the breakthrough of this 54-run partnership, and it's Smith that has to depart for 17. The Breakers lose their 6th wicket of the day, not the one they were keen on losing either. Smith goes for 17.
Quite unlucky there, probably playing at a shot that she shouldn't have, short and wide, and just got the under edge onto the stumps. Should be quite disappointed in that, but build a really good partnership with Phoebe. Really important in the context of the game.
Yeah, you can bet Smith's a little bit unhappy with herself for that one, especially when there was such a good partnership building and New South Wales really looked like they were back in this. What does this wicket do now for momentum?
I think it does swing back in favour of the ACT, because now Phoebe has to start again and build with a new partner. In saying that, though, it does look like Renee Farrell coming out, who has a world of experience, so she'll know what to do in this situation.
In fact, I would argue that Farrell's a little bit similar to Smith in what she offers, maybe just slightly more unorthodox, so this partnership could continue as if there was no wicket fallen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We saw Smith and Farrell bat in last Thursday's game as well. They batted together and batted really well in the final overs of that match. But yeah, we need a similar innings from Renee here.
So Lichfield sits on 35. Smith, the last wicket to go. The Breakers 6 wickets down. Almost midway through the 30th over. They lost 3 wickets really quickly earlier today. 3 for 10 was Stalenberg, the 3rd wicket to fall, and then Rachel Haynes went out for 4 for 37. Ash Gardner 5 for 37. So that partnership of Lichfield and Smith has done a world of good so far for New South Wales, but it's what they can do from here that counts. Brown into Farrell. Plays a defensive shot to start. So let's continue with what we were talking about, Sam.
Yes.
And what they offer. Sorry, did we interrupt you with the wicket?
Unfortunately, the cricket took precedence there. But yeah, like I was saying, so it was the Little Breakers League, and then with the introduction of the WBBL, we knew that the hype around that would create some stir. So we went down the route of calling the competitions either Thunder Girls Cricket League or Sixers Girls Cricket League. And yeah, to have 204 teams that competed in our spring competitions is a great credit to all the cricket managers and all the volunteers out there, because it's definitely not easy to get girls into the game, but it is evolving, and with the professionalism of the sport, you can see that more and more people want to get involved.
So Farrell just flirting with the idea of a cut. Very close for an inside edge there, but safe at the moment, still looking to get off the mark, having faced 3 balls. Brown running back into Farrell over the wicket. She just tucks it off her hip. Defensive shot, plays it back down the pitch, and that's the end of the over. The Breakers 6 for 91. Lichfield on 35 and Farrell yet to score. But your role is all-encompassing, a bit of an umbrella role in that I know that you'll have some involvement with the World Cup coming up, the T20 Women's World Cup.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Just doing little activations like getting kids involved in anthem ceremonies and things like that, which allow kids to be exposed to the different nations as well. Because a lot of them idolise the Elise Perrys and the Alyssa Healy's. But I mean, it's great too if they can walk out there with a Harmanpreet Kaur or a Stefani Taylor, Heather Knight, people like that who have been around in the WBBL as well. So leaving those lasting memories for young kids.
And is that rule about the clinics brought on by the ICC or Cricket Oz as the host?
That's the ICC initiative.
Osborne to Lichfield, plays it through Renee Farrell's feet. It's racing out towards the rope. Looks like it might pull up just short. Either way, Lichfield's run 2. She could almost run 3 then if Renee Farrell was eager to go again. But instead, Lichfield has to settle for 2. She's 37 from 65 deliveries, and the Breakers are 6 for 93. Osborne round the wicket to Lichfield again, this time played into the turf, no run. And is your job rewarding? I can imagine it would be.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, back in the day, I used to be a cricket manager as well, and I saw young people like a Hayley Silver Holmes come through, and she was volunteering at a local club and just wanted to be involved, and then now to see her, 5 or so years later playing for the New South Wales Breakers, I mean, that's what we want to do. We just want to inspire kids to get out there and get involved, and if they are girls, even better.
Osborne round the wicket back to Lichfield, plays it to mid-wicket. No run taken. Was it you last week that was telling me you like the left-handed batters better? You like the look of the way they play?
Yeah, definitely. I just find they always seem to be a bit more technically correct. Like even then, Phoebe moved her feet to get out to the ball and then checked her shot. It just looks good.
It does look good, I have to say. Osborne's just finished up her 7th over. Figures of none for 12. The Breakers are 6 for 93 and Lichfield is on 37. still 19 overs to come. There's time for the breakers. That required rate is up around the 5 mark, and they're currently at about 3 and over. But with players like Farrell, and as we spoke about before, even with Smith beforehand, if they can just build a partnership here, then try and hit some boundaries late, they could still be in it. Farrell works Brown past the square leg umpire and comes back for 2. The breaker's 6 for 95.
And that's the sort of thing that Farrell's been able to do, is just to sort of use her experience and knock the ball into a gap like that and just push hard for 2 runs. It also relieves a little bit of pressure off Phoebe to have to score all the time. If she knows that the person at the other end can contribute, it allows her to play her natural game.
So Brown just asking the backwards square leg fielder at deep to come in, and then Osborne saying, no, I'm happy with where she is. She's the only, oh no, sorry. It's a deep third man as well, out wide on the rope, as Farrell makes a single here for the breakers. They're 6 for 96. What have you made of New South Wales' decision to bowl first?
I think after the ACT innings, they would have been quite happy with where they landed, but obviously 10 overs into their innings, maybe a little bit of regret. But all in all, I don't think it was a terrible decision. It's just made for a really good cricket match.
Lichfield cuts late, really softly with the hands too. Back down to the gully region, and she makes 1. The break is 6 for 97. A little bit of chatter around the ground. Brown into Farrell, who cuts. It beats the fielder at backwards point. Farrell makes a single. She moves to 4, and the breakers are 6 for 98. We've got that field change happening too with the left hand. So we've got Nick Hancock at a deep third man. Lichfield plays it back to the keeper, but it's a wide. Not sure if she got bat on ball actually in that scenario. They've also got a deep fine leg that's sort of probably more round towards gully on that rope side. Sam, what do you make of this field?
I think it's quite a defensive field. Obviously, Maitland bowls quite quick.
As Lichfield finds a gap in the covers and reaches the rope for 4, she moves to 42. The breakers 6 for 103, I believe. So they've brought up their 100 with that 4 from Lichfield.
Yeah, just back on the field. I think the reason that there's a deep third man and a deep fine leg is just to avoid the pace. So if an edge goes flying, it doesn't become a boundary.
Lichfield playing to mid-off. So Farrell will have the strike for the next over. Do you think Osborne will continue?
I did see her signalling to potentially Nicola Hancock to take the ball back.
Well, Hancock's just walked up to Osborne now, so I think you've read it beautifully there, Sam. What do you think they're talking about?
Just being able to execute their plans. I think they know how important it is to keep taking wickets. You can't let the batters get on top. And Hancock bowled quite well in her first spell, so that's why they've reverted back to her now.
Well, after her first 5 overs, her figures are none for 13. So she's been pretty economical for the ACT. I know she went for a boundary on maybe her second ball. Jack was commentating that before.
And although she hasn't taken a wicket, there was a run out affected while she was bowling, so she's definitely been able to build a bit of pressure.
Hancock in, right arm over the wicket to Farrell, who plays it into the turf, trying to cut. It's a dot ball to start this 6 over for Hancock. pretty flat out there now. There's not a lot of chirpiness amongst the ACT team.
I think that's the nerves coming back into it. They know how tight this contest is, and all it takes is one bad over or one good over to sort of shift it either side.
Hancock back into Farrell, plays it straight back past the bowler, past Lichfield too. The breakers stay put. Farrell on strike, Lichfield at the non-strikers end. They're at 6 for 103. So they need 75 more runs to get a win over the Meteors here at Hurstville. Make it back-to-back after their win over Queensland last week. Hancock in. Farrell plays off the hip. But again, no run. So this has been a good change-up, bringing Hancock on at a crucial time for the Meteors.
Yeah, well, for first spell, she was quite economical as well, coming on first change, and then I just saw Sarah Coit warming up, and they bowled in a partnership before, so if Coit comes back on from the other end, I think that's what they want to do, really strangle the batters again.
Hancock in from the Ray Limwell end. Right arm over the wicket. Farrell. The ball got lost then. Even I didn't know where it was. Sort of got caught up in Renee Farrell's pads or hip. Do you know where it went, Sam?
Yeah, I couldn't see it either. Not onto the stumps, which is lucky.
It came off her bat and I think got caught in a pad. For some reason our screen here is turned upside down, so I can't see what's happening. That's alright, we'll just watch live. Hancock again into Renee Farrell. Defensive shot. Little dab down the wicket. One ball to come in this over from Hancock. Hancock into Farrell. Again, another defensive shot. So a maiden over for Hancock. The breakers remain 6 for 103.
A great over there from Hancock, exactly what she was brought on to do. Start building that pressure, especially because Renee's still sort of getting her eye in. And you bring on experience against experience, anything could happen.
And your observation has come to fruition, Sam, in that Coit's been given the ball again. So you're quite good at predicting what's going to happen. Very handy expert.
Don't know if I'm an expert or a cricket
yes,
tragic.
You are an expert. I feel like cricket tragic expert, they sort of flow into one, right? Most people
exactly
that are
right.
into cricket are cricky nuffies or not at all.
Yeah.
Although you do get those people that can sort of play and then never watch a game as a spectator, which I find strange. As Coit comes into Lichfield, coming over the wicket to her from the O'Reilly end, as a dot ball to start.
Yeah, especially with the amount of cricket that is on TV these days. I mean, you have to try hard to escape it.
That's right, big bash every night. Coit into Lichfield again. Again, the ball just gets stuck in the wicket. It's a dot ball. I believe AB de Villiers is going to play for the Brisbane Heat today. It's very exciting.
Yes, it will add a lot to not just the Brisbane Heat, but the BBL overall. He's an incredible player.
Coit back into Lichfield. Plays down to mid-on. Mid-off, rather, sorry. So it's a single for New South Wales. They're first in a couple of overs. In fact, they're 6 for 104 now. Lichfield on 43, just edging towards that 50. Yeah, when they announced that AB de Villiers was going to play for the Brisbane Heat, long before he'd even made the plane trip over here, I heard that they made a mozza in their merchandise sales and their membership sales. Coit into Farrell this time. A little bit of a chance for the ACT doesn't come to fruition. It's a dot ball.
I can imagine that someone of his profile would do that for a team. He's an incredible player of all forms of cricket, incredible captain for his country.
Coit into Farrell, who whips it out on the leg side. Looking for two, the breakers. The ball's racing out towards the boundary. It'll pull up short. Nice work by Katie Mack in the field, and Farrell gets back for two. The breakers 6 for 106. One ball to come from Sarah Coit. Right arm over the wicket. Farrell defends, plays it into the offside. Reaches extra cover, but she'll stay put where she is. And so Lichfield will be on strike for the next over. The breakers 6 for 106. So Hancock's just wandering over to the umpire and take her hat off and continue from the railing wall end. 3 runs coming off that over from Coit. A single to Phoebe Lichfield and a double for Renee Farrell. Oh, she's coming around the wicket. Here comes Hancock in. Whipped up into the air. Slog sweep shot. It'll make it to the rope, and Phoebe Lichfield's hit another 4. She now sits at 47, so close from a half ton.
She's playing the perfect innings here. She's been really watchful of every ball, played the ones that she knows that she can play, left the ones that she doesn't need to hit, and found the rope when she needs to.
What can she do here as Hancock comes round the wicket? Just whips it off her hip into that leg side again. Just a single this time, so Lichfield on 48. Farrell to take the strike. The break is 6 for 111. There was an umpire that used to stand on one leg for this score, wasn't there?
Maybe.
I'll have to look it up. Apparently it was an unlucky number because it looks like the stumps with the bails off.
I thought I was the cricket trainer.
Hancock in over the wicket to Farrell, who plays it hard into the covers, fielded by Koski. Farrell on 6. It's a dot ball for Nicola Hancock. David Shepherd. So I think it was a superstition thing. He's to stand on one leg. I don't know why that would offset it.
Well, there you go. Fun fact.
Hancock in over the wicket to Farrell. Gets caught. There's a shout for LB. Don't think Hancock was convinced. Just the fielders around her on the offside. But either way, Renee Farrell's safe. Still on 6, having faced 18 balls now. And there's 2 balls to come in this over. Very quiet out there. As Hancock runs in from the railing wall end. Farrell plays it into the turf. Heads out towards the leg side. Again stuck on 6. Just eating up some balls at one end. That's okay at the moment. New South Wales need, again, a solid partnership. They've reached 20 so far, Lichfield and Farrell together. Really good partnership between Smith and Lichfield was broken earlier when Smith went for 17. Hancock running into Farrell. Plays the pull shot hip height. Races out towards the rope behind the square leg umpire. And it'll be 4 for New South Wales. Farrell moves to 10. She's in double digits now, and the break is 6 for 115. So if David Shepherd was here, he could
Put his leg back down.
Yep. Stand normally now.
Yeah, that's not what the ACT wanted there. Obviously, the last ball of the innings, they built a lot of pressure with a fair few dots, and then unfortunately the last one found the rope. So all that pressure and momentum swings back in favour of New South Wales.
So is this a power play now? A batting power play?
Yes.
For New South Wales. So Sam, is this indicated at the start of the innings?
So I believe that the rule is that the 35th over, regardless, is a batting power play, which just means you can have 3 fielders outside the rope. So
Just the 1 over?
for 5 overs.
5 overs, right.
So it'd be interesting to see how Lichfield and Farrell go about their innings here, whether they look to attack that fact that there's only 3 out.
Two dot balls to start the innings so far. I was also listening to the ground announcer here today that was saying that if ACT could get New South Wales out for 141, they get a bonus point. As Coit comes into Lichfield.
Yeah, it's interesting how at the start of the innings we were talking about New South Wales chasing it down inside 40 to get their bonus point, but given the start that they had, now that swings into ACT's favour of being able to bowl them out earlier.
Well, New South Wales with some bonus points and a win today. As Coit comes back into Lichfield, she plays it past Coit, down to mid-on. No run taken. Lichfield still on strike on 48. They could have gone top of the ladder today. They're currently sitting 3rd. And ACT all the way down in, I believe it's 5th spot, 6th spot. Should check that. But coming 2nd last in the competition at the moment, they're in 6th. Lichfield plays it hard back to mid-off. Scampers through for a single. And some nice running between the wickets ensures that they're both safe. Farrell's now on strike on 11. And Lichfield is just 1 run off that 50 now. The break is 6 for 116.
In your notes there, do you know if Phoebe's got a 50 for New South Wales yet? I would suggest maybe not.
I don't think so from memory. I will check. Coit into Farrell, defends into the offside. So in her first game she made 18 for New South Wales and 17 in the second, and then we know she made 44 here at Hurstville last week. So no, she's not yet reached the 50 mark, which would be very exciting for the youngster. Country girl from New South Wales, 16 years old. Jack mentioned before she's still on school holidays and getting paid to be off playing some cricket.
It's a good way to spend school holidays, isn't it?
So the wind's again picking up here. Breeze is blowing my notes everywhere. Umpire just indicating a change of bowler here. So Osborne back into the attack. We haven't seen her for 4 or 5 overs now.
So I'm sure Phoebe probably is feeling a little bit nervous now, like creeping towards her first 50 for a state. But that doesn't mean she should do anything differently. She's been playing beautifully up to this point.
The skipper brings herself on. She's going to come round the wicket into Lichfield. Plays it straight. There's enough there for Lichfield to make a run. And the single takes her to 50. Her first 50 for New South Wales. A huge moment for the 16-year-old. She gets a little fist bump and a handshake from Renee Farrell at the other end. That's a lovely moment for Phoebe Lichfield.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And to have someone like Renee Farrell at the other end congratulating you, that would be really special for her.
The break is 6 for 117 as Osborne comes over the wicket again to Farrell. Defends into the offside. No run taken. So I'm going to leave you in a little second, Sam, but what do you think it's important that Osborne does here with this over?
Yeah, she just needs to really try and restrict as many runs as possible. Oh. She nearly gets a wicket. It is interesting that she has brought herself back on during the power play. Obviously, you can only have the 3 out, so I think it's just a way to entice the New South Wales batters to go for a big shot and hopefully miss-hit it and hit it straight down one of the fielders.
And we almost saw Farrell just miss-hit then with the unorthodox style, and here she is facing Osborne, playing it into the covers, 1 foot in the air, tipping back on that back right foot. 2 balls to come. Osborne into Farrell. Bit jammed up. Blocks. So there's been a really good over from Osborne. So just the 1 to Phoebe Lichfield so far, and then a heap of dot balls to Renee Farrell. Last one of the over now. Farrell gives herself some room, cuts on the back foot, but can't find any grass there without a fielder. And so at the end of the over, Phoebe Lichfield will have the next strike on 50, Farrell's on 10, and the breakers are 6 for 117. So Jack Clifton's going to come back into the commentary chair with you, Sam. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thanks, Brittany. The game's evenly poised at the moment. It's New South Wales that maybe just have their noses in front, but only just, as we see Sarah Coit continue into Lichfield, who's driving. So Lichfield's on 50 off 84 and Farrell now 10 from 26. But that run rate just starting to climb a little bit now, Sam, with the last couple of overs with some good patient bowling by the ACT. It's up over, well, it's up to 4.75 and over as they look to try and get on top. And this ball chipped in the air and must have just bounced in front of the fielder out there. But AC certainly keeping the pressure on New South Wales.
Yeah, it's what they need to do here. I think the reason they reverted back to Sarah Coit is to take wickets. Her first spell was fantastic, quite economical, and she's come back on here to try and break this partnership.
She comes in and forward is Lichfield and driving. I said that the ACT would have to get all the New South Wales players out to win the game. They wouldn't be able to restrict them under 50. That might not be the case because the required rate up to 4.88 and climbing. They wouldn't want that to climb above 5.5 and get towards 6 and over. So we almost head into the final 10 overs. Lichfield drives, but it's been dropped at mid-off. An absolute dolly as well. So that could be a real turning point in this match. It was a slower ball by Coit and it was really just kind of scooped out towards mid-off, and the player underneath it couldn't take the catch. It was one of those catches that you look back and you think, how was that not taken?
Yeah, I suppose similar to the Hayley Silver Holmes in the first innings. They're just one of those ones that you expect to be taken, and then they're not.
And now Farrell drives out through extra cover, gets it through the gap. That'll be 4, and that just rubs salt into the wound. That is not what the ACT wanted. 6 for 122, and Farrell moves to 14.
So yeah, as you can see, obviously instead of a wicket, they've now leaked 5 runs in 2 balls. So not ideal for the ACT, but they can't let that drop chance get their heads down. They just need to keep doing what they're doing, toiling away.
So disappointing after working so hard. It would have been 7 for 117. The prize wicket would have been gone. Now Farrell's back and defending on the leg side. And that will complete the over. So only 12 overs remaining as drinks are called onto the field. It is the New South Wales Breakers, 6 for 122. Lichfield 51 from 87. Farrell 14 from 28. Partnership worth 31. And Coit just finished her 8th over, 1 for 23. So the required run rate is 4.67 per over. They need another 56 runs off the final 12 overs. So 56 off 72. Manageable, but you'd think that a lot of the runs are going to have to come off the blade of Phoebe Lichfield, who's been the shining light in what's otherwise been a rather bleak batting performance by New South Wales.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Phoebe's doing exactly what she needs to do. She's playing the sort of innings that Erin Osborne played for the ACT. So if she can bat deep into this, New South Wales are definitely in the box seat.
What will that? We can see ACT in a huddle at the moment. What would be the messages that Erin Osborne is trying to translate to her team at the moment as we head into these final 12 overs?
I feel the first one is we've got to take our chances.
Yeah, got to take your catches.
Because that's a couple now that've gone down even in that over. One just fell short of the bowl. Of mid off, and then that obviously that chance at mid on there. But they keep working, keep executing their plans. and snag one of these wickets, anything could happen.
Yeah, and a couple of the New South Wales girls out there just getting some refreshments for the batters out in the middle. It was a calamitous start by New South Wales. The fact that they've got to 6 for 122 after being 5 for 37 really is miraculous. So they've had 85 runs since then and only lost the one wicket. But they found themselves in all sorts of trouble early on with Haynes and Healy both failing, and then a couple of run-outs thrown in. It was pretty poor. Hit the bowling figures. Koski 1 for 17 or 4 overs. She's still got a lot. Cook 1 for 15 from 4. So they've still got 12 overs from those two. Then they're obviously not going to get their full allotment of 10 overs, you wouldn't think, unless they bring Koski and Cook back now and go for them. Hancock 7 overs, none for 22. Coit still got 2, 1 for 23 from 8. Brown 1 for 14 from 3, and Yates none for 16 from 4 have been the lesser used of the ACT bowlers. But plenty of options there for Erin Osborne to throw the ball to if she wants to. But with 12 overs left, it's going to be the decisions she makes in regards to who she picks to bowl that are going to have the biggest implications. Osborne is going to continue. She's got none for 13 from 8. She's been miserly and very, very tidy in her bowling here this afternoon.
Yeah, she's really played a captain's game today. Obviously, her knock in the first innings and then her bowling figures in the second show that, and then even just the way that she's led the team. Her field placements and bowling changes have been fantastic.
So what does Erin Osborne have up her sleeve? Can she break this partnership? Can she see the back of Phoebe Lichfield? She comes around the wicket. Lichfield's back and punching out through the offside, but is unable to get it past Nicola Hancock, who does the fielding. .51 from 88. She just gave a chance, but it was put down in what was an elementary opportunity for them to get the wicket. They'll be hoping they don't regret that. The ACT Meteors. 6 for 122. In comes Osborne around the wicket again, and back is Lichfield and showing respect by defending back down the pitch.
Yeah, aside from that opportunity, I feel that Phoebe's innings has been chanceless. She's played beautifully. Not much has gone wrong.
She's here back and pushing down the ground, but Osborne fields and a follow through. If she's able to guide her side to victory, I think that she would take man of the match, players on the match honours. 55 off 99 with a bat, none for 13 in her 9th over now. Thrown up, Lichfield back and cutting, but again straight to the fielder out at extra cover. Well, on the flip side, if New South Wales were to win, you'd think that Phoebe Lichfield would have a big say in that, and having already scored over 50 would probably be putting her name up for player of the match honours. Last ball of the over. Lichfield driving on the up, but straight down there, and they're going to take a shot at the stumps, and maybe would have just got home. There's going to be overthrows, in fact. Lichfield had run past her popping crease by about 10 or 15 metres. In the end, they pick up 2, but still a good over there for the ACT with just the 2 runs coming from it. That run rate still hovering just below 5 and over. 6 for 124, Lichfield 53. Farrell 14, 11 overs to go.
ACT were quite frustrated with that. Obviously it was a chance, but then it ended up being an extra run as well. So they'll be frustrated that they didn't get behind the ball there and really try and tighten things up.
It's a little bit lazy from the visitors. 177 is the total they're defending, and the break is now up to 6 for 124. So it becomes really important that New South Wales are able to keep wickets in hand. They've done well since it was 5 for 37. It was thought they were in trouble at that stage, and they've done really well to build some partnerships, particularly Phoebe Lichfield coming in. I think she came in at 4 for 37. And then to get over the unfortunate mix-up where Ash Gardner was run out, and then to put in a really polished innings, which has almost occupied 100 balls. But they need to be careful, New South Wales, that don't let this run rate get out of hand. 4.91 the required rate, as Carly Leeson comes in the attack for the first time today. So not scared to throw the ball to bowlers that haven't had a chance to bowl so far today. Carly Leeson, another one of the fine contributors for the ACT today. A dogged innings of 34. She's put on a good partnership with her captain to eke the total up to 177. This ball's helped its way around the corner. One bounce over the rope for 4. Poor delivery, was just begging to be hit. Short and wide down the leg side and clipped around the corner by Renee Farrell, who's playing a very important lower order hand here. She's 18 from 30. The break is 6 for 128.
That's always the risky run when you bring on a new bowler this late in the innings. It hasn't warmed up and all that sort of thing. So you hope that they can snare a wicket, but then on the off chance that they bowl poor delivery, that can happen as well.
Yorker, which is dug out through that gully region, and be a single to Farrell.
So they've already scored 5 runs off 3 balls in this over, which is exactly the rate that it's sort of at now. And if they can continue on, if they hit another boundary here, it really releases some of the pressure.
The run rate was above 5 and over in the last over. It's dropped down now to 4.67. So they are controlling their own destiny here, the Breakers. And this partnership is well worth 38. It's been a really determined partnership by this pair as Leeson comes around the wicket to Lichfield, who pushes this one backward a point but won't be allowed to get a single. Any dot ball that the ACT Meteors can have now is just absolute gold for them. Can't be giving away silly runs like they did with the overthrow in the last over. Leeson to Lichfield, who drives square the wicket, but straight to Koski at point. You wonder how long it is until she comes back into the attack.
You can see every now and again that Renee Farrell's walking down the wicket, just having a chat to the young batter at the other end, making sure she keeps her head, because I think Renee knows how important it is that Phoebe's there at the end.
She's forward and she's driving. Lovely out through extra cover, but they do have that sweeper out in the deep, but she will retain the strike. So Lichfield moves to 54, and the score along to 6 for 130. 10 overs remaining. 48 required for victory off 60 deliveries. Run rate required of 4.8. And this partnership worth 39 for the 7th wicket. We didn't think New South Wales would even be in this kind of position at 5 for 37, but they've done really well in the second half of this innings to get the train back on the tracks and give themselves a chance of getting a victory. No bonus points today for either sides, but 4 very valuable competition points on offer. 4 that could guide New South Wales into the top 2. Well, for the ACT, 4 points would rocket them at the ladder and give them a chance of really pushing for a finals berth in the final 2 games. Osborne in around the wicket, and Lichfield is driving down the ground to the fielder there, which is Carly Leeson. And that's at long off position, just a single. Lichfield to 55, 6 for 131.
So they do have the 3 out for Phoebe Lichfield, but only the 2 for Renee Farrell. No one down straight.
Back over the wicket it is Osborne. Farrell didn't really move there and it almost cannoned into the pads, but she got the bat down at the last minute. Dot ball it is. 6 for 131. Osborne's last over, none for 16 into her 10th. Thrown forward. Here's Farrell and defending back down the pitch. Bit of a wry smile and a bit of conversation happening between batsman and bowler. 2 wily veterans going on against each other. Osborne loops this one up, and again Farrell plodding forward and defending onto the offside.
Seems like their plan is just to play Osborne out. I mean, the way that her figures are going, it's definitely the right idea. Score off the other bowlers.
Not a whole lot to gain really, is there, off these last few balls as she tries to push this one into the gap out through cover, but can't do so. So this has been much like Lauren Smith bowled beautifully today. I think she finished with none for 23 from her 10 overs. Osborne is going to get the best figures of the game in terms of economy rate. She's pushed Hancock back onto the fence at long on. She loops it up, and Farrell's not going to fall into that trap. She defends, but it's a very good over regardless. Just the 1 run from it. 10 overs for Osborne, none for 16 to go with her 55 from 99 with the bat, and gets congratulations all round because it's been a fine performance by the captain. 9 overs remaining, 41 overs gone, 6 for 131. Lichfield 55, Farrell 19. That required rate up to 5.22 runs per over now, Sam.
Yeah, well, and although their plan was to obviously face out that over, all it does do is add pressure to score off the other bowlers. 5.22, the way these two are going, I don't think that's unreachable. But yeah, like I've said before, Phoebe needs to bat deep into the innings.
So Leeson is going to be given another opportunity. None for 6 from her first over. She wouldn't want to have another over like that. Needs to keep it tight as she'll bowl here to Phoebe Lichfield, and Lichfield driving out through extra cover. Sweeper cleans up, just the single. So Lichfield with that shot is the leading run getter in this game, passing Erin Osborne's 55 for the ACT. Leeson coming back over the wicket. This one down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. It's a valuable run for New South Wales, not what the ACT needed. And this is a gamble that doesn't really look like it's paying off for the ACT Meteors, Sam.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately for Carly, just sort of not being able to find her line and length, especially when the Meteors do have those bowlers capable of doing that, whether they revert back to Zoe Cook, who started the innings quite well.
Drives forcefully straight to cover. Dot ball. They want some more of those, the ACT. Well, you kind of begs the question why to go for another bowler. I know Carly Leeson is a decent seam bowler, but with your both openers, it caused trouble to some of the best Australian women batters around. You would think they would go back to them. Leeson continues it short. It's cut away, backward a point, but thankfully for them, there's some support out there in Koski, who cleans up, and it is just a single. 3 from the over so far.
The only thing that I can think of is that obviously Zoe Cook and even Claire Koski bowl quite quick. With the ball coming on and the way that the outfield seems to have dried up a little bit, they might be able to find the fence easier. So maybe they think that the slower pace with Carly, the batters have to work harder for those boundaries.
Erin Osborne just pointing and waving and trying to get the attention of some of the fielders, shuffling fielders around, not wanting to let this pair settle. Lichfield back on strike here on 56 off 98. Faces Leeson as she drives. She takes on the fielder at mid-off. There's a wayward throw at the striker's end, and they get through for a single. So Lichfield moves to 57, and the score along now to 6 for 135. So 4 runs off 4 balls. So it's going pretty similarly to how Carly Leeson's first over went. She comes over the wicket to Farrell. Farrell back and cutting, and she gets this one through the gap, down towards the boundary. It's going to be pulled back just inside the rope, but 2 valuable runs here for New South Wales and for Renee Farrell. She moves to 22 from 39. This has been a good over for the Breakers, 6 coming from it. They needed 9 from this over just to kind of get things back on an even keel, having only got 1 from the last over. Final ball of the over. Leeson in, pitches up, and Farrell drives, and she gets this one through the gap, out through extra cover, down towards the boundary for 4. Well, she comes up trumps with 2 brilliant shots, and the last 2 balls of the over, they get 10 from it, and drags the Breakers back into this ball game. Farrell moves to 26 from 40. Lichfield 57 from 99. 50-run partnership up as well. 6 for 141. And it's now 37 required for the Breakers off 8 overs. That run rate required down to 4.63.
That's exactly what a couple of boundaries can do. Releases a little bit of pressure. And like we said, they made up for the maiden over that Erin Osborne had bowled. So New South Wales well in control.
So 37 from 48. It's one of these games that you feel is going to go right down to the wire unless we see some lofty blows from either Lichfield or Farrell. Well, Renee Farrell, a potential man of the match candidate. 3 wickets with the ball, brilliant. 26 with the bat now as Lichfield punches down the ground as they bring Yates into the attack for her 5th over. She has none for 16, so obviously going with that ploy, Sam, of the bowlers that aren't coming on quite as quick to the bat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So with Yates coming on, she has a known wicket taker in a couple of the other games, so they hope that too she can manage to break through as well.
Farrell slaps this one down the ground and rocks her head back in disgust, knowing that it's probably a ball that she should have put away or at least got a run off it. Thrown up, back and cutting is Farrell. She can't get this one through the gap. Back to back dot balls. Yates. None for 17 in her 5th over. Dances in, thrown up. It's wide and short, but again cut straight to short extra cover. So after that initial single, a hat-trick of dot balls. As they look to tighten the screws here, the ACT. Farrell cutting. She gets this one through. Well timed. Not going to go to the rope, but they're going to get at least 2. They might think about a 3rd. No chance of that. Good fielding out in the deep by the Meteors. Farrell collects another couple of runs. She moves to 28. This has been a really good innings by the New South Wales number 8. 22 not out against Queensland in a different position where her quick runs were able to get New South Wales up to a competitive total. These runs have been a lot more vital as it's cut straight to cover and won't be a run. So end of the over, 3 coming from it. Not quite what New South Wales would have wanted. And the ACT get a little mini victory in that over. Lichfield 58, Farrell 28, 6 for 144, 7 overs remaining, 34 of 42. Don't want that to get up to or get down to a run and ball at all, Sam. That's when the pressure can really tell, and it's not as if New South Wales have a whole lot of wickets in the shed either to really throw the blade.
Yeah, Renee's doing a great job here. Obviously, she's going at quite a quick clip considering the conditions and the way that everyone else has been able to get into their innings. So obviously, Phoebe's just over 50. Renee's probably around that 75 strike rate, which she needs to keep up here, and they are reverting back to pace. So I think here what the batters have to do is just get bat on ball and look to run hard.
And for the ACT, they won't want the kind of sundries that we saw from Claire Koski in her first spell. I think she bowled 4 wides in that first spell, and considering there's only been 10 sundries in all, it was runs that I'm sure they'd like back, and they wouldn't want to add to that in this latter part of the innings. She has 1 for 17 from her 4 overs. So it's a pretty spread out field, as you can imagine. There is a deep fine leg, there is a deep square leg, and there is a deep third man and also a deep sweeper out at extra cover. Around the wicket comes Koski, pitches up and defends onto the leg side, does Lichfield. Dot ball.
Yeah, we've seen how strong Phoebe is straight, so the last thing that Koski will want to do here is get too straight and too full, because Phoebe will just get under it and try and hit that for a boundary, considering there's no protection back there. But good start from her nonetheless.
Charging in comes Koski. Lichfield is back and just pokes that one just wide of the keeper. Down towards the boundary. That's going to be 4. 4 very valuable runs for New South Wales, albeit a little bit lucky. She did just enough to keep it away from Matilda Lugg, the wicketkeeper, and moves into the 60s. 62 not out now for Phoebe Lichfield. 6 for 148.
She just needs to keep her head here now, Phoebe. Obviously, that's a very valuable boundary, but that's the boundary of the over now, so she just needs to look to get bat on ball, hit to one of those sweepers, and get off strike.
Koski in. This is pitched up, and she drives exquisitely, but straight out to the sweeper, but that's all they need. That's already 5 off this over. Lichfield brings her tally to 63, 6 for 149. A little mid-pitch conference once again as Renee Farrell has a bit of a chat with Phoebe Lichfield. Don't need to do anything silly here, having already got 5 runs from the first 3 balls. She's going to come back over the wicket. Koski, 1 for 22 in her 5th over. A bouncer, and it was a attempted bouncer. Didn't really get up, and Farrell tried to poke it on the offside, but wasn't able to connect. Fans are really into this one this afternoon, knowing that it can still go either way. Koski into Farrell, is cutting, backward a point, down towards the boundary. There's a chase in the deep and be cut off just inside the boundary. They want a second run. Farrell coming back, it's a decent throw, but Lugg had to get well away from the stumps to collect it and gave the Breakers enough to get back for 2. So 7 from this over. It's been a good one. Brings up the 150 for New South Wales, and Farrell moves along to 30. That required rate down to 4.38. It was up to 5.3 only a few overs ago. So Breakers knowing what they need to do to stay in front and to get these runs. Koski into Farrell. It's another terrible ball outside the off stump, which almost bounced twice, but got away with it not being called a wide. Good over there for New South Wales. Lichfield 63 from 103. Farrell 30 from 48. This 7th wicket partnership worth 60 runs. And they need just 27 more to win from the final 6 overs. 6 for 151. So they're going to stick with the same bowler from the last over in Amy Yates. Can she get a breakthrough? That's what they need most, the ACT. It's short and it's carted away out through the offside, but it's a dot ball. They could just get a miscued shot from Lichfield or a run out or something like that. It would certainly change the direction that this game is heading in. Yates thrown up and Lichfield drives, but straight to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, the ACT definitely know the importance of stopping the singles now. They've only got the 2 back who are hoping for a miscued shot for a wicket because with singles will get New South Wales across the line.
Tucked away just around the corner there by Lichfield. May have just been pad, but that won't bother her. Goes down as leg buyers and they rotate the strike. They pick up a single. A low scoring game, but it hasn't been without excitements and thrills. It's all happening here at Hurstville. A loopy delivery defended by Farrell on the leg side. Two balls left in this, the 45th over. Yates coming over the wicket to Farrell, looped up, and Farrell has hit this. It hasn't come over the middle, it's looped over the infield. She'll pick up a single rather fortuitously. Certainly wasn't her finest shot of the day, but it still goes down as a run in the scorebook, and that's all that matters. So the left-handed Lichfield back on strike, the youngster. She's forward and defending. Happy just to play that ball out. End of the over. 5 overs remaining. The Breakers 6 for 153. Lichfield 63. Farrell on 31. And 5 runs and over acquired now. 25 off 30. So again, just when New South Wales are getting on top, the ACT have been able to peg it back.
Yeah, both spinners have done a really good job at restricting the runs. Both have bowled really well, really good areas. Just getting above the eye line of the batters, making them second guess whether they want to come forward or go back. But in saying that, New South Wales have found it quite easy to score off the quicker bowlers, so they'll probably look to do what they did to Claire Koski's last over again here.
Yeah, there's quite a little conference there between Claire Koski, Erin Osborne and Sarah Coit. You wonder when Sarah Coit will come back. I think she's got 2 overs up her sleeve. She might even be brought on to replace Claire Koski at this end if this isn't a very fruitful over for the right arm quick. And she comes now to Farrell, who just uses the pace there to angle that backward a point and pick up a single. And puts Maitland Brown under some unwanted pressure, who fumbled the ball.
Another little conference here between Koski and captain.
No doubt a bit of mind games being played as well. Keep the young pup waiting a little bit longer and trying to build some pressure. And yeah, it really has been a remarkable innings from her, coming in with the Breakers, they're back against the wall. Not an easy thing to do for someone that hasn't played an awful lot of professional cricket. She faces up here and just knocks this one down through third man. It's going down towards the boundary. Good piece of fielding by Hancock on the fence. Keeps it to 2, but it's 2 very valuable runs. And again, she's just used that pace and has been able just to run the ball down the ground. Something she's done really well today.
That's also that she needs to keep doing as well. Just using the pace of the ball, finding that gap and running hard.
6 for 156, Lichfield to 65. Quad run rate 4.71. Koski around the wicket. She's driving out through extra cover, and it makes the sweeper have to run on the bench. They're going to come back for a second. Really good piece of running again. Back-to-back 2s. And they're tightening their grip on this game now, New South Wales. Score out to 6 for 158. And Lichfield moves to 67. 20 runs required off 27 balls. Osborne is now going to move herself out to that square point region, where a lot of runs have come off the blade of Phoebe Lichfield today. She's forward and driving this one down the ground. That's well struck. It gets through, and that's going to go down the boundary for 4. One hand on the game now. Lichfield goes to 71. A beautiful straight drive. And they can almost taste victory now. The New South Wales Breakers, 6 for 162. Just 16 required now of 26 balls. And it's going to take something special from the ACT Meteors to get themselves back in this ball game.
Yeah, they're pretty much matching the required run rate now. And as we said, all it takes is that one over that goes for a few runs. So we've seen a couple of 2s and 4 here. And that's all that New South Wales need to keep doing.
She's forward and she whips this one off her hip down to fine leg, picks up the single. Really good accomplished cricket. She looks a player that has been doing this for 10 years. It's been such a accomplished knock for her. 72 from 111 balls. And is doing a fantastic job of guiding her side home. Renee Farrell's been a great supporting hand here. 32 unbeaten from 51. But is there another little twist or turn in this game? Can the ACT get a much needed breakthrough? Koski in, it's short, it's paddled away, backward a point by Farrell for a single, and she'll retain the strike. She goes to 33, Lichfield is 72, and 4 overs remaining. The Breakers 6 for 163. They might not need all of those 4 overs as they require 15 off the final 24 balls.
As we do see Yates continue her spell, I think it's the right idea. She's been able to strangle the batters. They haven't been able to score frequently off her. They just need to find someone at the other end to stop the bleeding.
So Farrell will be on strike. Partnership worth 73. It's hard to remember that they were 6 for 91 at one stage, the Breakers. Farrell advancing, cutting, straight to point. Can't pierce the gap that time, and a much needed dot ball for the ACT. It's
a good piece of fielding there. Obviously there's no one behind point there, so if that had got through that would have been a 4, but good work on the ring.
Yates in, short of a length, back and chopping this one into the turf, straight to cover. Koski doing the fielding on that occasion. Yates bowls again short, but it stayed just a little bit low, but she's punched it through the gap, Farrell. Enough for a single. With every run, there is big cheers from the hill here at Hurstville Oval, both from the New South Wales players tent, but also the fans that are stuck around to see a pretty gripping and entertaining, albeit low-scoring one-day match here this afternoon. And this ball hits her on the pad. There's a big appeal, but it's going to fall on deaf ears. She looked confident, Amy Yates, but the umpire was unmoved. That's one they would have loved to go their way, going down the leg side, and it's a couple of feet outside the popping crease as well there, Phoebe Lichfield, so kept herself in good stead. Ford now driving, but straight to the fielder at points, so able to pierce the gap. This has been a good over here by Yates.
Just the one coming from it so far. It's exactly what ACT needed.
Can she finish with a dot ball or potentially a wicket? Back and cutting in the air and just going to bounce the ball. There's a shot at the stumps. And despite the bells coming off, they scurry through for the single. So Lichfield retains the strike. 2 from the over. 47 gone, 6 for 166, Lichfield 73, Farrell 34, 12 runs from the final 3 overs. You would think there'd need to be a flurry of wickets, Sam. Can't see ACT restricting New South Wales these 12 runs in the final 3 overs from here.
We do see Coit coming back into the attack, but unfortunately for the Meteors, I do think it is a bit too little too late. She has been fantastic with the ball, but I think it's a big ask for her here. Probably need either, a few wickets or at least a maiden.
Yeah, you can see what Erin Osborne and ACT side was trying to do, perhaps get a couple of overs out of Claire Koski at, with not too many runs being bled from it, and then kind of rely on some of the other chief bowlers to kind of tie ends up in the final 4 overs. But yeah, in hindsight, it's a lovely thing. Probably would have been better to bring Coit on 2 or 3 overs ago, where she could have had a couple of overs that only brought 2 or 3 and at least put a bit of scoreboard pressure on New South Wales. But the game isn't over yet. Still 12 required for victory, 11 to tie. Coit over the wicket. Lichfield's driving well, but straight to cover, and it's a dot ball. 12 off 17. Would certainly make things interesting if we had an over like last, where only 1 or 2 runs came from it. Coit's that kind of bowl that can provide it. 1 for 23 off 8.1. You'd think they would continue with Yates from the other end, but plenty of options for the ACT. Coit in, and this ball is slapped a lovely lofted on drive, which is going to go all the way for 6. Fantastic strike from Phoebe Lichfield. The 16-year-old is having a day here at Hurstville Oval. She goes to 79 in what has been a masterful knock. And that one has completely just knocked the stuffing out of the ACT. Just 6 required now. And she might even do it with another lofty blow if she gets an opportunity. Wonderful performance by the breakers here. Coit in and defended back down the wicket by Lichfield. Let's not forget they were 5 for 37. Since then they've lost 1 for 135. Remarkable comeback, particularly with the likes of Haynes, Healy, Gardner all back in the pavilion without really troubling the scorers. Coit bowls, and this ball is another lofted on drive, not going to go all the way. It's taking a couple of bounces towards the rope, and they'll come back for 2 more. 4 needed to win now, just 3 to tie. Lichfield 81 from 118, and she's really opened the shoulders and playing some really good shots. Seems to have a lot of power behind these lofted on drives that she's showing us here this afternoon. She's forward and driving and doesn't get this one through the gap, but they're still able to pick up a single. Moves to 82, 6 for 175, 1 ball left in the 48th over.
As you mentioned before, it seems like Phoebe's been playing cricket for years and years. So definitely an innings well beyond her age, and exactly what New South Wales needed when New South Wales needed it.
We saw it in the WBBL, but with that 26 on debut against the Sixers and a match-winning 52 against the Heat. But you got to say, it's probably her finest hour so far in a professional cricketing career, with her side staring defeat in the eyes when she came in. And here's Farrell, who hammers the ball over the top, down towards the boundary it goes, creeping ever so slowly, reaches the rope, and the Breakers pull off a miraculous comeback victory here at Hurstville Oval this afternoon. Renee Farrell and Phoebe Lichfield hug and celebrate. They're finished with an unbroken partnership of 88. 6 for 179. The Breakers win by 4 wickets. They win for the 3rd time this season. Back-to-back wins. But really the honours need to go to Phoebe Lichfield, the 16-year-old who had already put up a name in light for the Sydney Thunder in the latest edition of the WBBL, has again put another feather in her cap. A match-winning knock of 82 from 119 balls, and was ably supported by Renee Farrell, who had another brilliant game. 3 for 12 for her, and 38 not out of 56, as in the end the Breakers do it rather comfortably with 12 balls remaining and winning by 4 wickets. But it wasn't that easy. They were 5 for 37 at one stage. Rachel Haynes, Alyssa Healy and Ash Gardner all found themselves in the pavilion, and the Breakers looked in all sorts and looked as if ACT might cause the boil over and get a big win. But unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get wickets at pivotal moments. Phoebe Lichfield was dropped on 51 on what was a rather elementary chance, and from then on in, it was all the Breakers as they kept their nose in front of the ACT to pick out a 4-wicket win and take a giant leap towards potentially playing in their 24th consecutive WNCL final. Before we jump off air, I'll get the thoughts of my co-commentator Sam. Sam, your thoughts on that performance by the Breakers here this afternoon?
Yeah, fantastic match in the end. Obviously a couple of nervy moments. I think that they'd be happy with their performance with the ball, being able to restrict them to 177. Turned out to be a fairly decent total on this pitch, but then yeah, for the young Phoebe Lichfield to play an innings like she did, and then a couple of the more experienced players in Renee Farrell and even Lauren Smith playing a hand in getting close to that total, it just goes to show the depth that the New South Wales team has.
Yeah, great to see the lower order get runs. We hope you have enjoyed the coverage today. New South Wales winning by 4 wickets and take their tally to a 3-1 record as they push themselves back into the top 2. Phoebe Lichfield, certainly the star, 82 not out from her from 119, and Renee Farrell, 38 not out from 56. A big thanks to the Bar TV production crew and cameramen that have done a fantastic job bringing all the action today. They do a fantastic job each and every time they work with us, so we thank them for their hard work today. Also a massive thanks to Brittany Carter, who was commentating alongside us today, did a marvellous job, not just today but also last week in the match against Queensland, and also to my co-commentator Sam Devlin for the last little period. Great to be chatting cricket with you, Sam. And don't worry, there's plenty more WNCL action coming up. February 4 and February 6 are the last 2 games for the New South Wales Breakers, as they'll look to no doubt win both those games and try and wrap up a potential home final as they go for 24 consecutive WNCL finals. But today, the Breakers far too good for the ACT Meteors. The Meteors all out for 177. The Breakers 6 for 179, winning by 4 wickets with 12 balls to spare. Until the next WNCL match, this is Jack Clifton signing off.